Big D against a divisional opponent.
What a night. Can I just say something, Nelly? A good little look back at yesterday. I enjoyed it. Was Vic's key to the game to win? Is that what he said?
Yes. Basically, his key to the game was it's important that you win tonight so then tomorrow you can also be in a position to win.
I guess I agree. That is a key. Here's the thing, guys. Listen. When the Avs and Nuggets play on the same night, you kind of walk in the show, you're like, all right, what gets the top billing? What's the number one thing? And sometimes it's neither. Maybe it's some crazy thing that happened with the Broncos made a trade or something. I don't know. And I'm struggling this morning on what's top billing because I got two options here of things I want to discuss. The first is the Avs have a goalie, like an actual goalie. Okay? That's one. The second one is Jamald. Like, for the first time this year, that was Jamal Murray. And if I just do a quick, you don't got to hit the button, Nelly, or you can, whatever. If I just did a quick straw poll, okay?
Jamal Murray made a shot.
And I asked you guys, your biggest takeaway from last night, was it Jamaling, or was it Mackenzie Blackwood bailing your ass out? Because I don't know if you guys heard Jared Bednar in the postgame. Jared Bednar was pissed at his team. He thought that they were garbage last night. And largely they were. They came out of the gates humming and then got into a game of keep away for about the next 2.5 periods until you brought the extra attacker on the ice and then overtime, in which you kill off a power play in OT. And then just find a way at the end to get a goal. But what's the main thing that sticks with you this morning? Because I think it's both. It really is. And I want to get to some of the Bednar audio, and that's why maybe I want to save this for a second, because we've had at least a few occasions in which Mackenzie Blackwood has been the top billing or the topic of discussion because you haven't had this level of confidence in a goalie. If you had Georgiev yesterday, you're losing that game like 7-1. Like, it's not even a question who's winning the game. But look, too.
And also, Brett, I'll tell you what gets top billing in my book. Sometimes I absolutely adore our texters. You know, more often than not, I'll say. So we have this one text from the 303-601. They've texted us twice, according to our records. Twice ever. One text came in on July 2nd, 2024.
Okay.
And they said something about cars and the electronics on your dashboard.
Gotcha.
They didn't say anything for a year and a half.
Okay.
And then the next thing they texted came in today at 5:07 a.m. Greenland's value was recently estimated to be over $1 trillion.
Good to know.
That's
Thank
amazing.
you guys. Very good to know.
They just fact-checked my fact-checker. That took them out of their texting retirement.
See, here's what I want to do. And I think, Nelly, just give me thumbs up if we got some audio on Jamal. First of all, I know there was stuff pregame, but especially what happened postgame on TNT. Because Jamal was talking, I forget who was doing courtside stuff for TNT yesterday, but he's talking to whoever that reporter is. And Jamal was gunning for 50 in that game, very clearly. He just couldn't quite get there, and then they called the dogs off. But Shaq, before the game, said as a national perspective what we've all been saying locally. And I think that, look, if you're an athlete, I totally understand if Jamal heard this show or read an article or something like that of the people that have been critical of him this year and how he just want to throw the double birds at people like me and just be like, shut up. You don't know anything. I'm good at basketball. Like, I can understand why he'd do that. But when it comes from Shaq, it's a different thing. But Shaq essentially said what we've been saying on the show all year and what I emphasized yesterday. Like, we were talking about Jamal and him being, off and on injured all year. And Is it anger? Is it frustration? Where are you at? And I said, I'm frustrated because Jamal Murray's the key to a championship. You win when he's good. You don't when you lose, or you don't when he's bad. And what I mean by that is the Nuggets can win basketball games without Jamal playing at his peak. They've done that all year. I mean, they're a half game back, a third in the Western Conference, and we don't think they've played particularly well. But when he does play well, the team feels unstoppable. And it affects like everything. Like defensively, they were better last night because Jamal was good on the offensive side. It doesn't force Jokic into taking 28 shots a game. He shot 7 times last night, and you almost won by like 30 points. I know the final score was 19, but you were up 30 for most of that game. When he's on, you give me that Jamal Murray, guess what, guys? The Nuggets are winning a championship. Now, tall task to ask him to score 45 a night. Understood. But when he is that much of a threat and he's feeling it that much, this team is elevated to an elite, borderline unstoppable level. You know what happens when Jamal puts up 45 points? Not a single other player in the starting 5 had more than 13, and they were all plus 20s. That's what happens. When you have 2 superstars, and Jamal Murray last night played like a superstar, you are going to kick the holy hell out of anybody across from you. And so Shaq, after the game, they replayed the clip for him. Or read the quote from him. And I want you guys to hear this. So go ahead, Nelly.
Well, the story of the game was the play of Jamal Murray. I'm guessing the knee felt pretty good tonight, Jamal?
Yeah, man. Just some anti-inflammatories. Got the job done. So obviously felt better, looked better, and was able to, the whole team was able to play better today.
Well, you're giving the anti-inflammatories the credit, but one of our guys in the studio, Shaq, is actually taking credit for this performance tonight. Shaq wants to know if he inspired you with his pregame words tonight.
I don't know what he said.
Perfect. That works out perfectly well.
I would love to know what he said, though.
Okay, so here's what Shaq said. He said, he needs y'all to be champs again, and it all starts with you, Jamal. Get to work.
I agree 100%. 100%.
What is it about that statement that you feel is accurate?
Because when it's games like this, when I'm on and, there's nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense of the group. When Yoke's going, it's like, okay, he's going. But I feel like, and the team feels like when I'm going, there's nothing to worry about. We just got to play defense. And he's 100% right. I need to play my best. I need to play better. I played terrible up until today. And I've struggled. And, the season's always about highs and lows and about weathering storms. And, just take this as a positive note and keep moving. But, you can't get too high, can't get too low. So, not just me, but we're all looking to keep this going, keep this momentum going, and get a win tomorrow.
All right, you're just going to fuel the fire of Shaq now, and they're just going to talk about this the whole
pregame. You can cut it there.
That's
That's the exact answer you want. It's exactly what you want. Now, I don't know if Jamal answers it the same way if it's somebody from the local media, and I'm not saying he mistreats people, but it's a different thing when you got a Hall of Famer saying it to you as opposed to Brett Kane and his radio show. Like, it's just different. But that's the way. And to Jamal's credit, by the way, Jamal has been prickly in press conference settings. He has been kind of the I know more than you do thing. But he hasn't done that this year because I think he recognizes as much as we do. At the beginning of the season, he kind of was playing I always kind of start slow sort of thing. But it's carried on into, after Christmas. And I think he understands that what he's been doing this season is not up to the standard of championship basketball. I think he gets it. But when he plays that way, the Nuggets are in a different stratosphere as a team. It's clear. Like, I'll look this up on the fly. Maybe this is going to make me look stupid, Nelly. But I want to look up the Nuggets record when Jamal Murray scores 30 points. And I bet you win 80% of the games that he's in. All right, going back to his rookie season. If Jamal Murray scores 30 or more points in a game, the Nuggets are 36-11. So let's go with another math. Hang on, I'm going to use the calculator on this one to get the exact win percentage. Give me a moment, please. So here's what you got. Yeah, it's 77%. So I was right in the ballpark. Like, he plays to that level. You feel like there's nothing that's going to stop you. I actually did it right on the money with the Jeopardy music, too. How about that? It's just different, man. It's different. And a texter says, Murray has bothered me for a while now, but that was a good answer. It was. Like, I think being served a little bit of humble pie for anybody, not him in particular, but anybody, is just a good reminder that, you know, Jokic isn't Jokic every night because he just rolls the ball out there and he's amazing. It takes effort and it takes work. And I think the Nuggets as a whole are beginning to realize that. Not just Jamal. You know what else is really different about this team? Again, their defense is stellar. And I get it, the Mavs are without Luka Doncic, but go find me the games early this year where teams were missing big-time key players and tell me what the scores were. They're still giving up $130, $120. Last night, they held Kyrie, who I understand was coming back from an injury, to 4 of 18 from the field. Kyrie Irving eats this team up. Okay? But it's all kind of surrounding a vibe right now with this team. Work your ass off defensively. Have Jamal be Jamal, and you are going to win a large helping of games. Like, you look at the standings right now, they're a half game back, a third place to Memphis. They're 9 game backs of OKC for the 1 seed. I'm just throwing the 1 seed out the window. OKC is a different sort of animal to deal with. But as far as the teams in front of you right now, Houston and Memphis, you're 2.5 back of Houston, you're half game back of Memphis. They play this style of basketball, they can catch them in about a month. Or less. A couple weeks maybe. So it was just a really good reminder that I don't think we've had all year. Jamal's had a couple of, like, above average games. He's had a couple where, you know, the Detroit game in which he put up 34 was nice. But that's only the second time this season he's put up over 30 points. The way he did it last night, if it left his hand, it was going in. We haven't had that feeling in a long time. And by the way, don't look now. The Nuggets are 8-2 in the last 10. The only teams better than that in the last 10 games, Cleveland, who is 9-1, Oklahoma City, who is 9-1. Both of those teams have lost a combined 11 games this year. They're pretty good. So, good reminder from Jamal yesterday. Now, to the Avs. I want to talk about Mackenzie Blackwood. I also want to play you a helping of audio from Jared Bednar in the postgame. I remember when they had the comeback win, the game that Wedgwood was hurt. And it was an epic comeback. The final goal sounded like you won a playoff game. And I wanted to see what Bednar said afterwards, and Bednar was pissed after a win. And I go, gosh, I don't remember him being this angry all that often, especially after a W. And guess what? It happened again. Because Bednar was not happy after the game, despite that comeback. And I'll play the audio for you next. Okay, so here's the feeling that I have with the Avs yesterday. It's good, or it's great that they came back and won the game. They did it again with an extra attacker, last-minute scramble, force OT, and then just find a way, right? And the Avs just continue to rack up some points here, as they are now 3 points back of Minnesota, 1 point back at 3 points back of Minnesota, 2 points back of Dallas, and 8 points back of Winnipeg. And they have a hell of a stretch here coming up. Like, this is the long stretch of home games. They got 5 straight. So you get the win over New York yesterday. You have Edmonton coming up tomorrow. You got Dallas on Saturday, Minnesota on Monday, and Winnipeg on Wednesday. So it's every other night. By the way, we'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. But it's every other night against really, really good teams in the West. Getting points is important. But there's a standard with the Avs. And you played it in the intro, Nelly, and I thought it was great. Mackenzie Blackwood, since being acquired by the Avs, has not given up more than 2 goals in a game. And the exact same thing played out last night. There's some other issues, I think, that that you would like to discuss that Bednar wasn't here for. Like, the power play was not good yesterday. In fact, he gave up a shorthanded goal on a breakaway. But I'm telling you, if that's Georgiev or that's Juice, no disrespect, you're giving up like 6, 7, 8 goals last night. Just the way that game was going to go. But because you had Mackenzie Blackwood, he not only kept you in it, he was the reason why you won. But what I want you guys to hear is a coach after an overtime win yesterday taking the podium and sounding like he wanted to take a flamethrower to his entire locker room. Here's Jared Bednar.
The results over process kind of game for you? So the opposite?
Hey, we'll take the points, but yeah, unimpressive.
Just from your perspective, what is it about that game? Is it just a lack of effort from your guys?
I mean, ultimately, it's like we only had half a team playing. That's it. Sums up everything.
Is there a positive in what Blackwood was able to do in terms of maybe carrying the team?
It's about
at times
Blackwood here.
Fantastic. He was fantastic. He was the best player on the ice, either team. Yeah, and we had a couple others. I thought OC was outstanding. You know, we had some guys that had to have monster efforts just to stay in the game. Blackwood was one of them.
Stuff like 5, 6 breakaways.
Yeah.
There. And how important in that like this is?
Well, you'll get 0 points if he's not the best player on the ice.
It goes on for, I don't know how long that was, Nelly, like a minute and a half. There's another 3.5 minutes to that. So give the praise to Blackwood. He brought it up. I thought O'Connor was phenomenal yesterday. It's why he has forever been my favorite player on this team. He's not the most talented. He's not going to blow anybody away. He's not going to get a $12 million a year contract, but he works his ass off. Nobody gets more out of their talent than Logan O'Connor does by pure effort. He set up the game winner last night in OT. It's winning a puck battle, getting it to a teammate, and putting them in good position. But there were way too many breakaways last night. And I think Bednar's point here, and this is what I love, okay? I've said this before. Bednar is very, very good at one detail in particular. And it doesn't have to be this way, but this is a great asset if you're a coach. Some coaches are just angry all the time. All the time. Torts is always angry, always yelling at somebody, always shaking a fist somewhere. Michael Malone is pretty fiery. He'll call the rage timeouts and undress his team during a timeout if he doesn't think they're playing up to the standard.
Next question, man.
Bednar is incredibly calm. Bednar is incredibly chill. He does not play the up and down game of riding emotions, even when really cool or really horrible things happen. But when he does get angry, because of that personality, Jared Bednar has a through line that does not fall on deaf ears. When somebody who is usually calm raises some hell, you pay attention to it.
I think another thing that makes him so intimidating in that regard is I come from a family line of fiery Italians on my mom's side. And so I understand people who yell when they get mad because for me, that's been Thanksgiving for the last 30 years.
Or yell even when they're having a normal conversation.
Exactly. You could be talking about movies or traffic and just, hey, oh, forget about it. When somebody is mad and they get quiet.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
Oh, that shakes me to my core. When instead of yelling, if he goes, we only had one good player tonight. That's it. Oh my God.
But
that freaks me out, man.
But what you see though in that is that's somebody who I could take this a million different ways. Just to finish off the first of all, the demeanor thing is that it cuts through because it's kind of out of character. You know, baby Jamal Kale is 2.5. She's not really a crier. She's really not. Getting very lucky. She's a very good baby girl. But when she cries, I'm like, something must be really wrong. You know, sometimes it's just the toddler cry, and other times it's like I can tell. But here's the other reason why I love that so much. There's a new standard now, okay? New standard. When it was the previous goaltending group, I think part of you after a game like that says, maybe we're trying to do too much because we don't have a lot of faith in the goalie and this and that. You didn't have enough people giving the proper amount of effort and care last night. And Bednar wants them and everybody to know that is not acceptable because the standard has been raised. We do not get to have games where Mackenzie Blackwood bails us out. Mackenzie Blackwood was not brought here to do that. He was brought here to elevate a very good group in front of him, which he has done every night he's been on the ice. You are not allowed to take a night off and say, you bail us out tonight. It's not allowed. And so with that, he goes on later in that to use a phrase which I have loved, dating back to last year, saying, way too many passengers. Not enough people driving their own cars tonight. Too many people in the passenger seat with their arm out the window, chilling. And that is an unacceptable thing for a team that wants to be a Stanley Cup champion again. You saw it late in the game with the amount of times he was just, Bednar was grabbing his lineup sheet and going, McKinnon, you're with Parker Kelly now. We got to figure something out. He doesn't jumble up the lines that often in a critical point of the game when you're only down one, unless he sees that the effort isn't there. And again, that's an unacceptable thing for where the Avs want to be. And thankfully, Mackenzie Blackwood has been as good as any goalie could have been since his acquisition on the Avs. Literally, you take your favorite goalies in the league, the guy on the other side of the ice, Shesterkin, you take Bobrovsky, you take Hellebuck, you take whoever you want, put him on the Avs over this stretch of how many games he played with him? 10-ish? There's 6, 9, 12. 12 games. I don't think anybody does better for the Avs in a 12-game stretch than Mackenzie Blackwood just did in the last 12. Not allowing more than 2 goals in a game? Are you serious? And especially in a game like that last night, where how many different breakaway chances were there? Where he just stonewalls them? Like, I'm telling you, he's not just as good as you hoped he'd be. He's more than that. Like, he plays this way. You know, we were just talking about Jamal. And here's the deal, guys. Both of these teams still in the middle of their championship windows. Both of these teams still looking at possibilities to be hoisting trophies at the end of the year. The issue is both of them weren't playing up to the standard that you would have hoped they would have been playing at for a while now. Championship windows! And the Avs have certainly changed that over the past month. They've given you a different perspective. Since the goalie change, you have a new outlook on what the Avs can be and where they can go. There was a definite ceiling above their head with the previous goaltending room. It's open now. The Nuggets, for a night, last night, you got a taste of what that team can look like when Jamal's operating at his peak and at his highest level. And so standards should be changing.
And I know I said this a week or two ago, but I was at the New Year's Eve game against Winnipeg, and just being there in the stands, the vibe in the arena was different anytime a Winnipeg player had a breakaway to the net.
Yeah.
And Blackwood was the last line of defense.
Sure.
I even at one point he had one of those crazy stops, and then there's some rebounds, and you swallow up the rebound, and just one of those like 2, 3, 4 saves in a row thing. And I turned and I looked at the guy next to me and I said, "Oh, so that's what it feels like." And he goes, "Dude, I know." And just everybody in the building felt like
there's
didn't
a
have sit.
confidence.
Yes, exactly. And if we're feeling that sitting in the stands with our teeth in our mouth, I can't imagine how the team playing in front of him feels, where you go, I don't have to play 110% correct, because if I have a quick lapse in judgment, the guy in net has my back.
It's the same. Like, fans aren't stupid, okay?
Well, come on now.
What's the line from Men in Black? A person isn't stupid, people are stupid. They're panicky and whatever that line is. But here's what I'd say. When you catch the vibe, how about this? I'll make it really simple. How many times have you been in Ball Arena and the vibe of the fan base was not proper to what was on the floor or on the ice? It almost never happens. How many times have you been to Mile High Stadium and the vibe that you got from the fan base wasn't exactly what was on the field? Like, what you're feeling is the same thing as the players. They have an opportunity to do something about it. Obviously, you don't, but let me tell you. When we were in the Nathaniel Hackett year with the Broncos and the crowd is counting down the play clock, why were they doing that? Because they're smart. They're like, this might seem really embarrassing, but this team needs it because they don't know. If you had the breakaways last night with Georgiev, before the shot even leaves the stick of the guy on the breakaway, there would be an audible groan from the crowd because you knew the same thing as everybody else, that puck was going to end up in the back of the net.
And I don't mean to even mention this franchise in the same sentence as the other 2 or 3 you've just said, but do you remember when Rockies legend Wade Davis used to walk out to take the mound in the 8th inning? Or the top of the bottom of the ninth, excuse me. I don't even know how baseball works because I was so traumatized by walk-off Wade. Like, anytime you took the mound at any point in any game, you would turn to your buddies and go, all right,
yeah,
who's getting the first stinger? And that's kind of how I felt about Georgiev, especially once 1 or 2 goals went in and he was smashing his stick, there was no coming back from that. And I get it. It's tough. Once you start watching that lead slip away, any protection you had, it's tough to flip that switch, but that's what the pros do. That's what he couldn't do.
It's a reflection of what the team feels. Again, fans are not stupid, okay? They aren't. Like, when you get in these situations, when Pittsburgh, the Steelers fans, watched that playoff game over the weekend, you know what they all were thinking heading into that game? This is going to be a disaster. And guess what? They were right. Because sometimes you just know.
You ever done anything dangerous?
And this is why I cannot stand when especially ownership groups think that they know better than their fan base does. Like, in some aspects they might, But the fan base is your consumer. They aren't doing this on a whim. They're smarter than you think, and they have the vibe of a team.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
It's not a lot of cases in which a fan base has been completely and utterly wrong after evidence has been put in front of them. I just watched a clip over the weekend of the Josh Allen draft where they showed Bills fans' reaction to the draft pick.
Allen?
That's a different thing than seeing what the product was on the field, because the second he started playing, Bills fans changed in a hurry. I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I know I'm not. But there's some things where if you give me a lot of evidence, and I'll give you an example. I had a decade's worth of watching Matthew Stafford play for a football team that nobody wanted to watch. And I said, this guy's a lot better than anybody understands because he plays for a sucky team. And the amount of people that said, no, dude, if Stafford's actually good, he would win a game. And then the following year, he wins the Super Bowl. I was the most unsurprised person in the world. I'm like, yeah, he was that level good. He played for a team that sucked. But if you get evidence in front of you, you know what the deal is. When the Avs fans were presented evidence with Georgiev over the span of, especially the last, I would say, year of that tenure, they just knew it wasn't working. They knew it. And look, everybody kind of knew it. The Avs front office knew it. That's why they made the move. But you see Blackwood now, it's different. You know it. I know it. They know it. The players know it. The coaches know it. The front office knows it. Everybody knows it. And so that's why Bednar's walking to a press conference after that game being like, not good enough. Even after a win, not good enough. We're better than that. Can't do that.
Exactly. And that's and Malone always likes to say that when the Nuggets have one of those wins where they'll blow like a 20-point lead and then sneak out a win on a final shot at the last second.
Sure.
And then in the postgame, Malone's heated, but he'll always say, it's better to nitpick after a win than it is after a loss.
Of course.
And so good on Bednar, where he goes, yeah, we won, but who cares? We looked horrible doing it. That's the kind of standard that you can hold your team to now. Now that guys are coming back, you're getting a healthy roster, you figured out your goaltending. Now, how are you going to take it to the next level? It's with accountability like that.
303-504-0925. I got a stat, by the way. And this is going to be just a temperature check on Sean Payton, because I think Arrow's very obviously pointing up with this franchise. But a question about Sean Payton specifically, I'm going to put him side by side with another coach that you probably think is a dope. And I want to ask you a simple question of what the difference is. We'll get to it next.
What's the question?
All right, I got numbers for you. I'm going to give you 2 head coaches in the NFL. One of them has coached 17 seasons. Another has coached 18. One of them has a record of 170 and 105. Let's do something called option A or option B. So, Nelly, I want you to choose. Who do you think has the better resume here? Which one of these would you rather take? So, again, option A, 17 seasons coached, a 170 and 105 record, 3 championship game appearances, and 1 Super Bowl. Okay? Option B has coached for 18 seasons. He has a 174 and 112 coaching record. He has made it to 4 championship games and has 1 Super Bowl. Pretty similar resumes, right?
Yeah, if I have to pick an edge, I guess 4 championship game appearances with 1 Super Bowl versus 3 championship appearances. You've made it there more times. I guess so far that one's out to the lead.
Well, guess what, Nelly? You have chosen the career of Mike McCarthy over the career of Sean Payton.
Huge, yeah.
And I saw those numbers, and I was just trying to figure something out. Why? Why is the perception different between the two? And I think I know the answer. But I want to give you guys a second to ponder this. I read you both of those resumes. They're virtually the same. The only real separator is that one guy's made it to 4 championship games as opposed to 3. Both of them have had all-world, holy bleep type of quarterbacks in their arsenal. Certainly McCarthy's had that forever in Green Bay when he coached there for however long that was, 12, 13 years with Aaron Rodgers. And then he gets no slouch in Dak Prescott, but maybe not Aaron Rodgers level. Sean Payton obviously has Drew Brees for most of his coaching career, but I think there's a couple of separators between the two. And here's what I think the difference is. I'll give you the minor difference first, the major difference in a second. The minor difference is I think that Sean Payton's been able to do more with less at the quarterback position than McCarthy has. When McCarthy has lost Aaron Rodgers or when McCarthy has lost Dak Prescott, his team has been god-awful. When Sean Payton didn't have Drew Brees and he had to play Taysom Hill or Jameis Winston or you name it, Teddy Bridgewater, his team still won. Maybe not at the exact same clip as having Drew Brees, but they did win games. So that's the minor separator. I'll give you the major one. And this is where I think this stuff matters. Sean Payton, even at times it can come across as bleep Polish, is the unquestioned leader of his franchise. Whether he's at New Orleans or whether he's here in Denver, he is the guy in charge. Mike McCarthy, I don't know if has ever felt that way. And maybe that's an unfair thing to put on him. Maybe that's just being in the ether of an Aaron Rodgers or in the ether of a Jerry Jones. But somebody else has felt in charge. Bo Nix, if he gets to the level of a Drew Brees or if he gets to the level of Aaron Rodgers or whatever, and Sean Payton's his head coach, he's not going to be in charge. It just won't be allowed. Now, I would have loved to have seen what the dynamic would have been had Sean Payton been there for year 1 of Russell Wilson. Because they had to give things to Russell Wilson in order to make the trade happen. Trade doesn't happen unless he gets the office, unless he gets the family accommodations that he received with Sierra and the kids and everybody else that was in his group. And I would love to have seen how Sean Payton would have handled that initially. It's a lot easier to walk in when everything sucks and he was terrible and say, I'm in charge now. Like pull the old Captain Phillips. Hey, look at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Like that's a lot easier when Russell Wilson's terrible for a year. But the leadership aspect of it, I think is the separator. Why did it feel like Mike McCarthy's tenure with the Cowboys was a failure, despite the fact that they won 36 games in 3 years? That's a lot of wins. Now, obviously not this past season, but the 3 years prior to this past season, 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. And I understand 2 wild card exits, 1 divisional round exit. Got it. But it's the leadership part. I really do. For as much as it makes me roll my eyes at times, the manner in which Peyton speaks to the media. Not that I'm a great defender of the media.
No.
I want to repeat this to people. I don't consider myself a journalist. I'm not. I'm a jackass with a microphone. I'm a guy who likes to make fart jokes and state stupid sports opinions, okay? I'm not somebody who's digging for a story. So I have no, media members, be tough, okay? Sometimes you get yelled at. It happens. But I don't like the way he speaks to him sometimes. Because I think it just comes off as a legitimate criticism of a question, or a legitimate question or a legitimate criticism becomes, I know more about football than you do, shut up. And I think that's just silly. If you mess up, own it and answer the question. But because of that demeanor, I think it does exude some sort of I'm in charge sort of stance that maybe McCarthy never had.
And by the way, I don't know if anybody had 2 Colorado Rockies mentions in one show on the bingo card, but it was the same thing with Jeff Bridich. You remember when he was here, and people would say, hey, man, why don't you guys make some more moves? And he would go, I went to Harvard. I'm smart.
I'll give you a big difference in that, though. There's an old saying, you can't be fat and a bee, okay? Here's the sports translation. You can't have an awful resume and also be arrogant.
I'm going to move past that.
Can't do it.
Next question.
You can be arrogant and be good, or you can be nice and be bad. Or you could be nice and good at the same time. It just rarely happens. But Bridich didn't have the resume of Sean Payton. Sean Payton, that's a good resume and a good track record. So when he says, I think I know more than you do, then yeah, that's fine. I still remember Matt Patricia, in his only tenure as a head coach when he was with Detroit, said this at a press conference once. Their defense was one of the league worst, Nelly. Listen to this. And this is like the second or third year. He's awful. He's got a horrible record. Defense is terrible. That's his specialty. And somebody asked a question about the defense saying, why did you do this in this situation? And his response was, I called the greatest defensive play call in Super Bowl history. I know more about this than you do. And it's like, well, then why do you have 8 wins in 2 years? What's up with that? Why is your defense so bad? And I think a lot of times coaches get caught up in the arrogance part without having the track record with it. If you're Bill Belichick, you say whatever you want to whoever the hell you want. That's what you do.
Same thing with Popovich. He had that attitude as well after he got 5 titles.
Sure. Whatever you're going to say to him, he's going to be like, yeah, not accepting it. And he doesn't even need to say anything. He can just hold up his resume and say, look at this. That's why I'm right. Okay? And maybe he's not, but you're allowed to do that. But it just struck me. I saw those stats and I go, man, that's really similar. And it's a really different perception on what we have between those two guys, and Mike McCarthy and Sean Payton.
And one thing that's always going to work against him, at least in recent years, if you play for the Cowboys, you're just going to catch extra flack because A, everybody makes fun of America's team, and B, Jerry Jones is always the puppet master. So no matter what you do, you're always going to be under that shadow.
When you're in the circus, you don't really care how many tents are there. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. So a lot to get to today with that big comeback win from the Avs. The Nuggets look like the Nuggets, and Jamal looks like Jamal. What a day yesterday. Jared Bednar is going to join us at 8 o'clock. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online and Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Moshe Lombardi and Kane next.
Mackenzie Blackwood has never given up more than 2 goals in a game in a Colorado Avalanche sweater. You want a key to the game and make it as simple as possible? Score 3 goals and you'll win.
High in the zone, McKinnon, one-timer Taves, he scores! It's a laser from Taser, his second OT winner of the season, and you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over. Colorado beats the New York Rangers by a final score of 3-2.
Vic, 30 seconds. Nuggets, Mavs tonight. Keys of the game.
The key is to win and move a half game behind Memphis for the 3rd seed. Win tonight in Dallas, back-to-back tomorrow night against Houston. To me, that'll be the biggest game of the year thus far.
2 seconds left to go in Dallas, and there's the horn. Triple-double for Nikola Jokic, 45 points from Jamal Murray. Denver blows out Dallas in the second game of the set, 118-99. Those are great 2 wins for Denver. Back-to-back victories in Big D against a divisional opponent.
I couldn't wait to get on the air this morning. Like, I was so excited to talk
I'm
about
so
these 2
tired
games.
today, and I don't have a voice.
No, hang on, Moj. I'll help you. Before you even start. Moj, by the way, keys to the game, crushed it.
Thanks, buddy.
If you only give up 2 goals, you win. Yeah. But Vic's key, I'm Vic Lombardi. The key to the game tonight is to win.
Why did I catch?
Moj, your key was legit. You had a legit key. You were right down the middle. My key was win the game.
Why didn't I pick up on that yesterday? I mean,
that was pathetic.
That's dude. You make me laugh.
Hey, baby Jamal Cale, what's the key to the game tonight? I think the Nuggets win. Yeah, all right.
Oh my God,
that is
so
seriously.
funny.
I think if you asked me again what the key is, I would have said have Jamal score 45.
Okay,
that would have been my key.
This is why I'm so excited, because there's 2 things that I think I could spend the first hour on this morning, and we're going to have to jump sort of back and forth. One is, my God, is Mackenzie Blackwood a witch? And if you guys heard Jared Bednar's postgame, it didn't sound like the Avs won, and I kind of loved his postgame. It was about 5 minutes of him being angry after that overtime win. So I want to get to that, but I want to save the Blackwood stuff, Moj.
You think he's calmed down for an hour from now?
I don't know, but I love
Salty
Jared after a win. Salty Jared after a win is the best because he expects more.
Well, he should. I was talking to Kyle and Johnny Mitchell Riker and I were in the post game, and he said something, and I said, "Well, Kyle, to me it was about 9 minutes of goodness, 46 minutes of what the hell is going on, and then about 6 minutes of goodness."
Dude,
it's just like what. And by the way, I was thinking about this laying in bed because I didn't sleep a lot last night, and I don't know why. I twisted turn. Then I had a really weird dream about Keith Richards' son. It's bizarre. Anyway,
he told me all about it before the show started.
I did.
God, I wasn't there.
I know, but there are moments inside of that 46 minutes. There are moments inside that are very good. Key penalty kills, key defensive plays. Key this, key that. Blackwood was friggin' awesome. Don't get me wrong. There are key moments inside those 46 minutes that are really good that keep the game a 1-goal game and allow you the opportunity to come back. But overall, you're like, what in the holy snot bags of crap dudes is going on around here?
Well, hang on to that, Moj, because I agree with you. I thought in the first few minutes of that game, the Avs were buzzing, ready to roll, and then they just, for whatever reason, fell apart. I want to put that on the back burner, though, because the main takeaway from that game for me is Mackenzie Blackwood is amazing. If you have Georgiev last night, that's a 7-goal game. That's what it feels like. So, but we've talked about Mackenzie Blackwood being good. For the first time this year, Jamal'd, okay? For the first time. He's had now 2 30-point games this year. His first one came just a couple weeks ago against Detroit. And even in that game, he was good, but this was the first time it was there he is. Let me give you guys a couple of things here about Jamal last night.
Before you say that, I want to say he was good, but the most surprising thing is it came out of nowhere.
Yes. And much like Bednar, I thought had an excellent post game when he was on court. I forget who was doing the interview.
Jared Greenberg. It was
Jared Greenberg.
outstanding. Great
Yes.
questions, even better answers.
We'll get to that in a second. But here's what Jamal represents. Jamal represents play like that, and I'm not saying, 45 points, but just play at that level of, there's the Jamal Murray that we know that got a max contract. The Nuggets can easily win a championship. Like, they're right there in that discussion with every other team in the league. That's how good they are.
If you got a guy that's capable of going for 40-plus every night, you think?
And I'll put this to you in a statistical manner.
That was my key to the game.
The Nuggets, I just looked this up in the appetizer. When Jamal Murray scores 30 points, the Nuggets are 36-11 in his career. They win 77% of their games. Here's the other detail. Jamal has a game like that. The next highest scorer in the starting five was Michael Porter Jr. with 13 points. Jokic had 10. Westbrook had 9. Christian Brown had 6. They were all plus 21 or better in that game. That's what Jamal represents.
Yeah. Vic, you know how I know that Jamal's feeling it on any given night? Nikola Jokic feels it. And Nikola Jokic says, all right, this is good. I'm going to pull down some boards. I'm going to dish the ball a little bit, and I'm going to let Jamal do Jamal stuff.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Yeah, he certainly did. He made,
and then he made another shot.
Yeah,
and then he made another shot.
18 of them last night. He was great. Shot. Yeah, he was great.
Another one.
Great from three-point range. Great at the free throw line. Great from the floor. Volume shooting.
You know what he did, Moj? He made a shot possession after possession after possession after possession after possession after possession.
Thank you, Mike
after
Brown.
possession.
Oh, my God.
After
And not only did he
possession,
make shots.
after possession.
All right, stop. The net never moved. It
Overall.
was the net didn't move. It just went fit, 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 fit. That's the way he shot it.
Yeah.
We got this from the 0132. This is in all caps, so you know this person is serious. Very serious about their text.
Good, because I want to address this.
I'm so sick of all the Jamal Murray hate. This is not the first time he's played well this year.
Well, Mosher, you got to read it like the person probably sent it.
He can't, though.
How about this, Nelly? I'm so sick of all the Jamal Murray hate. But overall, this is not the first time he's played well this year. Must be. Oh, here's the new one. Must be nice in your ivory tower criticizing Jamal and acting like he hasn't been a great player his whole career.
Oh,
my God.
Yeah,
Moshe,
Vic,
can
go
I have
ahead.
this?
Go ahead, Vic. Go
Moshe,
ahead.
can I have this one?
Vic, I need you to address this because the 0132 doesn't really get it. Go ahead.
Moshe, tap in here. Please tap in. Thank you very much. I was thinking about this last night as I'm watching Jamal just have one, right? I was thinking about, man, you're a Jamal hater. That's the term I laugh at when people say you're a hater. And I need people to understand, nobody hates the man. Nobody hates Jamal Murray. I think what they hate is the fact that he hasn't met the expectations that he put on himself. The expectation we put on him, coaches put on him, and, like it or not, most importantly, the expectations that come with a max contract in the NBA.
Yep.
Them are the rules. When you get paid like one of the highest paid, you got to play like one of the highest paid. And if you don't, this is what happens. This is the criticism that comes with it. Them are the rules of the NBA, I guess. And hate, like, oh man, you guys show so much hate. No, it's just criticism. It's professional sports. It's what comes with the territory. Everybody faces it. And when I heard Jamal Murray after the game even open up to Jared Greenberg to the point where he said, I deserved it. I have been playing substandard. I sat there and I looked at that television and I said, holy crap. Holy crap. Look at how mature he is. Maybe this will shut some people up.
So, just to piggyback off that, Vic, I feel like I've been a staunch Jamal defender. I've wanted them to get that deal done forever.
I don't know who needs to hear this. We all have been
hang on.
staunch Jamal defenders, but even he will acknowledge, and we're going to play the audio, 0132 and everybody else, he overall has not been doing his job, and he admitted it last night. I don't want to hear any more crap out of you or anybody else. It's the reality of the situation. Even the player himself, Vic, has acknowledged it.
Flax, you said it best. Sports has dwindled. It's been reduced to either glazing or hating, black and white, right? That's not what it is. There's nuance to this. There's always nuance to this. Jamal hasn't been right. He hasn't been right for a while. Last night, he's not going to do that every night. We know this. Let's not be stupid. He's not going to come out scoring 19 in the first quarter tonight against Houston. Maybe, who knows? But those expectations are ridiculous. But the fact that he still possesses that and that it's in him tells us it's physical. There's something going on.
Well, and this is what I was going to say, was early in the season, it was like a couple of weeks in, Jamal's playing terribly, and it was like immediately you start off with the, well, we need to trade him. And forget the idea that you couldn't contractually trade him for a year. I was sitting there yelling at people saying, he's playing poorly right now. But I just don't forget about what Jamal Murray makes this team when he's playing well, because he had a bad playoff run last year and a little bit of a rough start to the season. And I said that over and over and over again. And then it hit about Christmas. And I, like everybody else watching a Nuggets game, would say, hey, Jamal, it's time. It's time to start looking like yourself again, because it's time to start playing basketball with some intensity. And I think sometimes for people like Jamal, Vic, and Jamal he can be a little bit cold or prickly with media members, especially like locally. And to a certain extent, I get it. You know, if I was Jamal and I was a huge reason why a team won their first championship in franchise history, and I have Brett Kane on the radio being like, Jamal's playing like ass, he needs to make more shots, I think that I would want to flip the double bird at me too. It's a different thing when Shaq does this last night.
It was Murray and Jokic.
Say that name again?
It was Murray, Jamal Murray, and Jokic.
Okay, so now that Westbrook is playing great, Mr. Murray, where have you been? I don't know if you're injured or not, so I'm not going to really go in, but I guarantee you this, once you step up and play to the level to help you get a championship, y'all will be champions again.
When it comes from a Hall of Famer and then that's brought to him last night, I do think it resonates differently. And
Sure.
This is Jamal in the postgame after putting up 45 last night.
Shaq wants to know if he inspired you with his pregame words tonight.
I don't know what he said.
Perfect. That works out perfectly well.
I would love to know what he said.
Okay, so here's what Shaq said. He said he needs y'all to be champs again, and it all starts with you, Jamal. Get to work.
I agree 100%. 100%.
What is it about that statement that you feel is accurate?
Because when there's games like this, when I'm on and, there's nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense of the group. You know, when Yoke's going, it's like, okay, he's going. But I feel like, and the team feels like when I'm going, there's nothing to worry about. We just got to play defense. And he's 100% right. You know, I need to play my best. I need to play better. I played terrible up until today. And I've struggled. And, the season's always about highs and lows and about weathering storms. And, just take this as a positive note and keep moving. But you can't get too high, can't get too low. So not just me, but we're all looking to keep this going, keep this momentum going, and get a win tomorrow.
Let me tell you where Jamal is inaccurate in all of that. He hasn't played, quote, terrible up until tonight. He's had very good moments. It's the inconsistency.
Yes.
I mean, he's owning it right there. I'd like him to own it a little bit more when he's not playing well and say, you know what, I have that. I understood.
He has. Do you remember the interview I did with him about
I do.
a week and a half ago?
I do. I do. I like to see the spark maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
Put it that way. But hang on. He hasn't played terrible. He's owning that too much in that interview. But he just admitted it. 0132, who's now thinking that we're attacking this person. 0132 thinks we're attacking them for saying it's the truth. It's just reality. You don't need to be a sycophant and jump all over our bacon when the player himself just admitted it, and he admitted it too much. He hasn't played terrible, but he's got to be at the top of his game if the Nuggets want to win a championship. He knows it. We all know it. That's why he's paid max.
I want to pay some respect to Jared Greenberg and the interview itself, because I'm telling you, living in this business, a lot of those sideline interviews, I do them. They're just sort of throwaways, right? They're throwaways. Hey, how'd you play tonight? Hey, it's a waste of time. That was a probing interview with the questions could not have been framed more perfectly than the way he framed them. Because Jamal is difficult to interview, guys. You guys have heard many of them.
Oh, sure.
I've done it many times. He speaks very abruptly, and he gives you some short answers, and you got to come back with something. Because he stares lasers into your soul.
Absolutely.
Right?
He's a very smart person.
Exactly.
So because of that, Vic, he will challenge the interviewer.
100%. I mean, many times I've interviewed him and I'm like, God, I feel like an idiot because I had nothing else to ask him.
Yep.
Jared Greenberg last night, kudos to you, my friend. That was very well done. And you brought out the truth on a national platform that a lot of people haven't heard. Now, we've heard it here because he has said what you just heard. He has said that before, believe it or not. Not in those exact words, but he has said that many times this year that he's been not playing the standards. The difference is we see he can now. And the power of the Nuggets when he can, holy crap, look out.
He did get bailed out. I don't want to say bailed out. That's the wrong term for it. I'll give credit to Jamal when he said that initial part, which is Shaq's taking credit. Listen to this again.
Shaq wants to know if he inspired you with his pregame words tonight.
I don't know what he said.
Perfect. That works out perfectly well.
I would love to know what he said.
Okay, so here's
that part right there where he was just going to move on like I would too. I was like, oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. Why would you know? And he goes, no. What did he say?
Oh, yeah.
No, what did he say?
But he's like that, though.
Yeah.
Jamal is, I'm telling you right
So
now.
he doesn't hide.
He
from
does
those
not hide
critics.
from his critics, but he's not mean about it either.
No.
I've seen him in postgame. He knows.
He's
Trust
incredibly
me,
matter of
he
fact.
knows.
Yes, he does.
Hell, at the end of the show yesterday.
This guy is a smart cookie, man. Always has been.
Do you guys remember the end of our show yesterday? The end of our show, we spent half a segment talking about, how has he always got little knick-knack injuries? Why is he never healthy? Why is he never healthy? The other thing that was not mentioned that he said at the beginning of that interview, I don't know if you have it, Nelly.
The anti-inflammatory
Yeah, I
stuff.
want to hear that one more time. I want to hear that again, please. If you have that, Nelly, because if that's the situation that we're dealing with, pump that sucker up with anti-inflammatories every night.
Every human. Go ahead, Nelly. Do it.
Well, the story of the game was the play of Jamal Murray. I'm guessing the knee felt pretty good tonight, Jamal?
Yeah, man. Just some anti-inflammatories. Got the job done. So, obviously, felt better, looked better, and was able to, the whole team was able to play better today.
Real quick, every Denver Nugget that could fog a mirror got minutes last night, except one. And it breaks my heart, Vic. Every single human being that could.
I'm over it. I'm over it.
I mean, Zeke gets in there for 3, 1 for 1, 2 for 2 from the free throw line.
One of those guys is going to be traded in the next 3 weeks.
Has to be.
It's going to be. One or both.
So here's the situation. We got Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. I want to talk about the Avs next. And I want to, in the same way that we're talking about just really good post games yesterday. Really good results in the games where you feel good about it, but really good answers afterwards. Jamal had one. Yeah. If you guys didn't hear Bednar after the game yesterday, it's 5 minutes. We're not going to play all 5. But I want to play like a good portion of that 5 minutes, maybe his initial thoughts. And do you remember who they playing again when the Wedgwood injury happened?
Buffalo.
Buffalo.
It was Buffalo. It was the big comeback game because the kid Benson is the one that fell on him and then scored the goal.
Big comeback, overtime win. Ball Arena goes nuts. I remember the sound when they scored no T to win it. It sounded like a playoff game. And Bednar came to the podium pissed off. Well, it repeated itself with an overtime win that we'll get to next.
Dudes, do you feel like you used to? Do you realize that in your early to mid-30s, that guys start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year? It happened to me, and I'm older than that, right? And my doc says, well, you're just getting older. I said, God, there's got to be something I can do about it. And there was. And it's called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Are you less productive at the gym, not seeing the gains you used to, poor sleep, you're waking up feeling tired, brain fog, maybe even a little sadness or depression? It could all be because of low testosterone. Do yourself a favor, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. These people are the best. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood. You'll have results within 30 minutes. And then a Colorado licensed medical provider is going to provide the results for you. It's only $99. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, then your appointment is absolutely free. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That's O'Connor, poke check by Shesterkin. What a shift by LOC McKinnon. Off the basement timer. Devontae's short side with 36.1 left. The Avs have come back and won it in overtime.
So overtime winner. And you feel like you get one of those. Excited, 2 points. You keep climbing up the standings. You keep breathing down the necks of a couple of teams that are ahead of you. So as of right now with the Avs, They sit there with a 27-17-1 record. They have 55 points. It's 2 back of Dallas. It's 3 back of Minnesota and 8 back of Winnipeg. So you feel like things are good, especially with your goaltending. Now, for the 12th game in which Mackenzie Blackwood has been between the pipes for you, he has given up 2 goals or less in each of those games. And that was a game last night where I think we can all agree, had that been the previous goaltending room, you're giving up 7. The amount of breakaways in that game was, quite frankly, unacceptable for a team of the Avs level.
The amount of point-blank slappers from the slot. Oh, my God. At one point, I asked Riker, I said, what's better than grade A? Now, Matt Kroll said, prime choice is better than grade A. I did not know that. But whatever that is.
He's a cow guy.
Yeah, he is a cow guy. Totally. Big-time cow guy. Brett, you should have known that before. Yeah. But whatever that is, the Rangers had so many of those. Let me tell you about Mackenzie Blackwood a little bit that I've learned. Again, when he got – so Edstrom scores on a breakaway about halfway through the second period. It's 2-1. I'm like, well, that's all he's given up. So if you can't find another goal for him, then that's on you, dudes. You got half a game to find another goal, okay? At least. He hates shootouts, does Mackenzie Blackwood.
It's the one thing I noticed. They got into one shootout with him, and
he hates them.
It wasn't.
It just
wasn't great.
He's like maybe a lot of coaches where it's not hockey to him. You know what I mean? It just seethes.
Yeah.
And so the only 2 goals scored on him last night were on breakaways. One was a great move by Sam Carrick, the veteran, who looks like a 200 goal scorer in this league, and he's not. But he made a great fake.
Was that the shorty?
Yeah, great fake. And then the big Edstrom kid, you saw what he did. He didn't try to deke Blackwood. He fired a wrister inside the post. It was a great shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you're beating Mackenzie Blackwood now. You're either making a great play as the opposition or it's a great shot. There ain't nothing that's not supposed to get through him, getting through him, and then he's making saves above what is expected. He's playing his butt off right now. And the fact that they found 2 goals, including the one in overtime, to give him the win is justice for Mackenzie Blackwood.
Well, both goals that the Avs gave up were giveaways, right? You give it away.
It was
and
big
the
time,
shorty.
yeah,
The
big
shorty
time
made me
messes.
just. I mean, I turned to my. I couldn't believe the shorty. Right?
So he turned to your what?
Well, my wife and I were watching the game
okay.
together.
Me and my shouting.
Don't call me that.
Me and my shawty were watching the game, and I said, they just gave up a shawty. The point is, you give away the puck that many times. You give away the puck that many times in a game, you better have a goalie that can make up for it, and Blackwood did.
He was great. I mean, again, he's the kind of guy that he comes in, he's grasping the situation, and he's excelling. It's great to see.
Here's the thing, though, and we'll talk to Bednar at 8 o'clock. I'm going to roll his audio in a second, but just quickly. Here's what Mackenzie Blackwood does. Mackenzie Blackwood gives me the same feelings and the same vibes as a Jamal 45-point game. It's that you see that happen, you go, oh, that team can win. They can win a championship. Like the Avs with Mackenzie Blackwood are serious cup contenders. The Nuggets with Jamal Murray playing that way are serious championship contenders. And it just changes the whole vibe. But you want to know, standards for championship teams are important. Even in games that you win but you play poorly, you shouldn't be totally happy about it. You can be happy about a W because he did enough. But this is what it sounds like when a coach who feels like his team can win a Stanley Cup watches his team win a hockey game in which they played, quite frankly, like ass. This is Jared Bednar. Again, this is 5 minutes. We'll play like a minute to a minute and a half of his opening statement from yesterday.
So, results over process kind of game for you? So the opposite?
Hey, we'll take the points, but yeah, unimpressive.
Just from your perspective, what is it about that game? Is it just a lack of effort from your guys? Is it...
I mean, ultimately, it's like we only had half a team playing. That's it. Sums up everything.
Is there a positive in what Blackwood was able to do in terms of maybe carrying team at times when the offense was
Fantastic. He was fantastic. He was the best player on the ice, either team. Yeah, and we had a couple others. I thought OC was outstanding. You know, we had some guys that had to have monster efforts just to stay in the game. Blackwood was one of them.
key stuff like 5-6 breakaways
Yeah.
there. And how important in a night like this is.
Well, you'll get 0 points if he's not the best player on the ice.
Power play's been a little bit of a struggle for you guys. On your end, what are you kind of seeing that maybe isn't clicking?
Yeah, least of my worries tonight. Couldn't care less. I mean, we're having a tough enough time rolling out 3 lines, never mind the power play.
That's after a win, if you guys didn't know. That's after a win from the head coach. And I love it too, Vic, and it's because of 2 things. So I mentioned this.
He ain't wrong.
Well, no, but I mentioned this after the Buffalo game. When a coach such as Jared Bednar, who is a little bit more of a unique beast, I guess, in the sense of he doesn't do that game very often where he's really angry or really happy or anything. So when he is an extreme emotion, I think it cuts through more than like Torts being mad at a post-game press conference. But the other thing is, this is how you know your team, at least in the coach's mind, is good enough to win a championship, is after a game like that, he goes out there and goes, yeah, about 2 guys played well. He used the term passengers again last night. Too many passengers on the ice. I remember at the end of the game, Moj, I'm watching McKinnon out there with, Parker Kelly? Like, he's trying to throw whatever combination he's got.
Well, last year? Riker brought it up that Coach Bednar said, screw it. And he put McDermott out there with Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah.
No, not last year, the year before. And McDermott scored, blah, 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 blah. I mean, yeah, and rightfully so. He should have been upset about that.
Whether we won or lost, we have a standard of how we're supposed to play every night.
I will say this. Logan O'Connor was a guest last night on the postgame show, went up to Colorado Social with Kyle and Johnny Mitchell.
What a shift.
This is what we should focus on. Vic, you saw it as well as I did.
Oh, my gosh.
And I guess Mike Kelly of the NHL Network tweeted out the full shift from Logan O'Connor.
Mm-hmm.
But that entire shift, I mean, just as it went on, it was so noticeable. And I kept saying it. I'm like, this is a hell of a shift for LOC or whatever I was saying.
I wish you would have used the word that's in my brain right now.
What's that?
Indefatigable. That was that shift by Logan O'Connor last night. Indefatigable. It was one of the most indefatigable shifts I've ever seen.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds like that Minnesota Wild fan lady. Fatigable?
Indefatigable.
Oh, indefatigable. My bad.
Indefatigable.
Indefatigable.
Yeah, the LOC shift was indefatigable.
It sounds like somebody who just can't get fat, no matter how much they eat. They just can't get fat.
He's got 5% body fat.
It means persisting tirelessly. An indefatigable defender of human rights.
Like, essentially unfatigable? Is that what you're saying?
Indefatigable is what Logan O'Connor was in that shift.
Someone who never gets tired of doing something. His indefatigable spirit helped him to cope with his illness. Synonyms are tireless, dogged, persevering.
I was just going to say he was good.
I would have taken dogged.
I was just going to go, man, that shift, he really kicked ass. Yeah. I mean,
I don't understand anything that you said.
By the way, the best part of Bednar's interview was we now have a new drop for any time Mosier brings up Band of Brothers.
Couldn't care less.
No, that hurts.
Couldn't care less.
But I love that kind of stuff. And we'll talk to Bednar, in 25
And Bednar
minutes.
went on to talk about that Logan O'Connor shift by saying
he did.
It's what every player should do.
Yeah. Like, look, we say this all the time.
Parsonen had a shift, maybe his last shift for the game. Parsonen had a really good shift. But isn't that funny? When we're looking at these awesome shifts and we're going, man, that was a great shift, but it just stands out because of the way the game went.
The reason why, and Moj, back me up here, the day I got here, which was almost 6 years ago to the day.
That's crazy.
I chose LOC as my boy on the Avs. And there's one reason why. Nobody is going to go out there to try and kick your ass more than Logan O'Connor is. Like, every single time he touches the ice, there is something about a dude on a team that you always need a guy like this. 100% balls to the wall effort. He's not the most talented guy on the team. He's never going to be a guy who's making, in hockey, $12 million a year. He's never going to be that guy. But you need to have people who are just gritty and scrappy, and every second you're on the ice with him, he's going to make your life hell. That's Logan O'Connor. Every time he touches the ice. And you get rewarded in ways like that where you got a game, Mose, you got no business winning. No business winning that game last night. But you get a hell of an effort from your goaltender, and it takes a couple of shifts like that to turn the entire tide of a game. And I, for the life of me, can't figure out why 6-on-5 is a lot better than 5-on-4 for them.
Yeah, it's amazing. That's now 9. Let me get the number. This is what's so damn crazy. The power play right now is defunct. They're one for their last.
What was our word? What was our word for that? It was. You guys remember
today's word day?
What was the word that we made up for? It's somebody's got to remember this, don't they? It was a
falafel.
No,
what are you
that
saying?
Word is frump. Frump. What were we saying? Do you guys not know what I'm talking about?
I have no idea. Maybe that was another morning show you were on. It wasn't morning. It wasn't this morning show. We didn't come up with that word.
Oh,
it's powerless. It's defunct.
Are you
it's
talking
obsolete.
about the soup? You had some pho?
Nelly, you don't remember either.
I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea.
The power play.
We made up a word and we're like, I like that.
Yeah,
we're going to start using
it. Was
that.
a good word. It was flump.
Are
flump.
you sure?
It was flump.
I said that. I said that on accident.
It's flump. Thank you. Goodness gracious.
They're now one for their last 19 in the last 6 games. It's amazing. When you look, we showed the numbers, the graphics. Go back to October, the power play and the penalty kill. Power play is clipping along at 35%. It was the best in the league. And as the penalty kill, and it was terrible, the penalty kill's gone just like this. Mm-hmm. The scale has completely, I mean, everything that you've gained on the penalty kill, you've lost on the power play. It's crazy.
Dude, when your power play is giving up goals, as it did last night, that's the worst.
Well,
is there
the
anything
Rangers
that stabs your heart like giving up a shorty?
No.
Is there anything?
No, it hurts. The Rangers' second power play, I want to say. I'm trying to remember which one it was. The Avs had just come off a power play. They had no shots on goal. They moved the puck decently, but they had no shots on goal. Nothing got through, so on. In the first 1 minute and 6 seconds of the Rangers' next power play, they had 5 shots on goal.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, there's, what's going on here? The Avs have scored 9 6-on-5 goals this year. 9. Dude,
that's crazy.
That is an amazing stat.
How many power play goals do they have?
Right. It just shows you that the urgency when they get down and they're down late and they yank their goalie and they've got a 6-on-5, the urgency is there. Could you not see the urgency there in that 6-on-5? And they're snapping that around, and their puck retrieval is good.
The power play too, though,
and their battle against the boards is good, and they're whipping it to the point, and they're finding open men, and they're resetting, and they're getting a shot. I mean, it looks exactly. I'm sure we'll talk to Coach here in 20 minutes.
Yep,
that looks exactly like he wants it to look.
Moj, did your truck make a trip to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic?
Well, that's a good question. How's your truck?
My truck is at home. I got it home, and I didn't have time to deal with my truck yesterday. Although I did call my man.
What are you talking about? You said your wife was picking you up, and you were going straight to the truck.
I didn't have time. I did. All that took place. The truck went home, and the truck it's sitting at home.
So you got to jump. Is what we're asking.
Yes, I took my wife's car to the game. I brought my wife's car to the show today. I'll deal with the truck after the show. That being said, guess what I did do? I called my main man, who's awesome, Greg Larson at Silterhar Motors, and said, "Hey,
hook me up."
I said, "It's time for you and me to have a little talk again." They're awesome. So I'm honestly, the Bear and I are going to Silterhar tomorrow, and I think I'm going to get a rig.
Okay.
Way to work a commercial spot into that question.
It was nice.
Well, you asked me about it, and it's the God's honest truth. Silterhar rocks.
Talk to Bednar in 20 minutes. I got a stat, by the way. We're gonna play a little game of blind resume.
Hope they double charge you.
Between 2 coaches in the NFL, and
I never did that to anybody. You want a deal? You don't even deserve what Silterhar can give to you. I'm done. Go ahead, Brad.
We're going to play a game of blind resume when we come back between two coaches in the NFL because one of them is seen as a dope, the other one is seen as stellar. We'll get to it next. Flumps. What was the two words? It was slump and what was the other one? A funk? Thunk and slump?
Wow.
Yeah.
It's in a flump. My lovely lady flump.
All right, we'll talk to Bednar in 15 minutes.
You know, Jamal was in a flump for a while.
He was. Hey, Vic, I just showed Brett what I have in my eye. What I have my eye on at Siltar, and I'm not doing commercials.
Moj, it's not the fact that I don't like it. It's the fact that I'm shocked that you, of all people, are saying you want that.
You need a station wagon. If there's anybody on this show that could rock an old-style station wagon, like the Brady Bunch style, you would be awesome in a station wagon.
Vic, I don't know if you're making a joke here. He showed me a station wagon.
You've got to be kidding me.
No, he showed me a station wagon.
I swear to God, maybe it's telepathy. Maybe we know each other too well. Maybe we're brothers from another mother. I don't know. But as soon as you mentioned I need a new car, I thought Mark Mosier's station wagon. Swear to God.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Wow.
Like I said,
dude, I'm not kidding you.
Not for me.
I swear to God is my witness on my dead mother's grave. God rest her soul. I want a wagon.
Dude, there's only one person on this show.
I know.
One person on this show. Dude, I got so many station wagon stories from youth sports days.
But, Vic, if you see, here's the thing. You borrow your brother's truck. Whenever you need a truck, you borrow your brother's truck.
Mm-hmm.
It looks spacious.
I've had 3 trucks in my life, and every time that the truck I drove away or the truck drove away from me when it was gone, I did this. I want my truck. I'm reluctant to give up my truck, but it's getting up there. It's got almost 90 on it. You know, I get a little bit nervous, you know what I mean? And this wagon is rad. It's a rad wagon. I know I don't want a new, I'm getting a used wagon, but it's a wagon.
No, I want an old, Chevy Chase type wagon.
Well, that's what I was thinking
Wagon
two things.
Queen family
When I
truckster?
think of station wagon, I think of the vacation movies.
Yes.
And I think of, Nelly, you might get this one, Harry and the Hendersons, where they adopt Bigfoot, John Lithgow.
If you had like a 1975 Ford Gran Torino wagon, how awesome is that, dude? Or like a Chrysler Town and Country.
Now, Moj, you said I was going to make fun of you. You have to understand who you're talking to here. I don't care about cars. I don't care about the look. My favorite car I've ever owned was a 2008 Buick LeSabre because it was the most comfortable thing I've ever driven, and I didn't care what people thought of it. I loved that car. The problem with that car was,
what are you, Ricardo Montalban?
dude, I'm not kidding.
Nah.
I could have slept. I could have lived in that car. It was so comfortable. I could have slept in there every night. The problem with that car, it had quite literally no suspension. When I went over a speed bump, it was like my bumper was coming in contact with the concrete, which wasn't great. Anyway,
El Camino would fit you nicely as well.
Dude, 2008.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there's a Viking Queen family truckster. That's,
So we're coming back from Boulder one day on Highway 36. And, back in the days, Moj, when your Mrs. Apple carried the entire basketball team in her station wagon right there.
No
we
doubt.
we had 9 kids deep.
Yep.
And back when nobody cared about that stuff, you just carried. I was on the right side, passenger side door, and apparently it wasn't shut all the way. And I wasn't wearing a seatbelt.
Did you fly out on the Boulder Turnpike?
And we're on the Boulder Turnpike going, 60. And next thing you know, Rich leans into me. I lean into the door, and I look down, and I'm looking at asphalt.
Oh, my God.
Straight down, going 55, 60. Thankfully, I didn't fall out. That was my memory of the
That would have been
station
a hell of a lawsuit against Sister Mary Elizabeth.
can I ask a really dumb question?
Yeah.
Are these the same kids in the movies as they get
No.
older? Like, that's
No.
not the Vegas Vacation
That's Anthony
kids?
Michael Hall. I don't know the girl. No. They use different actresses
Okay,
and actors.
Gotcha. All right.
But that's my Anthony Michael Hall's the original Rusty.
I'm going to do a blind resume. You guys tell me who you'd rather take. 2 coaches. Option A, 17 seasons coached, a 170 and 105 total record, 3 championship game appearances, and 1 Super Bowl. That's option A.
Okay.
Option B, 18 seasons coached, a 174 and 112 record, 4 championship game appearances, and 1 Super Bowl. Who's got the better resume?
Well, the second guy, right?
Second guy.
The second guy that you have chosen as the better resume is Mike McCarthy. Option A was Sean Payton. And my question is, why are the perceptions so different? Because I think I have an answer, but you tell me.
You just did some learning. You did some schooling. What
why
Brett
is
Kane just
McCarthy?
did-
Why is McCarthy a dope, and why is Sean Payton a genius?
Such a great question because McCarthy is deemed something entirely different. I think it's. You want my honest truth?
Sure.
I think a lot of his presentation.
100% agree. 100%.
Presentation, and those of you listening may say, "Well, that's very judgmental. That's you're materialistic. You're this, you're that." But it is.
I got a minor reason and maybe a major reason. So the minor I'll start with. I think that Sean Payton has done more with less at the quarterback position in this sense. Both of them have had unbelievable quarterbacks, right? Sean Payton had Drew Brees. Mike McCarthy had Aaron Rodgers for 12 years.
Yeah.
But when Rodgers was out, McCarthy couldn't do more with the backups than what Sean Payton did with Teddy Bridgewater and Taysom Hill and guys like that.
Didn't Matt Flynn earn himself a big
it
fat
was one
contract?
game. Okay. One game. But here's the major detail, and it's what Vic's getting at. I think there is a perception that Sean Payton is the leader of a franchise when he's there, and Mike McCarthy's just a guy.
Just some dude. You know what?
And I think that perception makes all the difference in the world because Mike McCarthy looks like he's been bullied by Aaron Rodgers and he's been bullied by Jerry Jones. Sean Payton is bullied by no one.
Well, he is. I'm not calling him a bully. Right, Vic, I'm not calling him a bully, but his personality and his presentation is one of authoritarianism.
Yeah. And McCarthy's just a relaxed dude, man. I've had the pleasure and the privilege of meeting Mike McCarthy on a couple occasions. He's one of the coolest dudes ever. My son kicked field goals at the Pro Bowl with his kids. They spent the entire day kicking field goals. One of the nicest dudes ever.
Mike Holmgren seemed like a pretty laid-back dude, did he not?
Sure.
Hey, you know who's a laid-back dude? George Seifert. He won a Super Bowl.
Hey, you know who changed his entire reputation? And at the time, it's funny, you describe a coach and their presentation. Before Andy Reid won a Super Bowl, what was Andy Reid deemed?
Oh,
the
happy-go-lucky,
Yeah, couldn't
get over the top, not enough of a, whatever you want to call him, killer.
Vic, you know what he got? He got one of them Mahomeses.
Yes.
And once you get one of them Mahomeses, you look like an absolute genius.
But those numbers you just leveled, say that one more time because I would have never guessed it. If you would have told me.
Let's listen closely and listen
that is
intently.
An amazing set of stats.
Sean Payton is 170 and 105.
All time as a coach.
All time as a coach. 3 championship game appearances and 1 Super Bowl. That was in 17 years.
Okay.
McCarthy's 174 and 112. 4 championship game appearances, 1 Super Bowl in 18 years.
Gosh,
it's virtually the same.
They're like brothers.
Yeah.
Well, they both did it with a Hall of Fame quarterback. Drew Brees for one and Aaron for the other. And the jury's still out on Peyton as far as Bo Nix is concerned. McCarthy couldn't do it with Dak. Although they won, what's crazy about this? I have to look it up. In his tenure in Dallas, this year notwithstanding, if the Cowboys felt like they won like 12 games, 13 games a year or some crap like that.
Before this season, the Cowboys were 36 and 15 over the last 3 years.
Oh my! See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
So why is McCarthy perceived the way that he's perceived? Is a very odd question when you juxtapose that with Sean Payton being called a genius by a lot of people. It's just weird. It's a weird dynamic.
I have 2 middle fingers.
But I think that answer, what Nelly just played, I think is part of it. Like, imagine this. Imagine Sean Payton's in Dallas, and they're playing the will Jerry Jones extend your contract or not game. Sean Payton's throwing double birds. He's like, fine, you don't want me here? I'm gone.
Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, I'm out.
Sean Payton, and the biggest difference is very easy to see if you watch both of them at work, but both of them at the platform talking to media or press conferences. Sean Payton doesn't care what you think of him. He will say whatever the hell he wants. Mike McCarthy is just a dude coaching football. He's not mean. He's never said anything mean to anybody, not that I can remember. He doesn't try to talk down to anybody.
Yeah, has he ever said, what's the question?
He doesn't do that. And it's just a different person, and it's a different personality. But the one you're going to remember more is the one that is somewhat fiery.
Yeah.
I would love that this will never happen in a billion years. But I would love Sean Payton to come in here and sit in that chair right there for an hour. And let's go. and let's
what,
everything on the table.
I think Peyton outside of football is a very easygoing guy.
I'm sure he very well could be. But do you think do you think that he thinks he's prickly?
Yes,
He
and I
knows
think
it.
I know this for a fact. Not only does he think he thinks he's prickly, he loves it.
He leans into it. Yeah.
Loves it. You don't think he wants to send a message your way?
Well, how about this? How
I'm
about a
gonna
coach?
send a message my way? I've sort of propped him up, man.
How about a coach who was a little bit prickly yesterday after a win?
I
Jared
love it.
Bednar.
I love
Let's
it.
get his thoughts on the game last night, where the Avs are heading now as we're over halfway through the year. Jared Bednar next. Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined, as we are every Wednesday at 8 o'clock, by the head coach of the Avalanche, Jared Bednar. Now, Coach, I just want to remind you of something. It's another Tuesday and another dub, so I'm going to take credit for that. Vic and Moj as well, Nelly as well. You're welcome. Second of all,
jeez Louise.
It's another instance in which you guys win a game in overtime, and you're not happy when you go to the post-game press conference. Are you still feeling that way this morning?
Yeah, like that that was not a good game from our guys at all. Like, it was sloppy. The checking side of our game, I have to say, I've been, really happy with for quite some time. I feel like guys are putting in the effort. It's never perfect, but I feel like we've worked hard on our checking game. You're always going to give up some scoring chances, but like, what types of scoring chances are you giving up? I like other teams to have to earn their scoring chances, that we're not just handing them easy opportunities to fill the net, and the effort and competitiveness needs to be there. You got to be sharp and focused and engaged on the defensive side of things. And for the most part, I've liked what we've been doing. We've had some mistakes that have cost us in some of these games. Mistakes are going to happen. We're trying to make those fewer and farther between. But last night was, it would have been ugly if it wasn't for Blackwood. Let's just put it that way. Like, he was the best player on the ice for either team, and I don't think it was close second. So he comes up huge all over the ice, and we're kind of sleeping, at least part of our team. I really liked the way some of our guys played last night, but there was a large portion of our team that was no good, and it showed. And he gives us a chance, keeps us in it. We score a huge goal, 6-on-5 again, and a great individual effort by OC in overtime gets us another opportunity, and Taser and Matt connect and put it in the back of the net. So it's we're fortunate to get out of that one. And the Rangers have been playing some really good hockey. They beat some really good teams, but I felt like as we were playing that game that they were just, that if we would have played our game, that we would have come out with a victory. And it was kind of a sloppy river hockey game from us, and it's not what we needed, especially coming off of that road trip. But the 2 points are huge. I guess you can't look past the 2 points. You found a way to get it done in the end, but I think it's mostly Blackwood.
And that's why that game felt like you chunked a 7-iron, it went off a rock, and you're putting 3 feet for birdie. You'll take it, right? You still got to make the putt, and you still got to execute down the stretch. What is it about your team? How do they look better 6-on-5 than they do during the power play?
Yeah, that's it. You know what? It's funny because like it was Buffalo, I think, where we scored the 2 6-on-5 goals. First off, let me say this: 6-on-5 it's a near impossible to score. It really is. Like I go through all the teams 6-on-5 and 5-6 every pre-scout, and it's hard to score. You got 11 guys on the ice, and 5 defenders are basically packing it in the house. So it's like near impossible to get in to create really good scoring chances, to come up with rebounds. They're giving you exterior shots that nobody really wants to take because the chances of coming up with those rebounds are tough. And I mean, it takes everything to go perfectly to get a 6-on-5 goal. There's some teams that have some weapons that can score from distance that make it look a little easier, but for the most part, the bulk of the league, it's hard. Like that's kind of like a hope and a prayer. You're to stick with it. You're going to coach it. And Buffalo, we come out and get 2 big ones. Intensity's ratcheted up. For me, the difference is like that competitiveness that you have in the last minute or 2 minutes of a game. You're checking the puck back. You're doing everything. It's desperation mode. The puck's moving. You're firing it to the net. You're retrieving it. Is what we've seen from our 6-on-5 here lately. And not all the time, but lately. And that desperation and intensity is what it takes to score in this league. And if you don't have it, you can get frustrated, and that's kind of where our power play is at. Like, I think you're trying to do the right things. We talked a lot about our power play, and then it just trying to do the right things and not playing instinctual makes it look slow and methodical. And then, you shoot a couple and they send them down the ice, and then people stop shooting, and it's just a whole, thing that we're in right now. But that, after the Buffalo game, we showed the power play our 6-on-5 and said, what do you see? And showed them our power plays and asked them what the difference was. And it was the same things that I just explained to you, and everyone understands it. And then you reset and go give them the next game. And it's just been a struggle for them. And when we have created really good opportunities, the goalies are making saves and we're missing the net and missing on some of those chances. And we need a few to go in, and we need them playing that instinctual hockey and not standing around thinking too much.
You do have 9 6-on-5 goals this year already, which is amazing. I mean, as you said, it's virtually impossible. They set up a Greek phalanx in front of their goalie, and they block everything, and it seems like it's impossible, but you guys find a way. The urgency is there. And, Coach, I want to talk to you about your goaltending, though, and I want to talk about Mackenzie Blackwood. And now you've got Scott Wedgwood back, and that's great, too. I mean, I swear to God, last night you give up that second goal on the breakaway, and big mistakes cost you. But he gave up 2, and I'm like, well, that's it. I mean, if you can't get one for him in the next half of this game, then that's on you guys in front of him, because he's doing everything that he needs to do and more. If you could explain a little bit more of those analytics and saves above expected and all that sort of thing, because he's facing slappers from the slot. I mean, bam! And he's coming up with a lot of huge saves, and that's a guy that you can really win behind.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Like, we gave up 6 breakaways last night. That tells you where our game was at. We gave up 2 of them off face-offs in the offensive zone. It's craziness, and some of the chances they got, and like our reactions, or the way we were. Like, it just looked like we were sleepy in a lot of areas and just not intense enough in a lot of areas, at least lots of guys on our team. And so not just like saving the routine breakdowns that you're going to get through the game. We're trying to keep our scoring chances against, and you can't go by the NHL. So the analytics in the NHL would say any shot from the house on or missing the net is a scoring chance. So sometimes after the first period, they'll put up the stats on TV or whatever and say chances were 15-12, and for me, the chances were 5-3. Right. It's got to be a scoring chance on net that your team doesn't break up, even if it's a 2-on-1 and they make a great pass. If your D-man gets a piece of it and deflects it out of the way, it's not a scoring chance for me. So everyone has their own system that they do, but you're trying to keep scoring chances from, I'd love them to be under 12 on any given night. You'll settle for under 15 against 4 or 5 a period, basically. So number one, you're looking at how many you're giving up, and then you're looking at the quality. They also get ranked by A being the strongest to C being the least strongest chance. And Blackwood, if it's a C chance, it's not going in. If it's a B chance, generally it's not going in. They're going to need A chances to win the hockey game, and you're always trying to keep those at 3 or 4 a game. Well, we gave up probably 10 or 12 yesterday.
Yeah.
And, he saved a full, and this would get generated from the NHL or Sport Logic, one of the analytic companies that everyone uses, and he saved a full 2 goals above expected last night. And I feel like it could be more based on me watching the video and kind of breaking down the scoring chances. So, 2 goals, it's easily the difference in winning and losing the hockey game. We'll play games like that, say Chicago last week, where their goalie saved the full 2 above expected, and it happens, right? But he still gives us a chance to win because he's been saves above expected in almost every game he's played for us, and hopefully that can continue. So if you get your game in order as a team, you're giving yourself a really good chance to win every night.
Coach, I think we've asked you this in past years, but not this year yet. And you just said that they had a couple opportunities off of face-off. You guys are 30th right now in the NHL in face-off win percentage. How much does that matter to you, that stat?
Yeah, it matters. We're thin in the middle. Like that's true. There's no question. We've got some issues there. Like if you had the perfect lines going, 1-4, who do you got in the middle? And it's face-off's a strength. It's not a strength for a lot of guys in the league or a lot of teams, but some teams that are really good, like it can be a difference maker for you, So I think it matters more than what, analytics teams or companies would think. We have not been a good face-off team for years, and we still find ways to win. But it helps. Like when you can start with the puck in the offensive zone, when you can start with it in the defensive zone, key time, special teams especially, it helps a lot. Saves you from skating the length of the ice on a breakout or making sure you got a clear on the penalty kill. I think it makes a big difference. That's not one of the early stats or analytics that I look at when I'm watching a game like that. I'm more concerned with things that that we can more control. And last night where there was a lot that could have been better.
Coach, you don't win that game. You don't score in overtime if not for the relentless play of LOC. And you mentioned it afterwards. Somebody asked you about it, and you said, "Yeah, that's just effort." And you want every player playing with that kind of effort. Could you imagine if you had every player on your roster that played with his effort? What kind of team would you be?
Well, we'd be first place and we win Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
Because we've got like if you and that's the thing, like OC has strengths that other players don't have. Other players will have strengths that OC doesn't have, but like I think in the simplest form, like, we need everyone giving us everything they got. That's what we want. We're trying, and then if we lose, so be it. I'll tip my cap. You know what I mean? But that's the type of effort, and we'll talk about it again. I want to see that. Like Arturi Lehkonen, he's going to give you everything he's got every night. Some days he's going to be better than others, but he's going to give you everything he's got. OC, same way, and without singling out everybody, like it's hit and miss with guys. It's, and when you have a game, like you go to the Minnesota game, granted they were banged up, but so are we, and we go into their building and we have a great game and we cruise to victory. That's because you had the bulk of your team, if not all of your team, that was not only sharp and engaged, but they're giving you everything they got, like the effort, the second effort, the third effort, the will to not be denied was there, and you're trying to bottle that and you're trying to reproduce it and recreate it and repeat it every night you possibly can. It's an 82-game schedule, and guys get banged up and don't feel good and energy's down, and there's different reasons why guys just aren't there, but the best players and the guys that you recognize all the time, they have a unique ability to just give you all of it, or it looks like 90% or above or 85% above of everything they have to give on a nightly basis. They're not riding the roller coaster of good to bad, poor, in all these different areas. They're consistent at bringing that and playing a certain way every single night.
Coach, before we let you go, I think if you had your full complement of guys, and I'm not sure that anybody does, but if you have close to a fuller complement, guys are in the proper spot, and maybe you can survive, maybe some guys not having their A game on any given night. That being said, where are we with everything? And again, you know me, I was buoyed by watching your captain skate yesterday. He looks better every time I see him on the ice, he looks better than the day he did before. Now, that's a long way from playing in the league, but he's starting to come along a little bit. So where's everybody at?
Yeah, and I agree with that statement. The one thing that makes it more and more difficult win, and even especially in the second half, is like when you have players missing, because everyone will be gearing up. Their games are starting to tighten up. And it's like, even though I said earlier in the show, I like the way we've been defending a lot of nights, like you're going to see that it's going to get harder and harder to score, And so missing some of the guys we're missing makes a big difference. You pop one guy off a line of three, and the line doesn't look the same. It's not as dangerous. It's not right. So it's going to be important that we get healthy. And because the fear is, like, we have players that didn't play well yesterday, so you shorten the bench, and it's just, what you're doing. You're taxing those top guys, and they're getting exhausted, and then they don't play the way they can, and then and it's hard to get that back. You got to be real careful how much we're chasing games, but we need the points. We're in a fight for the playoffs. So we've got, the injury front is starting to look a little bit better. We've got Wood on the ice, Shillington on the ice, Nichushkin on the ice, and Gerard on the ice. And Landy's doing his thing. And those are the guys that are out right now. And I don't have a tight timeline on Wood or Shillington yet. They've missed a lot of time, so it's about ramping those guys back up as much as they can handle to get them to the point sometime here soon that they're joining the group, and then maybe they're a week out from there, And I'm hoping that can happen maybe even this week, get them with the group, get them pushing along. Nichushkin, he's on the ice and doing better. He's in a strengthening process here. I'd like to say maybe we could see him next week. I don't think it's going to be this week. And Gerard's day-to-day, there could be a chance he plays tomorrow. I don't know. I'll have to get an update today. I didn't talk to anyone about him yesterday. If it's not tomorrow, it could be Dallas, right? So I'm hoping that he comes through this a little quicker, which would be a big help to our blue line. And that's the sum of it right there.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every week. One last thing before we let you go. Moj had an issue yesterday. He stopped at the gas station to get some Coke pouches and a breakfast sandwich from a gas station, as you could probably guess. And his car,
standard.
Pretty standard. And his truck wouldn't start when he got out. So he had to Uber his way here from the gas station, and now he wants to trade in his car. So my question to you is this the least shocking news ever that Moj turns to me today and he goes, you know what car I'm thinking about trading my truck in for is a station wagon?
He's going back to his roots.
Yeah,
exactly.
Hey, Coach, in my defense, it's a pretty bitchin' wagon. I mean, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Wood panels?
No wood panels, but
man.
God, if they could put the wood on the side, I would absolutely take it.
Cassette deck?
I might throw a cassette in there underneath the dash. I might just throw one in for old time's sake.
Oh, wait. First thing that comes to mind, Coach, prime cassette days. What was the one cassette you're throwing in your car?
Aerosmith, I think, back in the day.
Well,
when I had a
it.
cassette.
Yeah.
You're damn right.
Coach, always appreciate
Moj, if you get a wagon, you should, for Christmas, you can get Kaner and Vic CB radios and like you get CDs in all your cars.
I love it.
It's a breaker. Their powder is Moj coming through.
Greatest gift you can give kids, young boys, are like walkie-talkies and CDs.
Yeah.
You can go days with those suckers.
Yes, absolutely.
Coach, always appreciate the time. Congrats on the win last night. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. All conversations with the coach brought to you by Quantum Fiber, internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
You can pick your own handle on the CB. Have you ever talked on the CB radio?
I don't think I have.
Ever?
You've had a walkie-talkie.
When I was a kid,
walkie-talkies.
Yeah,
yes,
when I was a
not
little
the
kid,
CB.
When I was a little kid, my old man had a CB radio. It was rad, and you're talking to dudes miles away, and you think the whole world is open to you. But you got to pick a handle. You've got to be known as something, right?
Yeah.
Pig Pen, this here's a rubber duck. We know the song, right? Convoy. Great. Nelly, I know what's coming out next break.
Gate 98, yeah.
Crashing the gate, doing 98, saying let them truckers roll 10-4. What you got to pick your own handle, but Should we let people pick handles for us for our
Yeah,
CB?
go ahead. You guys give us the CB handles of everybody on the show. Myself, Moj, Vic, Nelly. What do we all got for our CB names? We'll get to it next. Eastbound and down, loaded up in trucking. Okay, so just quickly here, I think these are all pretty good. Vic, we've gotten a lot of these, and I think this is it. You are a little dingy.
Oh, there's a little dinghy.
Yeah,
out here
breaker,
on,
breaker,
south
1-7.
of,
This here's a little dinghy.
You ever get to hit in the little dinghy?
Moj, you've had a couple come through that I thought are really good. I like this one. Me, I'm Milkman. I'm the Milkman.
No, man, there's a little dinghy here on the other side of the bar.
Dude, I swear to God, I was thinking about this. I had to go take a little Skortsky during the break. But I would love to have a CB
How about Skortsky?
radio. I'd love to. That might be good. I would love to have a CB radio. Yeah, we should get one for DMAC because he does 87 podcasts a day.
That's true.
He would just podcast on channel 19.
Yes, here's the DMAC on the 1-9er. Bo Nix, you got a Bo leave, come back?
I'd love to tell him right now, but he's probably podcasting as
I
we
know
speak.
he probably is, but keep the handles coming.
But the problem is, if you give DMAC a radio, you're just going to hear this.
Yeah, maybe. Yes! From the 7768, Mosier's handle, Rikers B. And maybe that might.
No, your handle's going to be Spit Cup.
Yeah,
Ooh, this one's good. I was looking for a good one for Nelly. Nelly, your reed liquor.
Oh my God,
that one's good.
Wait, the reed liquor.
A reed, like for
his saxophone.
Yeah, his
I
sax
got
or
you,
tubas or whatever you play.
Oh, so good. Hey, Vic, did you realize?
All right, hang on. Sorry. I just saw another one for Nelly that I liked. So this person says, Mosier is salmonella. Vic is apple glasses. Brett is hot corner. Nelly is Marty.
Yeah, but breaker. This here's Marty part 2. What's going on there? Come back.
Nelly's CB name is Marty O. That'd be hilarious.
Oh, my God.
This is Marty 2.0 Leskowitz here.
Yeah.
That's so good. Hey, a
Hey,
couple
man, I'm coming across Guanella Pass as we come. This is Little Dingy.
I love C.W. McCall, who sang this song, was the mayor of Ouray, Colorado. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
The mayor, I believe it was Ouray. Nelly, please Google C.W. McCall and tell me if I'm right.
All right. Everybody shut up.
No, a couple things real quick, Vic. Number two, the Bear said, she texted me and said her handle when she was a kid was Karen the Red Baron.
I like that.
That is cool.
I like that.
Also, Vic, your wife did get back to me on the Christmas cookies. It was after the show the other day.
What was the subject matter? I forgot.
It was
you would never make Christmas
cookies. Have you ever
with
asked
the
Vic to decorate Christmas cookies with you?
Yeah.
She said, "Oh my God, no, he would never do that."
Oh, that's when you volunteered.
Right,
that
that's
you
correct.
Decorate Christmas cookies.
I'm not doing
Okay,
that.
I wanted to give everybody the update.
Yeah.
As
she probably laughed when you sent that.
she probably thought, you know.
Here's the other update, by the way, before
She said never. Vic doesn't do stuff like that. Ha ha ha.
Before we get to more pressing issues, I've seen a few of these come through this morning. Are you ever doing the emojis? Yes, they're going to happen tomorrow and Friday. We're doing the emojis tomorrow and Friday. Now, when we said we need to pick a day that everybody's in studio or something, Vic said, "Yep, that's great." And then he goes, "I have to leave at 8:30 tomorrow to go to Miami."
Yeah, my fault. The Nuggets set their agenda.
So,
what do you want me to do?
So I'm not moving this. So here's what we're going to try and do. We're going to try and jam as many as we can in tomorrow before Vic leaves. We'll finish this on Friday.
Phrasing.
So anyway, it's going to be tomorrow and Friday. So we're going to take you into the weekend with a couple days of the emojis. That's when it's happening. Tell all your friends. Tell your wives. Everybody loves the emojis.
Let me just to spin off our CB radio. If before we had cell phones, right? Moja and I and Care Bear, we come from an era where those things didn't exist. You didn't carry around a computer. You didn't carry it around. Phones were on the wall. That's where they existed. That's where they lived.
Yeah, and if you got a really long cord and you could go across through them, you thought you were awesome. Then
so
came
when
the
you
cordless phones, it was killer.
When you were 8, 9, 10, 12, 30 years old, somewhere in that span, and you were gifted walkie-talkies for Christmas, and I had 2 brothers, and there is no greater gift you can give a young boy from the 80s or 90s, pre-phone, than a walkie-talkie. Because now
you're a Navy SEAL.
Yeah, now you're whatever you want to be.
You're a Navy SEAL and you're on a mission.
It's the greatest thing in the world.
He's around the backside of the house looking for Look, he's doing some recon around the
Oh,
side
yeah.
of the house. 100%.
You could warn, hey, Roger, parents are coming in right now. They're pulling in right now.
I also remember trying to jump to other frequencies to try and catch other people in my neighborhood having conversations and trying to dip into them. Yeah.
I mean, in fact, I would give up my cell phone for full-time walkie-talkie.
Sounds like Pat Healy.
They have those now. They're making these. Like, you can get them. Long-range walkie-talkies, actually.
They're the best. I want to speak just to you. And I want to hit the button back and forth and just speak to you.
Your phone is essentially now
I know, but it's too much.
long-range walkie-talkie.
By the way, Moj, C.W. McCall.
Yeah.
In 1950, he got a job as a commercial artist with KMTV in Omaha, Nebraska, where I used to work.
You're kidding
How about
me.
that?
Dude, you see how the universe weaves its
The
threads?
threads and the threads
Don't make
and the stuff in the
do
threads.
Are you starting to believe it all now, or are you still going to be a jerk?
No, I just think that people have...
It's just a huge coincidence.
I
C.W.
think
McCall
people live in a
worked at the
country,
same
and then
damn
when they live in a
station.
country,
Yeah,
they might
okay.
be in the same place. All right, so here's the other thing. Going back to the Nuggets last night, we just talked to Bednar for 20 minutes. Go check that on the podcast. It should be up shortly. The Nuggets got something we haven't gotten all year, which was Jamal's had moments in which he's played well this year. He's had a lot of moments in which he hasn't. He had a full 48-minute game in which he was Jamal Murray.
He was dominant. He was Bubble Murray last night.
Yes, he was.
That was Bubble Murray. That's the closest thing to Bubble Murray I've seen. Even during the championship run, he had great games, but he never exceeded 40 points. 45 points is the most points he scored in a game since 2021.
What's the game where he went for 50 and then Kyrie threw the ball into the stands?
That was 48 against Boston. At
Boston,
home.
right.
Yeah. He had 50 against Cleveland a couple seasons later in Cleveland.
He was gunning for 50 last night. Just couldn't get there.
I'm going to tell you, he was on one, and it felt so good to watch him because we've seen that before. Those of us who understand what Jamal Murray's capable of, when he has that look, when he has that, I'm shooting, it doesn't matter who you put in front of me, I will score. When he has that mentality, it is a pleasure to watch him play basketball. Of all the buckets he made last night, and what did he make? 5 of 9 threes?
Yes.
So forget the threes. Those are expected when you're as hot as he was. The bucket that got me off my seat was the final bucket of the first quarter.
Yeah.
He had 19 points in the first quarter. He fakes to his right. He goes to his left. He's got a bigger man on him, and he pulls that lefty layup over 2 defenders who go to swat it high off the glass, juicy, with a little bit of spin, a little bit of English, and it falls gently into the cup. It was beautiful. Just that's when I said, okay.
Yeah, when you see that play, you're like, all right, he's back on his game again. Now, I don't know if this is going to carry over. For the love of God, I hope so. So far, it's been one game this year in which he's looked like that. Now, here's the other detail, though. Jamal has been playing better as of late, certainly from the beginning of the season, better than that. And it coincides at the same time as you had another game in which, how about this, boys? You got him under last night. Dallas was held to 99. I know they didn't have Luka. I know that Kyrie was coming back from an injury, but you held Kyrie to 4 of 18 from the field, which is very difficult to do. Here's the amazing stat from last night. Jamal Murray was 18 of 26 from the field for 45 points. No other player had more than 13 in the game last night.
That's crazy.
Not a single other person that touched the floor in a basketball game had more than 13 points.
Nelly sent us a stat during the break. Let me see if I can find it. First player in NBA history to score 45 or more in a road game with no other player on either team even scoring 15.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's the kind of night that he had.
Guys, can you imagine, like, of all the superstars in the league, I want you to picture yourself. Who are the top 5 players in the game today? Who are the top 5 MVP candidates? List
Giannis,
them for me,
Jokic,
please.
Shea, Luka. Well, I don't know if he's an MVP candidate, but he's top 5 in the league.
Okay. All right. So take those 5 players. Just take Shea, for example. If Shea had a game in which he only had 10 points, you think he'd be happy?
No, he'd be upset.
No.
Brett, I'm going to ask you,
No.
do you think he'd be happy
No.
if Shea scored 10 points? You know the happiest guy in that arena last night? It was Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
He only attempted 1 shot, guys, until like the 6-minute mark left in the first half. One. He didn't have to.
Vic, that was my opening statement today, is that you could tell that Jamal was feeling it because Joker saw that he was feeling it from the get-go and said, you know what? I'm gonna pull down boards and I'm gonna dish it out today. I don't need to do anything else. We got this. And it was, when all you have to do is read Joker and you realize how good Jamal is feeling that night.
Moj, Nikola Jokic attempted 7 shots last night. He was 4 of 7. He attempted 7 shots. He scored 10 points, still finished with the triple-double, mind you. He could not have been happier than anyone in that arena. He doesn't care how many he scores.
You know,
Vic,
Vic,
doesn't care.
You've been saying it for a long time, and Brett, you too. I agree with you that the Nuggets, their aspirations lie at the feet of Jamal Murray because Joker's going to do what Joker does. Nelly, there is a cut from Jamal Murray last night talking about that where he recognizes how important he is to this team. And it's not being conceited. It's not being anything. Look, Joker's the MVP. He's the best player. He's always going to get his. But you're going to need more. And that's where another Max has to step up and be that guy.
Let's grab that audio on the other side of the break.
Okay.
Just quickly, it reminded me of something, Vic, when you said if Shea scores 10 points last night, even in a win, is he happy? It reminded me of, did you guys see that the Houston Texans just waived Deontay Johnson?
I did see
And
that.
my first reaction was I didn't know he was a Texan because this is his 4th team that he's played for this year.
He was only there a couple of weeks.
And so you ask yourself, the Houston Texans just won a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they waive a wide receiver heading into the divisional round? And the answer is because Deontay Johnson, despite them winning that playoff game dominantly, was not happy with his role within the offense.
He threw a fit.
Yeah.
In his locker and was visibly upset after the game, Vic.
Worst kind of teammate.
He had to be calmed down by other teammates because he only had, one target and played a handful of plays or whatever, and he threw a fit after a huge playoff win.
He is now looking for his 5th team in a calendar year to play for.
Can you imagine being his agent?
Yuck.
That is such brain damage.
Especially for somebody who's talented.
God.
Like, he's actually good, too.
Hey, guys, when we come back, I want to replay the post-game interview, Jamal walking off the court last night after putting up 45, because I want to ask a fundamental question. How is it moving forward we can unlock that version of Jamal Murray? And perhaps the answer is in the answer he gave last night.
And you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. The Nuggets take their stellar back-to-back record again tonight to Ball Arena, this time to play against the Houston Rockets. We're on the Circus Sportsbook. It is a pick'em. So if you like those odds, jump on the Circus Sportsbook right now because you won't find better odds anywhere else in the game than the Circus Sportsbook. Can also take an early look at some of these divisional round playoff games in the NFL this weekend, an early look at the college football national championship game, which is coming up on Monday as well. You can find all of that on the Circus Sportsbook, so download the app right now as they have tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now, Circus Sports, or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
It was Murray and Jokic.
Say that name again?
It was Murray, Jamal Murray, and Jokic.
Okay, so now that Westbrook is playing great, Mr. Murray, where have you been? I don't know if you're injured or not, so I'm not going to really go in, but I guarantee you this, once you step up and play to the level to help you get a championship, y'all will be champions again.
Shaq on TNT before the game yesterday, all of that is true. If the Nuggets want to win a championship, Jamal Murray doesn't need to put up 45 points, but he has to be like that. He has to be a threat like that.
Exactly. The threat's the best. He's not going to score 45 every night. Let's not be dumb. He's not going to score over 30 every night. Let's not be dumb. But he has to pose a threat, because just the mere threat of him doing that will allow other teams to play Joker and company a little more evenly.
Vic, I love the ownership that he showed last night. And I love it when he does this. I love it when he cell phones. And I think he went too far in the criticism of himself. I really do. I don't think he's been terrible. I want to play. Yeah. I want to play. What I'd like to do, Nelly, if it's okay, is start at the beginning of the interview with what's his name?
Jared Greenberg.
Jared Greenberg. I want to start at the beginning, and then we can stop it along the way and discuss what he said, because he's such a. I mean, Nuggets fans, we don't have to tell you. He's such a huge critical component of the success of this team, and he knows it. And I like that he recognizes it, and he owns what has happened, what has not happened. We had the one texter earlier in the program who jumped all over our bacon. We corrected that person. They decided to flee. I'm not sure where they went, and I hope they didn't go very far, but we're trying to educate people that he knows how important he is and that he's been not up to snuff.
Before we go to this interview, let me stress something, and I think you guys would agree. This is what I observe from on the inside. Jamal Murray is very well aware when games are on national television. Okay, you know how some guys, they don't know the difference?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nikola Jokic, I'm sure he doesn't even know what city he is in half the time. I'm just playing basketball. Jamal Murray knows when the lights are on. He knows when the game is different. He knows. He knows TNT was on that game. And he knows it's a different audience that he's talking to after the game.
Sure.
Not the same one that he talks to every night. It's a different audience. That's why I was very interested and intrigued with his answers. The questions were beautiful, by the way. Jared Greenberg, great job handling this interview after the game. Pick it up from the very get-go there, Nelly.
Well, the story of the game was the play of Jamal Murray. I'm guessing the knee felt pretty good tonight, Jamal?
Yeah, man, just some anti-inflammatories, got the job done. So obviously felt better, looked better, and it was able to, the whole team was able to play better today.
Stop right there. I was already, when I stood up in my chair when he said, wait, what? Did you guys catch that? Some anti-inflammatories?
He stood up in his chair so he could reach the clicker.
I don't It didn't hit me the same way because I was like, okay, so aren't anti-inflammatories like Advil?
Yeah, I took a couple of Advil and he said I'm good to go.
It didn't shock me.
What are you thinking, Vic? He's taking like a horse needle in his knee or something? What are you getting at?
You tell me. You tell me. Has he ever said anything regarding any injury?
No.
Like he said knee, hamstring. Has he ever responded to a question about, how does he normally respond to injury questions? How? It's no excuse. Everybody's banged up.
Right.
I'm playing.
Because most of the time when he's been asked about injuries is after he's stunk this year. He hasn't had a 45-point game like that before.
I get it. So is he taking anti-inflammatories before the stink jobs or just after he scores 45?
I think that was, maybe I'm wrong. I think that was just a throw-off thing of like, oh yeah, I took the anti-inflammatories and they worked. How about that?
Go on. Finish the interview.
You're giving the anti-inflammatories the credit, but one of our guys in the studio, Shaq, is actually taking credit for this performance tonight. Shaq wants to know if he inspired you with his pregame words tonight.
I don't know what he said.
Perfect. That works out perfectly well.
I would love to know what he said, though.
Okay, so here's what Shaq said. He said he needs y'all to be champs again, and it all starts with you, Jamal. Get to work.
I agree 100%. 100%.
What is it about that statement that you feel is accurate?
Because when it's games like this, when I'm on and, there's nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense of the group. When Jokic going, it's like, okay, he's going.
Stop right there. He's sort of right in that regard. Because you know that Joker's going to do. If Joker needs to, he'll turn it on and he'll get buckets after buckets after buckets after buckets. That's a fact. If Murray's going like this, he knows how difficult it is to beat the Nuggets when he's also going. He knows. Vicky knows.
Well, he said, okay, he's...
Joker attempted 7 shots last night, and again, he couldn't be happier.
Couldn't be happier.
Have to do anything.
Could we continue this a little bit farther, Nelly? Go ahead.
There's nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense of the group. When Jokic's going, it's like, okay, he's going. But I feel like, and the team feels like when I'm going, there's nothing to worry about. We just got to play defense, and he's 100%
right there. There's a lot of people that took that part of his interview and said, wow, really made it about him. And I want you guys to understand something. I don't think Jamal's saying that in the manner of, yeah, I'm the man on this team and everybody knows it. He's saying the obvious thing that we all see, which is when he's on his game, the Nuggets are in a different stratosphere as a basketball team.
It's not arrogant. That's not arrogance at all. It's
not.
We have the MVP and the best player on the planet.
I got to do my part.
If we're going to get to where we need to get to, it's with me because this guy is like Halley's Comet. How do I say?
You know what he is?
He's like the sun rising. He's going to rise every day.
You know what
everybody knows it.
Yeah, Joker is that monster truck. He's the frame. He's the engine. He's everything. Can't be stopped. Jamal Murray is the air in the tires. It's not going anywhere without air in the tires.
Yep. I don't know if that's the best analogy, but
I don't care.
It'll
That's
do.
what I had.
Well, listen, it's very simple. The Nuggets can win basketball games with Jamal Murray not playing well. That's clear. They've done it all year. They're a half game out of third place, okay? They can keep pace. They can't win a championship without him.
Yes, Brett.
That's the difference. They'll win games because Jokic is so good he is going to drag your ass wherever you're going to go in the postseason. But if you want to get to the absolute peak of the mountain, he cannot do that alone without help from Jamal.
And
Okay,
Jamal knows it, Vic, and I'm sure it's been frustrating for him. He's been dealing with knee, hammy. I mean, all kinds of crap since last year he's been dealing with. Yeah, listen, I know he's a max guy. There's a lot of pressure on him. That's what happens when you sign a new max contract. But it's got to take a toll on you at some point, too. You know you're not delivering the way you should or the way you want to. But I also, when Shaq said it's time to go, Jamal's like, yeah, absolutely it is. It is time to go.
Okay, here's the problem, though.
Time to go.
Here's the problem. So the Nuggets play again tonight. They're still undefeated on the second game of a back-to-back, all right? This will be their toughest test in that field.
Did Houston play last night?
No, Houston did not play last night. Houston currently owns the second seed in the West. They have the second-best defense. They play hard. They play strong. They got a guy that can single up Joker in the middle. We'll get into the keys later. But I'm going to ask you guys. You just saw Jamal Murray win a game.
Vic's keys.
You saw him win a game. You saw him shoot efficiently.
He's funny.
What are your expectations going forward? Because if it's, hey, I got to do that again, he ain't going to get that. He ain't going to get that. What are they?
It's to be the consistent threat that he usually is, which is you don't get
So
to put
what is that? Like what?
Okay, you
how
shoot
would you
around
define
shoot
that
around
tonight?
50% from the field and get 20 to 25 points. Like that's Jamal being a threat. Okay, that's what you need every single night. Because if he's that guy, it's the same thing I say about Porter. If Porter just knocks down a couple of threes early in a game, whatever his final numbers are, now the defense is fully aware that I can't give that guy any breathing space. It opens things up for other guys on the floor. Like that's what he does. That's what Jamal does for everybody else when he is a threat to people on the floor.
You know the best part about last night? Well, listen to me. I'm glad that Jamal felt great. I'm glad that he recognizes everything. Good interview with Greenberg. It was very self-exploratory. I love that. Him going off last night. I'm sure you guys looked at the minutes of last night and who played what minutes and so on. There was zero, and I mean zero taxing of the starting five. Zero.
Jamal played 37, but yeah.
Outside of Jamal, I mean,
he told his coach to keep him in his game early because his rotation was up. It was time for him to go to the bench, and he said, "No, I'm too hot."
Yeah, feeling it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean, Russ played 26. Joker played 29. MPJ 26. I mean, this. If you're looking for a scenario to come home and lay your head down to rest and then get back to the gym tonight, that was the best case. Having Jamal go off really helped out what the Nuggets can do tonight. Are you telling me that you're afraid of Alperen Şengün? I'm not saying he's not a good player, Vic.
Dude, I love Şengün.
I know
what are you doing? Şengün's a great player.
You're a casual by asking that question. You're casual. That just proves to me that you have no idea what you're talking about in the NBA.
I know he's the leading scorer of the Houston Rockets. I know that
he's actually the second leading scorer, but that's not the case. There's one guy.
Who's the leading scorer? Green?
Şengün is like Jokic light.
Who's the leading scorer?
Jalen Green. There are two guys in the West who I think handle, when I say handle, that's a relative term. Nobody stops Nikola Jokic. But two guys who can single him up and go toe-to-toe. Sabonis is one.
He is.
We've seen it. And Alperen Şengün is the other.
Who's the big knucklehead in L.A.? The Clippers.
Zubats. He roasts. He roasts Zubats. That's that.
I think Zubats is pretty good too.
Sometimes Zubats defends him well. I'm not. Listen, I guess
Şengün tried to model his game after.
Yeah,
Jokic,
he did.
By the way.
I guess that sounds like I'm putting Şengün down. I don't mean to do that because I think he's a good young player. His numbers are very good, but when Joker's being Joker, I guess I'm not worried about anybody on the other side.
Well, in talking about this game,
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane.
Vic, keys to the game for the Rockets tonight, and don't say to win.
Damn, you stole my key.
Dude, I want the key. Do it just like you did yesterday, please.
Yeah, the key
just
is
please
to
do
win the
it.
game. The key to this game tonight is Fred VanVleet. Fred VanVleet is not shooting the ball rather well at all this season. He's shooting 32% from three, but when he plays the Nuggets, and if you've watched the Nuggets-Rockets series of late, that dude is capable of changing the game with 3 or 4 straight triples. hold Van Vliet to what he's doing now. Don't let him go off and you got yourself another dub.
Do you remember that game in Toronto? God,
Yeah,
I was so mad at Fred Van Vliet that night. Was it Toronto? What game? Yeah, it must have been Toronto.
He played for the Raptors before moving to Houston.
Yeah, remember? And he went off for like 45 that
He's
night.
a
You remember?
microwave, man.
And the Nuggets weren't in it. I mean, they were down like 20 in the first quarter, and that was it. He went off.
That's what I'm saying. Just keep him to where he is. He's averaging 15 a game. He's not shooting the ball well this year. He's struggling from three. But you never know if he can wake up. Don't let him wake up tonight.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the Plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
I was courtside with Cos doing the game. Don't you remember the next day? I'm like, Fred went insane.
Mm-hmm.
And I was so mad at Fred.
Well, he's capable.
Well, that's that friggin' Fred. Yeah, the Wichita State Shocker.
I was waiting forever for this, by the way, and we finally got it. Minnesota, who had a 14-2 record entering the last week of the NFL season with a chance to win and get the 1 seed and get a bye. They lose to Detroit. They head to the wild card round, and they play a miserable game against the Rams. And all I could think to myself is, gosh, what does Paul Allen sound like on the call for the Vikings? Well, I got Paul Allen for you next.
Dudes, do you feel like you used to? Do you realize that in your early to mid-30s, that guys start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year? It happened to me, and I'm older than that, right? And my doc says, well, you're just getting older. I said, God, there's got to be something I can do about it. And there was, and it's called the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Are you less productive at the gym, not seeing the gains you used to, poor sleep, you're waking up feeling tired, brain fog, maybe even a little sadness or depression? It could all be because of low testosterone. Do yourself a favor, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. These people are the best. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood. You'll have results within 30 minutes. And then a Colorado licensed medical provider is going to provide the results for you. It's only $99. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, then your appointment is absolutely free. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I'm not doing it anymore, Brett. That's it.
What
I
happened?
retire.
What?
I'm not doing keys anymore. Too many people complain. First day I do the keys and say, you're too broad based. You're too vague. I do the keys this morning, and Patty Cakes writes in, you only gave one key. I'm done.
Hate to tell you, Vic, but our great sponsor, Johnson Auto Plaza, has paid for these keys every time we have a Nuggets or Avs game. So
How
will
many
be doing
damn
them.
keys do you want?
Well, here's the problem.
I gave
Vic.
you one key.
I liked it. I thought that was a good key.
Here's the problem, and it's not your fault, Vic, and I love you, man, like a brother. We're tight on this show.
See, a texter said Mosier nailed his key yesterday. What
See,
Mosier's
here's
key
the
was Mackenzie Blackwood will hold them to 2 goals. If they score 3, the Avs will win.
Yeah, Vic, the problem is you're measuring your keys against my awesome key from yesterday.
You did nail your key.
And because my ceiling is so high with my key that everything you're trying to fill up to that ceiling, it's not your fault. It's like again, Jamal goes off for 45 and you score 43, but it's not as good. That's not good enough. You know what I mean?
Can I say something while we're on the subject of keys? I miss keys. This isn't a key. This is a battery that starts my car. I want to plug my key into an ignition.
Give it to me.
100%. 100%.
Don't open it. Don't
no,
open it. Don't
you are
open it.
so right.
Don't open it.
You are so right. All you technology people.
There's a key in there. I understand, but it doesn't do anything.
I get it. Nobody cares about the hidden key in there that you have to move. All those people, if you're in charge of technology, if that's you, what's wrong with a normal key anymore?
I love the ignition turn. What's wrong with that?
Why? Why can't we have that?
Want to see my wife's keychain?
What's with the fobs? Why is everything a fob? I don't want a fob.
Let me give you a story.
Look at that thing.
I don't want a fob.
Let me give you guys a story from this summer. So I live next to Murphy Creek Golf Course. They have a great practice area. They got a couple of 50-yard.
Yeah, I know. You go out there with a 12er and hit balls all day. We know.
I like going to the range.
I know you do.
So
you know what? Instead of keys to the game, we're going to start giving fobs to the game.
So listen, I go out there and start ripping some balls on the range, whatever. Just 30-minute session, something like that. Walk back to my car. My car's not unlocking. I was like, this is weird. And it finally unlocks. I go, all right, cool. Try to start it. No battery detected. The batteries in here died. And I said, well, what do I do now? Because it doesn't take a AA Duracell. Yeah. It takes those little circle things that you only find randomly in your house somewhere. Yeah. I didn't have any. So I said, let me try and circumvent the system. I got an automatic start here. Let's try that one. That battery works. Car starts. I try and start my car. Alarm blares. Yeah. Can't get it to turn off because I have no battery in here. Yeah. So now my car is outside the driving range when people are trying to hit balls, blaring my alarm.
I remember that
story. And they're all looking at me like I'm breaking into my own car.
Yeah, I remember that story. Yeah. It was embarrassing, and it was, quite frankly, it was.
I hate key fobs.
Give me a key.
I agree. That you know, it's like I love this too. When I live near Lookout Mountain, a lot of cyclists come up and down here, and some of these cyclists are on their electric bikes, which makes me laugh. Like, I'm going to go for a bike ride up Lookout on an electric bike.
Yeah, that's my people out there. I appreciate you folks.
All right, so you're not actually
no. See, Vic, you got this all wrong. They aren't going for exercise. They want to feel the breeze in their face. I totally get it.
All right, get on your electric bike and go up the mountain. Anyway, my favorite part of it is when they run out of power, because it happens all the time, and then they have to start pedaling.
Yeah, that's brutal.
And then they have to pedal. It's the best. It's just best. It's excruciating for them, but I enjoy watching it.
Here's what I wanted to get to, by the way.
Can I have one more gripe before we move on?
Yeah, make it quick.
I'm not into TGL.
I tried again last night, and it was terrible.
I'm not into it, dude. Tiger lost.
It was terrible.
Dude, I'm not into
Mosey, it was terrible.
I'm not kidding. Us three might have beaten Tiger's team yesterday. They were awful.
Kissner out of the bunker?
What?
Listen, I mean, when Vic and I, Brett, we go to the Hangar Club, right? James's place and hit balls and have some drinks and some food. It's great.
It's
for what
great
we want to do.
Play.
It's not accurate.
I don't want to watch Ricky Fowler play in an airplane hangar.
Yeah. They're in Florida, by the way. Go ahead. Hey, let me
go outside and play.
Let me quote Kenan Thompson when he played the role of David Ortiz, Big Papi, on Weekend Update.
Yes.
Where he goes, I have a new dating app. It's called Go outside. Hey, everybody in Florida, you're in Florida.
You sound Asian.
Go outside. Just go outside.
Oh, that's funny.
These are professional golfers of the highest order. If they want to play golf somewhere in the world, there is sunshine somewhere they can go find a golf course. They don't have to be in a shack in Florida.
Yeah.
From somebody who owns a simulator, okay? They're not accurate all the time. Did you see that one hole last night, Moshe? Oh, you were calling a game. There was one hole where Tiger and his partners.
Pat the Stat had it. I went down to the TV truck, and they actually had on one of the monitors, they this hole called the Serpent. Like, they play the same hole all the time. Go ahead.
Serpent.
They flew this island green, and Tiger hits a shot, and it goes like 60 feet over the green into the water, and he's looking at everybody going, how the hell? I'll tell you how the hell. You're on a computer, dude.
Yeah.
It's not real. You are going to be privy to whatever the computer thinks you just did.
I'm with you. I'm not into it. It's like it's fun for 5 minutes and then I'm over it. Yeah. It's like watching somebody play video games. It's like okay.
Fake applause.
I don't know, man. I hit some great shots last week at Hanger Club, dude.
Oh, great.
Vic will tell you, I smoothed some out there nicely.
So you guys remember? I
couldn't care less.
We were we were talking about this with so good with I can't remember what it was yesterday, but Vic, you and me were like, I love a homer call. Oh, it was the doink that won for the Commanders. That call.
Yeah.
And I love a homer call. Because I know what the broadcast is. You're doing it for your home fans. You should be excited when things go good and angry when things go bad. But I love when people go to the extremes. Moshe, when the Avs do something cool, you get really excited, and it makes me excited just watching the game. But guys who get super angry are even more entertaining. And I don't think there's a better example than Paul Allen, who calls games for the Vikings. He's been on the show multiple times, got a very popular radio show in Minneapolis. And Nelly, after I play this, I want you to go online and find. Remember, we played the super cut of him and Jalen Reagor, where it was a player on the Vikings, and he's tearing him a new one in the middle of a game.
So good.
And I just wondered, the Vikings were 14-2 heading into the final week of the season, where they played Detroit for not just the division crown, but the 1 seed and a bye in the postseason. They lost that game, and Darnold was miserable. So then they get to the playoffs. And it's supposed to be this really good game between them and the Rams, and they get their butts handed to them. And Darnold, it looks terrible. He's sacked 9 times in that game. Here's one of the sacks, as called by Paul Allen. Oh, now
Receivers left.
All right, hang on. We'll restart it.
Jones, Addison in motion to the right. 2 receivers left. Rams blitz. Darnold gets away from it. Steps up in the pocket. He's holding it too long.
Just run.
Throw it, man.
Just run.
At the 25-yard line, he's sacked for a 5th time.
All he's got to do is pull that thing down and run and get as much positive yardage as he can. There were 5 to 7 yards easy there to be made.
He's holding it too long. Throw it, man.
Dude, that's awesome.
I think it's great.
Does it all the time, and the reason he can do it is because Paul Allen is an institution in Minneapolis, and his credibility is you can't touch it. So he can get away with that. Some may not, as Moshe knows.
Oh, sure.
You say stuff like that, and there are some broadcasters that work for teams around the country. They'll hear about it real quick. Can't touch Paul Allen.
He is but wouldn't you rather have that? Like, I say this all the time. The reason I like Gus Johnson on calls is because he sounds like what I would sound like if I'm watching the game with buddies, where it's like, oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Like, I like that stuff. I don't like Joe Buck's gotten a lot better at this, and I think Joe Buck is really good at calling a game. Joe Buck used to be monotone no matter what. I still remember when he called that helmet catch from Tyree, and he's like, Manning drops back, evades a sack, throws, it's caught. It's like, no, it's not caught.
Well, that was the old.
It's, oh my God, like that catch.
You didn't live in the heyday of Pat Summerall. His call to a game was Aikman, Irving, touchdown.
Yeah.
It may have been the greatest touchdown ever, right?
Now,
acrobatic flips, but that was the call.
Would you rather have Summerall calling that, or would you rather have, hang on, Moshe, would you rather have This is one game, by the way, and I forget which game this was. It was a couple years ago in Minnesota. This is all in the middle of one game against Indianapolis. Listen.
A punt and blow it. Fake a punt and blow it. Snap. Hawk, left-footed punt, bad punt. Rager runs up on it. Their punter's terrible. Flag comes in. Rager, this referee officiating his first Viking game, Trey Blake. I hope you never come back again. Another four-man rush, throws left to Jefferson, who's blasted by Stephon Gilmore, who should be thrown out of the game. Stephon Gilmore should be thrown out of the game for that hit. And he's lucky that somebody doesn't come off the sideline and whoop his butt. Eyes down the field. Deep shot. And it's intercepted at the 3-yard line. For some reason, Jalen Rager stopped running the route.
Yeah, get him off the field.
Are you kidding me with this Jalen Rager move? What are we doing?
That's the second interception that Cousins has thrown trying to get the ball to Jalen Rager.
14, Cousins takes the snap.
That's so good.
I mean, how
it's
great is
emotional. It's emotional. It's the emotion of a fan. It's funny because when I'm watching a Nuggets game and you said you'd like to call a game like a fan would, I don't think that it would be FCC compliant if you were actually allowed to do that. Because if you called like you actually saw it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's about as close as you're going to get, though, tiptoeing the line of get him off the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's
to your
beautiful.
own player,
Listen,
by the way.
The late, great Pierre Lacroix, all he ever said to me from day one I started working and doing Avs stuff with the team, 1997-98 season, all he ever says, Moshe, you can criticize us all. Yeah, absolutely. Because just be fair.
Mm-hmm.
Just be fair. I mean, you can be over the top. Paul Allen right there is a little bit over the. Get him off the field. Or who is
Jalen Rager.
But who's his analyst? Get him off the field.
I don't know.
But he said if we're playing poor,
bad punt, the punter's terrible.
If we're turning the puck over, we're playing poorly. Say it. Just be fair. That's it.
And Minnesota's had a lot of, like, the Vikings especially.
But I think some teams are a little bit more sensitive to other teams.
Yeah. The Vikings have had a lot of, like, death moments where it's missed field goals in playoff games.
Do you have to miss Blair Walsh from Paul Allen?
Well, I got another one for you.
Please.
This is how it sounded when Favre.
Oh, I remember this one.
Threw the pick to the Saints in the NFC Championship game to lose them the game.
Brett Favre goes back to pass. He pumps. Now he fires over the middle. Intercepted. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now. It was intercepted by Tracy Porter, near side to the 40, and John Sullivan runs him down at the 47-yard line. You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe what I just saw.
Looking at that play, he should have just held on to it, Paul. He should have. He could have easily gotten 5 or 6 yards if he would have just pulled that thing down and dove forward.
But why do you even ponder passing? I mean, you can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl.
That's so good.
It's what everybody thinks at that time, right?
Yeah. You know, you can't say what you think. Let me ask you this. And Mose, you were busy calling the game last night, but Brett, did you see the play last night in the Nuggets game where Peyton Watson goes up, finishes an alley-oop, and made it, and the referee took the bucket away?
Yeah. What?
I was going crazy.
Why?
I was going absolute bananas on my couch watching that. The referee was wrong.
I didn't even hear an explanation, though. Did they
said he didn't have control of the ball. Therefore, the foul happened before the ball arrived. Didn't have control. He didn't have control. The ball went in.
It's hard to make a shot when you don't control a ball. Yeah.
Dude, Again, there are moments in a game, and I'm sure Moj has thought certain things, but can only say certain things. The Moj that we hear giving play-by-play on the golf course when we're playing is not the Moj you hear giving play-by-play of Avalanche games.
Okay. I took offense to your tweet yesterday, by the way. I took great offense to that.
What tweet?
Well, it was about the TGL, where you wanted to hear the real stuff come through. And somebody said,
that's real. You're
you
more real than
swearing.
anybody.
You want to hear the swearing. Well, I would argue to you that I don't swear on the golf course. I persuade my ball to do things vociferously. There's a way to do it.
Yeah.
You got to talk to that ball.
Moshe, be honest with me. When somebody just isn't playing up to standard for the Avs, and you can tell, maybe it's a goalie having a rough night, which Georgiev had
the
more
hell
than a few.
off the ice.
I won't say that, but
You
I'm
don't
like,
say
I'm
that.
like, I'm like, he's got to make that save. You can't let that one in. I'll say that.
But if they allow a goal that they're not supposed to, Do you and Riker, like, this is what I imagine happens. Score. And then you guys just give a look to each other like, what?
Of course they do that.
Absolutely.
They're human. I mean, you kidding me? What they're thinking and what they're saying are two entirely different things.
What you
You
saw
gotta be
from
professional.
Here's the thing.
Yeah,
Though. Let me
what
give
the
you,
holy
let me,
bleep is more of what you call
let me give you the difference.
What the holy
That was appropriate at the time. What you saw Cale Makar do last night. I mean, this is where the Avs have been. You've got a 1-0 lead. Parker Kelly with a great goal. You're on a power play. You got a chance to put them down 2-0 and make them go, oh, crap. Cale Makar caught between the moon and New York City. Should I shoot? Should I pass? Puck is off his stick. Carrick the other way for the breakaway. The difference is Cale Makar is the best defenseman on planet Earth.
Yeah.
He ain't Jalen Rager, okay?
Right.
You know what, though? Here's the difference, Brett.
So he muffs it big time, and he knew he muffed it. And the Avs knew he muffed it, and they played like he muffed it. They were in total control of that game. They started out great last night, and he muffed it. But I'm not going to go, oh, my God, that's just an
Because he's
inexcusable muff by Cale Makar. He's the best defenseman on the planet. He won't do that again the entire season, the rest of the year.
Well, the beauty is, I can't recall. Mose, you've been with the company a lot longer than I have. We've been doing this radio show, and heck, it's been 8 years. I have never once been told by anyone to tone it down or don't say that. Nothing. Ever.
Nope, not one
once.
time.
Not
Not one
once.
time. Nope.
Not once. And that is very liberating. That is freedom you can't buy. When you could say whatever the heck you want, that is fair.
We got it one time when we wrote a letter to the commissioner.
That was the commissioner of the NBA.
That was a little different.
That nobody from the teams.
No,
here.
yes.
And you know what else? You know what else comes? Luke says it on the text line. Remember that Orioles play-by-play guy who was suspended because he said something about their record?
For
He
stating
read
a fact.
graphic.
Yeah.
What
a
happened?
graphic.
Like, what happened there? I
They had a
forgot.
horrible record against the East. He read the graphic on the air, and the team suspended him for being too negative.
One more on the way to break, Nelly. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, this was USC against Maryland this season. There were like 10 seconds left on the clock. Maryland's trying to make something happen before the end of the half. Botched snap, and this was the call on Fox.
Oh my goodness, don't get too crazy, Maryland. They're not going to clock it. Oh no! Disaster! What a bad idea! Oh my goodness!
What a bad idea.
That's awesome.
That was the Hornets play-by-play guy on the call.
I know you don't like when we try and make you say things during a broadcast. Can you please say something to the effect of what a bad idea from somebody on the opposite team?
Moj, next time somebody starts wide during the shootout on a penalty shot, go with that call right there and loses control of the puck.
Should I have said, and Jamie Benn picks a fight with Josh Manson?
What a bad idea.
No, what a bad idea.
All right, back into this. All right,
Oh, no! Disaster! What a bad idea! Oh, my goodness!
championship windows.
Look at this, look at that! Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit!
I like all of those.
Nelly, I can't wait to hear your rendition of the Mojis tomorrow. I can't wait.
Reminder, everybody, Mojis start tomorrow. Our 2-day award show for the end of the year awards for incompetence will happen tomorrow.
Incompetence and can we add a couple more? Incompetence, incoherence.
Yep.
There's got to be another category.
Indefatigables.
No, that's relentless.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery is a good one, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Should we ask the listening audience?
How about
though?
incontinence?
I'm
As
all
well
right
as
in that department,
incompetence.
actually. I'm okay
I'm
on that
okay.
one.
I'm okay too, man. Especially without a gallbladder. I'm okay. Hey, because we're in it, maybe we don't know it. What's the text line? 303.
504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour.
Okay, thank you, Shop Mazda. Are we really that incompetent as much as I don't think we are all year long? We probably are, aren't we?
Well, the reason I know we're incompetent
because we're in it, Vic. We're doing it
Yeah.
on a daily basis.
The reason
I
I know
we say stupid stuff. I know we do, but boy, when the Mojis come around, it feels like we're just a bunch of babbling idiots for 12 months out of the year.
Listen, I'm not dumb. Well, I am. But I'm smart enough to know the reason we are the #1 sports radio show in Denver, Colorado is because we are as dumb as most of our listeners.
Yeah.
And they like people to be as dumb as they are. And so, and that's why it's alarming.
He's right. What are you laughing
It's the
at?
truth. It's the truth. We don't hold... sometimes we speak arrogantly, but at the end of the day, we understand it's just a guessing game. It's just sports. I don't know what the hell we're talking about.
I'm not
just
hanging
having a
out-
conversation. But, the beauty of how dumb we are, let me tell you how dumb we are. The one time out of 150 efforts, 150 tries, the one time Mosier actually nails a key to the game and is right, we prop it up there like it's, oh my God, look how smart he is. But it's so
Like
rare.
it's the 10 commandments.
Think about it.
Like it's the 10, like Moses
Think
coming
about it.
down, right? With the 10 commandments.
Like your batting average is 0.28.
I know.
And the fact that you were right about that is amazing.
Hey,
That's
by
how
the
dumb
way,
we are.
this isn't an insult. Dumb people have way more fun. Way more. And look, I'm not going out and hanging out with Stephen Hawking and Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's not my idea of fun,
Well,
okay?
it'd be tough to hang out with Steve right now.
True.
I mean, Steve.
Hey, speaking of
Steve's
dumb,
probably hanging out with my mom.
What's up?
Really, Moj? Really? Speaking of dumb, I think I've caught myself, and I've seen these aggregators on Twitter, and they do serve some decent purposes. I don't really understand their job. They take things that other people do, and then they package it like their own. It feels like plagiarism in some ways.
I got blocked on Twitter by one of those guys because every time you send it, Nelly, I can never see it. I think that Dove guy,
Oh, yeah.
The Dove Kleiman
I think
guy.
he blocked me for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I don't know. I did.
But one of those aggregator people there's audio of this. We don't need to play it, but Devin Booker is a Michigan guy. Kevin Durant is a Washington, D.C. guy. Lions and Commanders are playing a playoff game, so they're going to put a wager on there. Now, in the audio, they don't say what the wager is. They just say they're going to make a wager, but I've seen this multiple times. But this can't be true, right? So if the Lions win and KD's team, the Commanders, lose, then KD has to thank Draymond Green for his 2 rings. That's the wager that is said to happen. And I'm like, okay, maybe. That's a little bit funny. Here's why I don't buy it. Because if the Commanders win and the Lions lose, which is Devin Booker's team, Booker must write a public Father's Day card to Luka Doncic. That's not happening, is it?
Calling him his daddy.
You aren't writing that.
I mean, can you imagine Devin Booker? Devin Booker's going to have to write that. The Lions are going to win the game.
No. If the Lions win, then Booker wins the bet.
I'm sorry. KD is going to have to publicly thank Draymond for his 2 rings.
But you aren't Durant too, and that doesn't. There's no way that's happening.
No
No
way.
way.
The Suns suck.
I was going to ask you about that, by the way.
There's talk about Durant being traded now because they just can't get out of their own way. They suck.
Moj, give me one 1.5 minutes on this because I want to get back to the Avs in our conversation with Bednar earlier. What do I do with the Western Conference right now? So Oklahoma City's good. We know that. They're arguably the best team in the league. They're 33-6. They're good. The 2 seeds are Rockets, which you're like, okay, pretty good, but new kids to the block. I don't know if I believe that they're like championship contender.
They're a team that was on the up last year, and they play great defense. Their coach makes them play great defense, and that's why they're second place in the West.
They're Little Susie. Little Susie's on the up.
I mentioned this to you guys earlier in the year. People wanted to dismiss Memphis, and I go, Memphis with John Morant's a very good basketball team. Memphis without John Morant is horribly bad.
Dude, they score
game ahead.
They score 123 per.
But they're the
only
3
a half
seed.
game ahead.
But they're the 3 seed. And if you entered the season saying who's the contenders out of the West, I think you'd go OKC, you would go Minnesota, you would go Denver, Dallas,
Nuggets will catch
Phoenix.
Memphis. Hear my words.
Phoenix is awful.
Eat my words. The Nuggets will surpass Memphis.
Okay,
you can
that's
write
fine.
this down. Hell, record this.
What I'm saying is the people that we consider contenders outside of OKC, all the other teams have kind of struggled. Now, the Nuggets are on the rise.
Yeah.
So maybe you put them in the category, but Phoenix
today's
is
the day.
sub 500.
Today's the day, by the way. Remember when you asked me a month ago or 2 months ago, you said, when can we make a proper evaluation of the Denver
So
Nuggets?
January 15th.
I gave you that date back in December. Remember that?
Uh-huh.
I said just a random
I thought it was a little too
mid-January date.
soon. I was willing to give you till February
No,
1st.
January 15th. I'm going to tell you right now, on this day, January 15th, as I look at the standings, and the Denver Nuggets are 9 games above 500, a half game out of third, pointing up, arrow pointing up. They've won 8 out of 10. The second hottest team in the Western Conference. They've won 4 in a row. Defensively, 5 of the last 6 games defensively have been 5 of their best games of the season. They're getting better. They are exactly where I thought they could and should be. It's January 15th. It's evaluation day, and I love where the Nuggets sit.
Hey, maybe Porter was onto something with Rome the other day where he said we're starting to find our stride. Maybe he was onto it. Now, okay, January 15th, Moj, we're the Avs. They played a game last night where they played horribly and still won in overtime. And it was in which Bednar was pissed last night, and he was pissed this morning when he was talking about the game with us.
This is a big homestand. I mean, you've got the Oil in tomorrow night. That's a national TV game. That's ESPN. Dallas in on Saturday for a matinee affair. Minnesota to come into town. Winnipeg coming to town. Did you see that witch Hellebuck last night?
No, what do you do?
They spanked the Canucks 6-1, but he almost threw another shutout last night. This guy's off the chain right now. I mean, this is a big home.
So
this is
Mackenzie Blackwood.
Yeah, he is. Blackwood's awesome. Hey, but this is a big homestand, and you got listen. I just want to get to 4 nations and have everybody knock on your wood, boys. Everybody come out of that nice, and then you get all your dudes back, and then you're ready for that final push and see where you end up. But either way, I think the Avs just want to be fully constituted by the time the postseason rolls around, wherever they end up. But for the Nuggets right now, Vic, I it's hard for me not to buy what you're selling. I mean, I see the way the defense has stepped it up.
It's
I
all
see
about
the
defense.
And
It's all
Jamal
about
Murray
defense.
last night acknowledged that, you know what Shaq said at the beginning of that. It's time to go.
Does Jamal playing better offensively allow others to conserve some energy for the defensive side?
The answer is yes.
Yeah.
The answer is yes. And right now, what the Nuggets are doing defensively, they're never going to be Oklahoma City, okay? They're not going to be that kind of defense. It's just not possible. They don't have the personnel to pull that off. They just have to be good enough. They have to be a top 10 defense. If you're a top 10 defense with their offense, I mean, you're going to win a lot of games.
You're as good as anybody else. Yeah.
They're going to be tough to beat in the postseason.
And their defense has improved dramatically. That series against San Antonio, those 2 games, is when I saw the difference. I saw, okay, that fourth quarter in San Antonio, when they suffocated the Spurs, just shut them down. And since that game, I'm not even going to count the Boston game because Joker was out, didn't feel right. They still played okay defensively in that Boston game. They've been superb. Guys, breaking news, by the way.
Uh-oh.
I thought Quinn Ewers was going to be a quarterback somewhere in the Big Ten next year. Even heard my alma mater, Notre Dame, rumors that he'd be going there next year. Quinn Ewers just announced he's declaring for the NFL draft.
Wow.
So apparently the NIL money that was offered to him, does not match what he thinks he can make as a rookie quarterback in the National Football League.
I'll say it right now. I think this is a pretty garbage quarterback class. Outside of Shador and
Cam.
if you think that Cam's going to translate, like those two, fine.
That's it.
Your Ewers and Drew Aller types that they're talking about, I'll pass.
I don't know that he's going to be a good pro quarterback. I get that. I would take a huge payday from Notre Dame all day. And that's where the Irish are right now. Riley Leonard and that other guy and just go find somebody else's quarterback and plop him into your roster. That's what they're doing.
I got a question, by the way.
Man.
You know,
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Is somebody on this radio show complaining that a team is paying players?
No, but are you? Let me
Is
ask
that what
you-
I'm hearing?
Vic, here's a question for you. Oh no, here's a question
Let me
for
get
you.
my
Mose,
ears ago.
Mose, you bring up money again in college football, I'm going to cut your mic.
I swear to God,
Everybody's using
Moser,
money.
if you give me one illegitimate excuse as to why my team is in the national title game, I will come there and I will rip that hairpiece under your lip live on the radio.
Well, you got to come here first. That being said, are they ever going to recruit and develop a quarterback ever again?
Who does?
Well, they come from somewhere, Jack.
Every top team is now doing that, and it sucks. I hate it. Listen, I'm on the record. The one thing I hate most about college football is that I have no idea who the star players are going to be the following year because everybody picks up and leaves. I don't know. Sucks, but it is what it is.
This is a rare occasion on the show, by the way. Very rare. In which one of us gets an I told you so moment. Okay? And I'm going to tell you guys something right now regarding the college football playoff. National championship game is on Monday.
Yeah.
The two teams that are featured in that national championship game are outside the top 4 in the final rankings of the college football season.
Yeah.
And all I've been told over and over again is that it's about getting the best teams in. And I said, well, what if one of the best teams is actually on the outside of the final 4 that they have chosen for the committee? And they go, nope, doesn't happen. And every year, somebody wins the championship, and they'll say, I told you, that's why that team's in there. And I go, but what if you opened it up to more? Because I'll tell you this right now, Vic. Maybe Notre Dame in a 4-team college football playoff gets in. Ohio State certainly does not. Not with that loss to Michigan at the end of the year. Not with that, they don't. Not with not making the Big Ten championship game, they don't.
Now you're talking about.
They are a 9-point favorite against your Irish in the national championship game.
You're right. But here's where we're going now. Now college football has become what college basketball has always been. Who's the hotter team?
Yeah.
It's not necessarily from a season-long perspective. Who's the better team season-long? You don't weigh it that way. Who's the hotter team? When you get hot matters. The longer you extend this tournament, right, and it's already feels sort of, I don't know about you, but it's how many damn games are they going to play? Every game, we got another one, and it feels long to me. But the hotter team will win. Not necessarily the best team year-round. Is that fair?
Sure. And I want to get to that in just a second. So 303-504-0925. Can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Freaky Law Firm. They're in your corner. It's a cool name, by the way. It's fun to say.
What, Sharona?
No, I don't know how we got on the subject, but we said Chappaquiddick. Just a fun name. I think we should go back. I heard a story. I think I've told this on the air before. It's from Theo Vaughn, of all people, that said there is a river where he grew up in Louisiana, and it's called the Chafuncta River. Do you know why it's called the Chafuncta River?
Because you Chafuncta, I don't know.
Because there was a Native American tribe that threw a rock into the water, and that's the sound it made. Chafuncta. And so they called it the Chafuncta River. And I'm like, we should name everything that way. Throw rocks at it, and the sound that it makes is what we should name it.
Well, I believe it.
And I'm like, that's just a cool name for a river, Chafuncta.
Yeah. Sounds good. As good as any.
You know what's another good name for a river?
Indefatigable.
Hey, man. Since I've been ill for the last 5 days, I've watched a lot of television, more than I want to. I'm so damn bored.
Not like in the 90s rap way, where ill meant you were sick, you were cool.
No, like sitting on the side of the bed wondering if I just want to end it, that kind of ill.
Oh, boy.
And I want to get out of the house.
I got some of that, Vic, and I'm not happy about it. I shouldn't be here.
Well, influenza A is the real deal, by the way. I don't know what influenza B, C, and D are, but A is the real deal. My wife won't let me out of the house. I want to go do certain things. But I've been watching more television, like just random shows on Netflix and stuff, than I've ever watched in my life. There's a show you want to watch, Moj. This will hit home with you since you're more of an historian. And it's a takeoff on the great Moby Dick story. The guy who plays Thor Hemsworth, he plays the lead character in this. They get the ship back in the
isn't he
1700s.
like in pursuit of the whale or something?
They're in pursuit of oil. They need whale blubber for oil.
Okay.
And they come across this ginormous whale. Great movie. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, what's it called?
You know what you should watch if you haven't
can't
watched
remember.
it, Vic? Because I watched it again last night for the second time.
Yeah.
Because I just needed something to fall asleep to. But then I got super into it. It's just a big, dumb action movie.
Yeah.
So anything with that Hemsworth guy, or the other one is Gerard Butler. Gerard Butler, you're just in for some shoot 'em ups and some chase scenes and stuff like that. There's a movie.
Wait. Is he the one that was in 300?
He was in 300.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But he's in like Olympus Has Fallen and those types
he's
of
always
movies.
in something.
So
what is this Moby Dick show?
I don't know the name of it. He's chasing a whale. Go to Netflix and look for whales.
But there's a second movie that came out from this that people, if you've seen it, tell me if you liked it or not. But the first one's great. Den of Thieves, great heist movie.
Yeah.
Any heist movie is always good. If there's a heist, it's an automatic thumbs up from me.
Okay, it's
Have you seen it, Vic?
2018. It's got No, it's got O'Shea Jackson in it, Gerard Butler, 50 Cent.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Shriver's brother, super underrated actor, by the way. That guy's great in like everything. He was in 13.
Wait, Liv
13
Schreiber
hours?
has a brother?
Isn't it Liev Schreiber's brother?
Pablo Schreiber?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he had a brother.
That's Liv Schreiber's brother, the NFL
I
Films
think-
guy?
I think so.
Come on.
Okay, first of all, Liev Schreiber is
First
Ray
of all,
Donovan.
He's not. Yeah, he's Ray Donovan.
He
Anybody
might
who
be the
refers-
voice of Hard Knocks,
Yes,
but he's Ray
anybody who
Donovan.
refers to Liv Schreiber as Hard Knocks or NFL. You don't know what you don't know. Ray Donovan is who he is.
But I think that is his brother. But he's in that movie. He's in 13 Hours, which is the Benghazi.
Yeah, that
thing.
is his brother. Well, it's his older half. His older half brother is Liev Schreiber.
Yeah,
with whom he shares a father. It says. And
Anyway.
Liev Schreiber, he's an actor, but he's also he's Hard Knocks guy.
If you haven't seen Den of Thieves, watch it. I don't know if the sequel's out or not. I know they're making another one. I'm gonna go see that one too because it's just if it's a heist, you got me. Name a heist movie that hasn't hit.
Well,
Like
the Ocean series.
Heat?
was-
Are you kidding me? Heat?
The Italian Job.
The Italian Job.
I like
Great.
that. Yeah, I
was
like
great.
that.
Ed Norton was Ed Norton. He was in the Italian Job, right? He played sort of the jerk at the end of that movie. Yeah, I think so.
You ever seen Hell or High Water? Hell or High Water, fantastic. Ben Foster's a great actor too.
Outstanding.
Hey, what's the one with Will Smith and one of my favorite actors of all time?
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
No, he's the old guy.
Big heist movie.
He's the
Enemy
old
of the
guy?
State.
Enemy of the State's it's not a heist movie, but yeah, it's good.
Gene Hackman.
Mm-hmm. Gene Hackman's also good.
That's like a heist movie.
Like all
isn't
the
it?
Ocean's movies are great. Like you have a heist, man. It's just the movie's gonna be great. It just is.
By the way, I Googled Netflix show Chasing Whales, and I believe what you were looking for is In the Heart of the Sea.
Yeah. That's the name of it.
But that movie's been out for like years.
It came out
Has
in
it?
2015, but it just hit Netflix now, so
Oh.
it's getting a bit of a resurgence
Okay, so
because
it's a
everybody's
10-year-old
watching it.
movie yet.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It just hit Netflix. Everybody wants to see the giant mammal.
Everybody's got this. Inside Man, if you've never seen that with Denzel,
Yeah.
incredible. The Town with Affleck. I mean, come on, dude.
The Town.
What's that movie that my wife
I'm not your wife.
liked?
I don't know. How would I know that?
Rocky. I like that one.
Great
too.
heist movie, Rocky. Wow. Going back to this just for a few minutes. So college football playoff has two teams that were outside the Final Four in the national championship game.
Right.
And all of this stuff about finding the four best teams and how much this, I've noticed that's gone. Because once you have a team that I believe Notre Dame was, fifth at the end of the year, and Ohio State was sixth. But you know as well as me, Moj, Ohio State with 2 losses and a loss to Michigan and no championship game appearance is not making the playoff of
Not
its
a
4
chance
teams right now.
Nope.
So what do we think about that? My theory that maybe national champions have lived outside the top 4 and they haven't always been right.
They
about
haven't had
things.
the opportunity. Correct. This is why you design a 12-team playoff, for somebody to play their way all the way to the top.
You know,
Absolutely.
this game scares the hell out of me. Georgia.
It should.
Well,
It
Georgia,
should.
I was like, okay, it's SEC team, but I was like, you know what? Notre Dame can run with that squad. Penn State really didn't scare me that much. This team scares me because they've got the ability to throw the ball downfield to a pair of witches on the outside. Notre Dame plays strict man-to-man defense. They don't play zone. Texas played a lot of zone, and it's the way they dealt with those receivers. The only way to deal with one of them, to bracket him a little bit. Notre Dame doesn't do that. Notre Dame plays straight-up man. The man you did, I just don't know if they could hold up against Ohio State.
Here's the thing that I don't really get. How did Ohio State lose twice?
Their quarterback's better.
With 3?
Their quarterback's better now than he was in those losses. That's what it is. The answer is Will Howard is more confident, throwing the ball with a little more confidence.
Yeah, you never, ever once in the season said Will Howard's one of the best I've seen. He is now.
I don't even know if that's true.
I mean, not the best I've seen, but in college football this year.
Hey, you're the one who said he sucked. He wasn't that big a deal at K-State, right?
No, hang on. Here's what I said. He's fine, but he's going to do something stupid that will cost you a game. He did it twice. He ran the clock out against Oregon when they were down 3, and then he couldn't
hasn't done that
complete
yet.
a pass against Michigan.
And he hasn't done that yet in the
playoff.
CFP.
But what I'm getting at is they have 3 wide receivers that would be drafted like -5th if they were eligible for the draft right now.
I know.
And it's like, how are you not throwing up 40 points a game with that? With those weapons in that passing game? Like, that's what's crazy to me.
That game's on Monday. So
Listen, I know we're gonna have plenty of time to talk to, but I'm gonna echo today what I'm gonna say this every day until the game. In my eyes, my team's already won. Now, do I want to win the game? You're damn right.
Come on.
But we've already won.
Come on, Vic. You can't play that game with them
No,
right now.
I
You can't
wanna
do that
win.
now.
Hey, Brett, I want to win. I'm not going to lay down, but nobody expected them to be here after Northern Illinois. Come on. We got a call from one of our cohorts, our ex-colleague, who called this show to make fun of me. Where is he now, by the way? Where's that phone call now? Is he listening? Hey, Marty, are you in your cubicle with Randy and Thad? Where are you at now?
I know exactly what Marty would say in this situation. I know him too well. He would say, that's because you guys didn't play Northern Illinois in the playoff. And to a certain extent, Vic, he has recent history on his side.
Are you saying that Northern Illinois is the springboard that buoyed the...
Maybe they're your Michigan against Ohio State. Okay. Who knows?
Hey, real quick. Hi, Coach. Great heist movie. I love this from this 3625. Oh, thanks, Coach.
Yeah, dig in there. Dig in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Snatch. Get in some of that burrito.
Snatch.
Did you like
Great
Snatch?
movie. Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, God, Coach has strong hands. That's a strong dude right there.
Where Brad Pitt can't speak a language?
Have
you seen Snatch, Vic?
What a great Tony, do something bad. Dude,
Is
what
Snatch-
a great movie.
Is Snatch sort of what became of like The Gentleman? Is it same sort of concept?
A little, like in the sense of how the movie's shot, whether it's just like it's quick, it's like 5 different things happening
it's a Guy
at once.
Ritchie deal, so that's and he was probably on Madonna at the time. I don't know, but nonetheless, it's a great film. Dennis Farina, the late great Dennis Farina,
NYPD Blues guy, or is that what he was?
Is that what he was? He says he comes back and they say, "You have anything to declare?" What's he say? Yeah, don't go to England. Freaking great. Tony, do something. Hey, Tony, look in the dog. What you mean look in the dog? Open him up.
The heist movies, they always have like typecasting is a real thing.
What you mean look in the dog?
Because Gerard Butler is the same guy in every film. He is. I'm just going to go out there.
Handsome guy with a beard, kick ass.
Jason Statham. Yeah, what's the job?
Yeah,
I gotcha. I'm going to drive a car real fast.
Who's the old guy from Taken? Every show he's got.
Dude, that's so good. That's so good.
Guy.
And then Liam Neeson, the guy from Taken, is that who you meant?
Yeah.
And then also you need the person who already retired, and then Brett says, "Hey, I got a job that'll pay us $10 million, and I got to go. I gave that up 10 years ago, Brett. You know I've been out of the game."
Just a little bit more, please. Just give me
have
a little
your
bit
mother.
more, please. A little bit more.
Either do the job or we'll keep your mother.
Oh, yeah, you think you're going to do that, do you? You know who I am? What's the job? I like Statham. Statham's good.
And you know who's a fan of a good heist movie? I know this for a fact. Connor McGahee, because one year when we were going over all the music that we used during Avalanche broadcasts, he requested this song. Right off the Ocean's 11 theme soundtrack.
Dude, how can you not get... I need to hear the song and I just want to get stuff done at home.
You know what?
Time to get stuff done.
A couple of things coming through. National Treasure, is that a heist movie? I think it is a heist movie, and I like National Treasure. I think
like
that's an
both.
enjoyable
I thought
watch.
they were both great. If they come out with another National Treasure, I am in.
I think Fast Times at Ridgemont is a heist movie.
That was a great film.
People say Reservoir Dogs, one of my favorites, but that one's weird because they don't actually show the heist. It's only the aftermath of the heist.
That's true.
Which do you know why that is? Because Tarantino had no money at the time and he couldn't shoot it.
Really?
What's funny about all these movies you're referencing and Hollywood in general?
Wait a minute, Vic. If I mention Reservoir Dogs, I got to do my Harvey Keitel.
Go ahead.
Hang on. Joe, he's a good kid.
That's really good, dude.
What's funny about all this, though, think about it. It allows us to sympathize with the criminal in every case.
Those are the best shows.
Sit here.
If you love the criminal, the bad guy, then it's a great show.
We sit here at the end of the show and we try to morally convince ourselves that that's a good person.
Yeah. Walter White, just let the guy make meth. He's got a great thing going for himself.
This is
what
good
are we doing here?
Well, I know we got to get to the fact checker. Quinn says...
he blew up a hospital. Who cares?
Big deal.
The guy's cool, man.
Quinn says, is Die Hard a heist and a Christmas movie?
Bruce Willis said it's not a Christmas movie, by the way.
I know he did.
Listen, Michael Corleone was a good man. He just wanted order in his life.
He just wanted his new wife not to get blown up in a car in Italy.
It is amazing. Like somebody said Ozark. It's like, dude, Bateman's just trying to get himself out of a jam. That's all he's doing.
It's not that big a deal.
All right. 303-504-0925. Fact checker now.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Last night in the Avalanche game, the Rangers scored a shorthanded goal, or as we call it, a shouty. And earlier today, Vic, you told us that you watched that shouty and then you turned to yo shouty and said something to her. Fact checker Vic, have you ever called your wife shouty ever in human history?
Watch this. Hey, shouty! Hey, Terry! Shouty! What are you going to do about it?
And Vic now gets up to run.
I can tell you what she'd say if I said that.
She's not.
Shut the blank up, Mosier. I'm not in the mood today. Yes, ma'am.
She definitely would. She's actually said that to Vic on the air before.
Yeah.
Right to jail, right away.
I yelled down the balcony one time, and I got a talking to.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you find your podcast. It's Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Go look it up. Have a great Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow, starting with the Mosies. Love you.
Oh, my God.
I can't wait.
It's upon us.
Taves keeps it in again. All the way over McKinnon. Wide open in front. Renton in a drive. Score! We're up all night to get lucky. Up top for Taves. He's got an overtime winner this season. Returns it to O'Connor in front. Stick check by Shesterkin. O'Connor works to get it back. High in the zone. McKinnon. One-timer Taves. He scores! It's a laser from Taser. His second OT winner of the season.
Throws it off over to Jokic. He's triple teamed. Loops it in the opposite corner. Murray three. Let's go! Loose ball down to Porter. Outlet pass over to Murray in a three. Got it! Nothing but net. Jamal Murray's got 43 in the game. 2 seconds left to go in Dallas, and there's the horn. Triple-double for Nikola Jokic. 45 points from Jamal Murray. Denver blows out Dallas in the second game of the set, 118-99. Those are great 2 wins for Denver. Back-to-back victories in Big D against a divisional opponent.
That's how you wipe away the sting of a wild card playoff loss by the Broncos. A little double dipperoo, little double winaroo for the Avs and the Nuggets last night. Colorado winning a game that they had no business getting 2 points in at Ball Arena. And then Jamal Murray, over 30 points in the first half, 45 to lead all players in the game. The Nuggets go to Texas. They beat Dallas in 2 games in 3 days on the road. Granted, they were playing a little shorthanded. No Luka Doncic. But Nikola Jokic, 29 minutes, doesn't take a single shot until the Nuggets have 17 points last night and throws together a triple-double and doesn't play a single second in the fourth quarter. That's the Denver Nuggets team that you needed to see.
Yeah,
and that's the one that can win a championship.
Raj, I was in the building last night at Ball Arena, as you were too. Phenomenal job, by the way, on the postgame show.
Until I had a stroke.
Yeah, strokes are okay, as long as you're upright the next day, right? Your brain just malfunctioned.
I gotta admit, I was perfect. I was perfect until that point.
Wow, at least you were humble too.
I know. Until that point. And then I was trying to figure out who Matt Rempe was about to fight. And for some reason,
I was trying to figure out how a freaking massive Matt Rempe is.
Dude, 6'6", I was like, 250 pounds. He's a big boy.
I was in the 200 level and I feel like I was staring eye to eye with him
He's
at Ball Arena.
Dude. He's a black hole and not a very good hockey player, but he's a big human being.
I like him on the ice though, like just as an agitator, enforcer.
Oh, dude, I would hate it.
Oh, I love it.
And it's because the Rangers are kind of like my second or my third favorite team.
They're kind of sweet, dude. Igor Shesterkin was so good.
They're going to make the playoffs. The Rangers will make the playoffs, and they'll be a team that no one in the East wants to face in the first round.
The only thing better than Igor Shesterkin's net minding ended up being Mackenzie Blackwood's. He was freaking believable.
Blackwood was great.
First time I've seen him in person. Obviously, I haven't been to a ton of games since he signed. Just all the stuff going on with the Broncos and the football season culminating. He is just it is a joy to be able to watch awesome net minding.
It's a joy to realize that the Avs can win any game that they play in now, which is how I felt in 2022. And
This is the best net minding since when at Ball Arena for the home team?
Semyon Varlamov in 2014.
A decade ago.
When he should have won the Vezina and Tuukka Rask from Boston won it. This is the best goaltending performance that we've seen in over a decade.
Also, you know me, I'm a big swag guy, like jerseys. There haven't been a lot of jersey sales for goalies from the Avs for quite some time.
39's a weird number.
I don't care. I'm ready. I'm ready because after the jersey that I invested in, Casey Middlestat, I saw it firsthand last night. He's going through it right now. His touch led to the second goal. It is a terrible touch, and he just looks like he's skating without any confidence whatsoever.
And he's in the doghouse, man. Like Bednar has a concrete foundation poured on top of him right now. Him, Sam Malinsky. Like I got to level with you. The Avalanche were awful last night. The D-core was a walking turnover. Everybody.
Makar was bad.
Makar struggled. Obviously gives up the first goal is squarely on Makar.
Yeah,
on
he
the power play.
just wasn't good the whole game. Like there's nothing really about him.
Sucked.
Yeah, the possession of the puck wasn't good. The transitional passing, blue line to blue line, it's ugly.
It was bad. They fought the puck the entire evening, and Bednar was livid with his team after the game. He was not thrilled, and that's coming off of a win. Like, most of the time, you see 2 points, and you're like, all right, that's good. You get 2 points any way you can, which is the end result of that game for the Abs. Bednar was blending the lines 10 minutes into the game because he couldn't find anyone that just gave a damn last night. And while you find a way to come back, because Blackwood was sensational, he makes 4 breakaway stops, including 1 in overtime. They kill off what was a bad interference call on Mikko Rantanen. It was really soft to call that thing. He was going off for a change. They kill off a 4-on-3. And then because of the one player who you always know is going to give you dogged effort the entire night, where's what number on the Abs? The one player who is never going to stop working is
29?
bag off.
29?
25.
Oh, yeah.
25.
Awesome.
Logan O'Connor is the reason why you won the game in overtime.
It is. You bring up 29. I know he maybe doesn't have the extreme consistent over-the-top effort, but watching him play and skate and possess the puck, he really is the best player on planet Earth. Like, he is so fast. The way... You just see such a difference with him and every other player on the ice. Anytime I've been to an Avs game, like, it is tangible. You can't tell that really when you're watching on TV. You can't see.
No, it's a different pace.
Yeah, like if you're especially like you're sitting like almost behind one of the nets, you see the acceleration and like zigzagging and oh my god.
You'll see that with when Connor McDavid comes to town on Thursday, the nationally televised game. He's another guy that you look at really when you go in person. McDavid's another guy that you go, oh, that's different.
Yep.
That looks different. And McKinnon was probably your best overall forward last night, but you had no business winning that hockey game. And now you can go into any game going, well, McKenzie's going to give us a chance to win. Even if we just have to find it at the end of the game, McKenzie's going to give us a chance to win the hockey game.
That's a 5-1 loss in the Georgiev era.
Dude, it's 2-0. It's 2-0.
The quality
10 minutes into the game.
Think about the quality, the quantity of quality shots that Mackenzie Blackwood had to face. Like I heard this morning on the MLK interview of Coach Bednar, the Jared Bednar show, him talking about like what is it, the C level, B level, and A level shots. And he said usually you want to give up maybe 3 to 5 A-level shots, and that's not great, but that's what you need a really good goalie to stop somewhere between 3 and 5 A-level shots. He said we gave up 13 A-level shots last night, and Mackenzie Blackwood was that good.
Like Shesterkin was making those saves for the Rangers, and that's why they pay him all that money, right? He stops that one-timer on McKinnon across the crease in the first period, and that could have been a big goal for the Avs to start to stretch out the early lead that they had built off the Parker Kelly goal. But now you have a goalie that can step up and make you relevant in games where you should not be relevant. Again, the entire D-core, they were a walking turnover last night. I thought 90% of the forwards, and Bednar agrees, didn't show up to play until crunch time last night. And that's a good team. Like, despite Dandings, the Rangers are like they won the President's Trophy last year. They were in the Eastern Conference Final last year. That's a good team. Again, I don't think anyone in the Eastern Conference wants to see them in the playoffs if they start to click. But now you go into the rest of this 5-game homestand against big-time teams, all playoff teams in the Western Conference, that are sitting ahead of you in the standings. And I can't wait to see what they do when they start to get healthy. Nichushkin not back at least this week, maybe next week. Gerard is day-to-day, according to Bednar. May be back as early as Thursday, may not be. But they continue to win games despite being injured.
Raj, before we move on, talk Nuggets and the remainder of this really important homestand for the Avs, but why were there so many Rangers fans in the building last night? And here's my theory. I've lived in Colorado now 3 years, and I sense that there are a ton of Chicagoans and people from the upper Midwest. A lot of them move to Colorado, visit Colorado, family live in Colorado. You know, you're talking Minnesota. So there's like anytime you're playing against the T-Wolves or the Wild, you feel the Minnesota nature. And same thing with Wisconsin teams. You feel it with Boston. I've never, since I've lived in Colorado, I don't think I've ever met a New Yorker like that is from New York that lives in Colorado.
I've met many of them.
You and I hang out in different. I guess New Yorkers don't love Northern Colorado. They're probably more down here, the Southern Colorado people, or the South Metro people.
I mean, the reason is because like, what is it, 60-something% of residents are people who were born in other states and countries.
Yeah, but like,
there's a lot of people who aren't originally from here.
Like, do you think of New Yorkers being like infiltrating a?
Yes, because I went to school, not obviously in the city, but I went to school out there, and 80% of the people that you go to school with when you're back there go to work in Manhattan. And you know what they do after they work there for 10 years and they start to settle down? They want to get out of there. They want to see grass. They want to see the sun. They want to see mountains and trees. And you don't get any of that in Manhattan. Where do you get that? You get it here. It's very, I don't think that there's a disconnect. I don't know where you're seeing that. That is a very linear pathway for me. That you live in a concrete jungle and then go, oh my God, I want to see nature. The easiest place to go is let's go to the mountains to the west.
So to live there or to visit for the Rangers? For the Rangers,
no, all the people that you saw last night cheering, they all live here. They're not making the pilgrimage from New York to Colorado for a game in the middle of January.
They were so loud. Like I went to the restroom at one point. And I heard, from the bathroom, I heard a thunderous applause. And it was, I was like, oh, yes, the Avs went up 2-0.
And Kyle does have a good text in here. The way that the NHL is set up and the schedule is set up, you play Eastern Conference teams twice. You play them once in their barn, and then they come to see you. Mm-hmm. And that's set up by the league so that you can see everybody at least once a year.
And while I'm on this little pontification about not thinking that there would be 9,000 New York Rangers in the building last night,
that was so short-sighted of you.
What's that?
So short-sighted of you.
Okay, I'm good. I'm glad to know it. I will say this: I actually really respect the Rangers franchise, and their fan base they were really cool people.
Yeah,
it's good hockey fans. They were into it. They got the chants going.
Not causing a ruckus.
No, there was no shenanigans. They were in the building really early. I decided to go super early. I took my daughter. She loves going to Avs games. Loves it. Like take it over any other sporting event.
All right.
And so we went an hour and a half early, and we're in the building walking around. Man, it was all Rangers fans. I'm like, they are here. They're excited to watch their Rangers. And what a great classic uniform too, by the way.
Oh, it's
the diagonal Rangers
so good.
Script, solid.
That little drop shadow on the number. Yeah, it's a great jersey.
Yeah.
And it ended up being a great hockey game because the Avs come back and steal one. And when they tied that game up with under a minute and a half to go, I looked at Connor in the booth and I went, I don't care what happens in overtime. Mm-hmm. Like you could get scored on in 5 seconds in overtime. I don't care.
When we're talking about the Nugs too and the Avs, I always feel like with these particular teams in these windows that we find ourselves in, I think it's like middle January on is where it's got to be right. And it felt right last night in Ball Arena. And I think it also felt right when you were able to tune into what was going on in Dallas as well with Jamal Murray.
We'll get into that. 45 points from Jamal Murray, a record-breaking night for Nikola Jokic as well. We'll tell you what that was on the other side and what the legendary player's name was that he passed in Dallas.
Like I think that Jamal has been catching a lot of heat this year, and Jamal Murray didn't pay himself $54 million. We did that as an organization because we believe in him.
Jamal Murray starts off on a Murray flurry in the first, over 30 points in the first half, ends with 45 to pace all players last night in the Nuggets. 118-99 victory over the Mavericks. They improved to 24-15. They get a triple-double from Nikola Jokic. 10 points, 10 assists, 14 rebounds. But Jamal Murray, coach, was the story last night. And while Malone says in his post-game presser, there's been a lot of pressure on him, and don't blame him for getting that money. We as an organization gave him that contract. Jamal would go on to say that, yeah, I signed up for this, man. I know the type of scrutiny that is now on me because of what Nikola does night in, night out, and the money that he makes, and the fact that he is, vastly underpaid compared to what he does on a game-by-game basis. I now have to be that player. I loved the leadership from him to step up, to respond to what Shaq was saying at the beginning of that game, because what Shaq said on TNT was
not inherently wrong.
Not wrong at all. He goes, on paper, that 5 right there should win an NBA championship. And then he very quickly went, I'm looking at you, Jamal, looking at you, Murray.
KJ, do you have the entirety of the Shaq drop of what he said pregame? I had this thought of going through everything that happened. Shaq, what he said in his, is it TNT? Or is
yes, TNT.
The TNT, whatever the show is, it's the NBA. They have the show. It's a show. Some kind of
Murray and Jokic.
Say that name again?
It was Murray, Jamal Murray and Jokic.
Okay, so now that Westbrook is playing great, Mr. Murray, where have you been? I don't know if you're injured or not, so I'm not going to really go in, but I guarantee you this, once you step up and play to the level to help you get a championship, y'all will be champions again.
This is Murray's response.
Okay, wait.
Shaq wants to know if he inspired you with his pregame words tonight.
I don't know what he said.
Perfect. That works out perfectly well.
I would love to know what he said, though.
Okay, so here's what Shaq said. He said he needs y'all to be champs again, and it all starts with you, Jamal. Get to work.
I agree 100%. 100%.
What is it about that statement that you feel is accurate?
Because when it's games like this, when I'm on and there's nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense of the group. When Yoke's going, it's like, okay, he's going. But I feel like, and the team feels like when I'm going, there's nothing to worry about. We just got to play defense. And he's 100% right. I need to play my best. I need to play better. I played terrible up until today, and I've struggled. And, the season's always about highs and lows and about weathering storms. And, just take this as a positive note and keep moving. But you can't get too high, can't get too low. So not just me, but we're all looking to keep this going, keep this momentum going, and get a win tomorrow.
I loved every aspect of everything that went down. Shaq was right in what he said in pregame. Jamal, who has a tendency, you can almost anticipate that Jamal is always going to ask somebody, what did he say? Have you noticed that? That's a Jamal Murray staple. In a post-game press conference, he kind of gives you that look, kind of like furrowed brow. What did he say? Now, what wasn't in exactly truth in media was the extreme finesse job by the court reporter, because he made it sound in his questioning of Jamal Murray like Shaq was glazing the Nuggets. Like, he is rooting so hard for the Nuggets to be back as a champion, and he just knows that you're a huge part of that, Jamal.
You got to butter Jamal up a little bit.
Oh my gosh, that was the ultimate freaking. Who was that? Who was that court reporter?
Jared Greenberg.
God, that was a
butter him up.
That was a grade A finesse job, and it worked out great. I mean, hey man, somebody's finessed a few things in my lifetime. I didn't finesse my wife in terms of taking my daughter on a daddy-daughter date last night very well. I didn't communicate that we were going to do it until like in 20 minutes before I left. So I probably should finesse that a little bit better. But I just thought it was a great response from Jamal Murray. And he's so freaking right. The Nuggets, we know, as Nuggets fans, as people who cover this team, we know so well that the perfect Nuggets game is one where you start out and you just look at the box score. Jamal, you look at Nikola Jokic. You see high volume of assists, high volume of rebounds, and then low volume of shooting. Who in the world roots for their superstar to have a low volume of shooting? Because usually that means that somebody else, and typically when it's Jamal Murray, this team is unstoppable. And for him to do what he did, it was incredible. OptaStats had a stat here, Raj. I don't know if you've seen this stat. And this is a cool little follow on X, OPTA stats. Jamal Murray of the Nuggets is the first player in NBA history to score 45 or more points in a road game with no other player on either team scoring 15. How about that? NBA history.
Far and away the best scorer in the game last night. 5 of 9 from beyond the arc. Nikola didn't have to play, and that's the best part about last night, is that Nikola goes off for yet another triple-double on just 4 of 7 from the field. He took 7 shots. Again, I told you, he did not attempt a field goal until the Nuggets had 17 points last night. And they ran away with this thing early, right? Like, you got a 15-point lead after 1. You extend that to 26 or something. It was either 26 or 28 at halftime, something close to that. It was over. By that point, Baca was watching it as we were, up in the booth, and I was trying to keep my eye on it as much as I could doing network last night. Nikola Jokic is the fastest player in NBA history to 15,000 points, 7,500 rebounds, and 5,000 assists. He did it in 709 games. He beat Larry Bird by 90 games. Bird did it in 799. He's the next closest player in terms of fastest to that mark.
Are we having a stat?
I'm a freak of nature. And
Raj, are you and I having a stat measuring contest? I like stat measuring contests. I'm gonna take your stat and raise you a quarter of an inch in a stat measuring contest. OptaStats. Nikola Jokic, going into last night's game, needed 8 assists to reach 5,000 for his career. If he does so tonight, it would be the second fewest games needed, 709, by any player in the last 40 years to reach 15,000 points and 5,000 assists. You knew who the other player was that was faster? His teammate, Russell Westbrook.
Huh.
How freaking cool is that?
Well, see, but then I look at Russ doing that, and then I look at, obviously, Bird doing my stat in 799. Not my stat, the stat that NBA tweeted.
Are we having stat measuring contest?
Not stat measuring contest. This is more.
Do you see what
is more of let's go into the meaning behind the stats.
Like, sometimes you just gotta throw your stat on the table and just measure it up against another man's stats.
Your stat is a better looking stat. You did more work on your stat than I did mine. I stole my stat.
Oh, yes!
Nicole is doing all of this without a single superstar next to him. Like, Larry Bird had Kevin McHale, and he had Robert Parrish, and he had Bill Walton, and he had Dennis Johnson. Like, he had not only all-stars next to him, he had Hall of Famers next to him doing this. Nikola famously hasn't played with a single all-star in his entire career, right? In terms of they're all-stars at the same time. We obviously know Russell Westbrook, like first ballot Hall of Famer, although he's playing at age 36. It's a wonderful renaissance for Russ, but it's not Oklahoma City Thunder Russ. Russ played with another Hall of Famer. He played with an all-star back there. He played with multiple all-stars when he was an KD, James Harden. Like, he played with big-time players. Nicole is doing this with, historically speaking, no help compared to the other dudes. It's insane to watch that guy play. And it's funny because the guy barely even played last night. He didn't play a single second in the fourth. And that is the blueprint to success for the Nuggets this year, is while the beginning of the year was miserable. And I think I said this probably a month ago. It was either a month, like 3 weeks or so ago. Maybe this is what it looks like for the Nuggets to take it easy during the regular season. Even though they're playing longer minutes because you have to be in those games and you're giving up leads to lesser teams, you're having to fight back from multiple 15-point deficits to an injured team like Dallas when they don't have their best player in Luka. And the conversation is, well, no, if they're not trying during the regular season, that means you don't play your guys, or they only play 25 minutes on a given night. Maybe that's just what it looked like for this team to wait to flip the switch. And now it starts to matter. It's not the home stretch, but now you start to peak, right? Because you have to peak in June. You don't want to peak in November. You don't want to peak in January.
You want to start the process in mid-January. That's what I stand by that. This is the separating time of the year. And I like where both the Nuggets and the Avs find themselves in the standings. You stayed afloat, Raj. Remember all the times that we talked about the Avs with the injuries.
Stay at 500.
Stay afloat. The Nuggets haven't played with their starting five, but what, 10 times this year? 12? It's just not much. It's either been AG out. You've dealt with Nikola Jokic with his a couple. I mean, not major injuries, but illness. You had the Serbian Christmas, birth of a child. You're getting healthy at the right time of year, and you're getting the best version of Jamal Murray. And you know what, Jamal Murray? Why I think he's in this place right now? Jamal Murray's shown this fan base, and most importantly, his teammates. He's shown one thing that I haven't seen from him the last year and a half.
A little bit of fire.
I've seen some vulnerability.
Oh.
It's not just kind of smacking your lips and be like, why are you on me like that? It's more, I'm going through it right now. I'm struggling. Like, I am struggling as a shooter of the basketball. And I'm actually, a lot of people thought it might have been because I'm apathetic because of this big contract. Maybe it's what he says is he's been gripping the basketball a little bit too tightly. And the shots aren't going down. You see the frustration from him.
Yeah, there's three ways to go when you sign a deal like that, right? You can be the guy, you can be Anthony Rendon, right? You sign that big old deal after winning an MVP, and then you barely play baseball ever again and don't care. And you literally tell the world, I'm good. I don't need this. I've got all my money. It's guaranteed. It's coming down the pike. You can kind of stay the same and then slowly get better. Or you can also grip when you have those contracts because you have to now live up to that dollar amount. Seems like that's what was happening with Jamal Murray. He's gripping.
And we spent the better part of the last 2 months on all of our Altitude Sports Radio programs.
Yeah, I was ripping him for 2 months.
Well, all of us have been trying to figure it out, Raj. And I don't think any one of us had the solution right in front of us. It was, is it apathy? Is it, probably part of my take was, is it just overall inconsistency in his approach to showing up to work on a daily basis? That's what I thought. Attitude, kind of like maybe a little like apathy and like, don't talk to me that way. But I think as we've kind of watched him work through these struggles that started in the Olympics. It really did.
It started before the Olympics. It started the playoffs.
Right. But certainly the beginning of this 2024-25 campaign, the Olympics began this kind of ugly start in terms of like it carried over. And what I've seen is that over time, I've seen a basketball player, and I've coached a lot of football players that are kind of going through it in their own brain and between their ears. He was going through a slump, and he's been working through a slump. And the best part about what he's been doing is that he's been very honest as he's worked through that slump with his teammates, with this fan base. And this fan base should be behind Jamal Murray because it's your best path forward to go and get number 2.
Coach, some NFL news, some NCAA and NFL news this morning. Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers will not be returning to college football. He declares for the NFL draft.
Cool.
That
really
Quinn
moves
Ewers,
the needle for me.
Is Quinn Ewers the third quarterback taken off the board this
Jackson
year?
Dart's a better player. I like Jackson Dart better.
Is Quinn Ewers the third quarterback taken off the board?
No. He's terrible, Raj. He's not good.
Is he gone?
Could you imagine if your franchise?
Is he gone before day 2 is up?
I think he goes, man. Boy, it's gonna come down to all these workouts. He's gonna throw the ball well at the combine. He's got a good arm and just no mobility, man. He can't move. And he's not as good of a thrower, and he's not as heady and as intelligent as Jared Goff. You know, I got in a little bit of a Twitter beef with RG3. RG3 came out and said that of the 8 remaining NFL quarterbacks in the divisional round, 7 of them are highly mobile quarterbacks.
Oh, why'd you get into a Twitter beef? It's funny. RG3 is on my notes for something to talk about today. Why did you get into a Twitter beef with RG3?
Because this is what he tweeted out. He said that 7 of the 8 remaining NFL quarterbacks in the divisional round are very mobile quarterbacks. And I was sitting there, I'm like, okay, so 7 of 8, that means that he is implying that either Jared Goff or Matt Stafford are highly mobile quarterbacks.
Neither one of them are.
No! Have you seen the rushing totals on because he then responded to me on Twitter, on X, and he said, I agree that Goff is not a mobile quarterback. Matthew Stafford is much more mobile than people think he is. What?
Maybe when he was 26 coming out of Georgia.
But even then, he wasn't mobile at Georgia. He was a pocket
He's one of the best
Jesse
pocket passers we've seen
with
in the last
crazy
30
arm
years.
talent.
All right, so let's go through the matchups. Ravens, Bills, mobile quarterbacks.
Very
big check marks right
very,
there.
very.
Super mega mobile. Rams, Eagles, 1.
Yes.
Jalen Hurts.
Stafford, not.
No. Commanders, Lions, 1.
Jaden
Daniels. Texans, Chiefs.
I don't know that
I
really
don't
either
think
one's
either
that
one of them.
mobile.
I completely agree, man.
CJ Stroud's pretty pockety. And he's pretty much a pull up on the run and throw the ball. And
there are 2 players that can extend plays with their legs, or if they need to go get a first down.
Baseline mobility, they're good.
Baseline.
But they don't scare you?
Am I game planning for CJ Stroud's ability to break contain and then
Not
run for
really.
15 yards? No. Am I doing the same thing with Patrick Mahomes? No.
Patrick Mahomes is just, because he's the witch.
Just slippery.
His mobility is it's like when he needs it in the most critical moment of a game, it's like he just powers up and finds it like in that moment.
He's a witch.
He is,
It
dude.
really, you can't explain it, man.
It's sorcery. His mobility is a form of sorcery. No question. The guy's nuts.
Just David Blaine in it in the pocket.
So I have this theory, and I like RG3, man.
Chris Angel mind freaking it.
I've known RG3 since
That's
that's
what he is. He's mind freak.
Okay, that's
Patrick
right.
Mahomes is mind freak. He's not a witch. He's a mind freak.
He is.
Mind freak.
Yep. So back to RG3, man. I think that he said that 7 of 8 are highly mobile quarterbacks because I think deep down in his heart of hearts, he wants to take credit for revolutionizing the position of quarterback in the National Football League as one that requires mobility. And like RG3, you were like a 4.37 40-yard dash guy. These guys are not. There's maybe 2 or 3. Lamar Jackson is. Josh Allen in his own massive human being way is that type of elite mobile quarterback. And then was it Jalen Hurts and Jaden Daniels? That's it. So half of them are highly mobile like you were.
On the other side, Altitude TV's Chris Dempsey will join us for his weekly NBA baseline report. We'll get the latest on Jamal Murray. We'll get his reaction to Nikola Jokic setting historic marks last night and get you guys ready for a back-to-back for the Nuggets. They're back home. They'll take on the Rockets this evening at 7 p.m. You can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
2 seconds left to go in Dallas, and there's the horn. Triple-double for Nikola Jokic, 45 points from Jamal Murray. Denver blows out Dallas in the second game of the set, 118-99. Those are great 2 wins for Denver. Back-to-back victories in Big D against a divisional opponent.
Let's head out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident. You need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find, for his weekly NBA Baseline Report, Altitude TV's Christopher A. Dempsey. Demps, what's up, brother?
What's going on, guys? Another good win by the Nuggets there. It's a fun call there by Cause.
Unreal win for them. Jamal Murray, 45 points. Nikola Jokic, ho-hum triple-double on just 4 of 7 shooting and 3 quarters of play. I got to ask, where's this Jamal Murray been, man?
It's a good question. Look, I think a couple of things that he mentioned this in kind of the post-game interviews last night. One, he quite clearly felt good, and he talked about taking an anti-inflammatory of some sort that helped his knee, be in a space that he could just go out there and play without pain. So, I mean, I think that's, first and foremost in regards to last night. And then something I think he did last night is something that I've been saying for many weeks now that he should do, and that is basically hunt his shots. And he does. You can do that without breaking the general scope of the offense. He never really does. I mean, or I should say, rarely does. Everything that he got last night was a shot well within how that offense operates, and that is something that he can definitely be in control of way more often than he has been. And if he can do that, then I think we'll start seeing, obviously not 45 points. He just made all the shots last night, but 22 to 25 on a nightly basis, I think, seems pretty reasonable.
Demps, you've been following the sport of basketball in the NBA now for the majority of your lifetime. And you look at a superstar that's the greatest player on planet Earth in Nikola Jokic, that has a fan base that understands that maybe the best performance for a Nikola Jokic and his team is when he only shoots the ball 7 times. How rare is that? Because it does mean that somebody else came alive on the roster as a result of Nikola Jokic solving all of the equations on a basketball court. Can you think of anybody in the history of basketball that you would say has their best night and the best thing for the team is when they do the least in terms of offensive output?
Yeah, not from a star scoring person standpoint. No, I mean, I think that list would have to be comprised of players that also impacted the game passing. So
Magic Johnson,
maybe Magic, exactly right. Yeah,
might be
Magic Johnson. Maybe a LeBron on a weird night where he maybe just dishes out like 18 to 20 something assists. And doesn't take a lot of shots. But I think those would be the type of players that could still have a winning impact on a team without scoring or without taking that many shots on a particular night. Jokic, it's interesting kind of his evolution, because it used to be when he was a younger player, he would just have these nights randomly anyway where he just didn't take a bunch of shots. And I think the prevailing opinion on that was he needed to be a lot more aggressive for that team, and then everything kind of falls into place after that. But now I think he's just in a space where he has his finger on the pulse of the game so well that he understands this is a night that I don't have to do much. And look, if we're being honest, the Dallas Mavericks helped out in that. I mean, they doubled and triple teamed him so many times that he became just kind of a passing player. But for that kind of player to still have that kind of impact, to still put a triple-double on the board and have everything still fall into place around him, he might be the only player in the history of the NBA that can do that and have us all look at that and say that was certainly reasonable.
Dems, let's talk about the one thing that's been the Achilles heel for one of the two things that's been the Achilles heel for the Nuggets this year. One has been the bench, but the second and the most glaring, especially for a defensive coach like Michael Malone, has been the team defense. They've won 8 of 10. In that stretch, they are number 4 in the league in defensive rating. If you just go back to their last their last few days, their last 15 days in just the month of January, they are the second best team in the NBA over that stretch. Before that, they were the 10th worst team in the NBA in terms of defensive rating. What specifically changed?
Yeah, well, I just think the effort on that end has changed, and consistent effort on that end, and that's why, Raj, I think this bears watching for the remainder of the season, because what they have now shown us is that they can be very inconsistent playing defense, but then they have this stretch of games where they're very consistent playing defense, and I'm not just exactly sure which of those two teams is the real Nuggets team so far yet this year, because we've seen such a wide variance in what they are on that end of the court. And they have the personnel to be a good defensive team, not a great defensive team, but a good defensive team. You still and look, Aaron Gordon has been in and out of the lineup a little bit. I mean, you've had some guys. They're experimenting with guys off the bench. They're experimenting with Russell Westbrook playing the late game minutes defensively versus. So I mean, there has been some tinkering with the equation as well. But I just think, Raj, this is just a situation where they're just playing harder for longer and paying better attention to personnel, and I'm talking about the opposition's personnel, which they will have to do tonight. Because this is a basketball team in the Houston Rockets, where you are going to have to understand what you're doing to navigating through screening action. They set a ton of ball screens, and I mean a ton, and they set them way far out, kind of near half court too. They spread your defense thin, so you got to know and be very organized of how you want to attack that from a defensive standpoint. But first things first, play hard on that end, and I think we've seen more instances of the Nuggets doing that as of late.
You bring up the Houston Rockets in the massive game tonight for the Denver Nuggets to continue forward, and this being the second leg of a back-to-back, 8-0 in games such as this throughout the course of this season. But it does seem like the Houston Rockets have been a strange thorn in the side of the Denver Nuggets. And even at home, some of these home matchups, I've been at a couple of these games, and when you look at this team, a combination of Jalen Green, Alperen Şengün, Fred VanVleet, Dylan Brooks, they have 7 players that average at least 11 points a game.
Yeah.
Is this what you're talking about with the tremendous team basketball, the pick and roll game? What do the Nuggets have to get accomplished tonight to get over a hump of a team that is playing really good basketball in Houston?
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, Coach, because they would drop games to this Houston team, and they weren't even this good at those teams in the past. So now they are this good, and it's a really big game, and it's a hard team to have to handle. I would expect that this should be a pretty physical game. Udoka coaches physical basketball teams. He wouldn't have it any other way. There'll probably be a couple of little fracases in this game. I'm sure one of them will involve Russell Westbrook, a little jawing back and forth. I expect all of that to be part of this game here tonight. The Houston Rockets, they hang their hat on defense. Now, I will say this. They are missing a couple of players that makes their defense go from good to great, and those are Tyrese and Jabari Smith Jr. is not going to be playing in the game tonight, but still a very physical defensive team. And to your point on offense, they run it through a lot of guys. Now, look, they lean into the two-man game. They lean into Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün more than anybody else. But what you will see is a number of players being the ball handler and screening action. Amen Thompson and Fred VanVleet, Cam Whitmore is a player playing more minutes because Tyrese is not available to them. Then obviously Jalen Green as well. So they do a lot, and but they do keep it simple. So I think for the Nuggets, it's about playing physically tonight. And if they play physically, both offensively and defensively, I think the Nuggets offensively can find their way through usually what is a tough Houston defense.
There he is, Christopher A. Dempsey. You can watch him tonight starting at 6 p.m. on Altitude TV with Nuggets Live before the Nuggets take on those Houston Rockets. 6:30 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Demps, we appreciate the time.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
Your NBA baseline report. Again, all of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by Ramos Law. Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Coming up in hour 2, KJ's NFL notes at 11:15. On the other side, let's look around some other big-time rookie quarterbacks. Let's compare and contrast what they did in year 1 versus what we can expect in year 2 from our very own Bo Nix.
Well, that's a loaded question. It's I'll be able to go back and reevaluate, kind of do a little self-study of the season and get more of that information, know what I need to learn and to grow from. But really, it's the same every year. You want to get back. Most importantly, is to get your body back and get it fresh for the next season. Take care of anything that's hindering me from playing at my fastest level. And so when it comes to that, body work is great. Workouts, throwing, all the typical things you do throughout an off season, the fun stuff. But I enjoy the film study and the self scouting and the things that I can jump ahead on for next year and just kind of be a little bit more ahead after knowing a little bit more what to expect.
Bo Nix on the next steps for him as a quarterback next year as he gets the Broncos back to the playoffs for the first time since the Super Bowl 50 victory. And his quarterback's coach in Davis Webb this year, did you hear the quote that he had at the end of the season? He goes, yeah, we're going to give him some stuff to work on, but right now, like he literally said, he goes, go to an Avs game. Just go away. Just go chill for a little bit.
I like Davis Webb, man.
Your rookie, is he going to get nabbed? Is
He
someone
should be.
going to take him for like a little bit more of an elevated role?
He should be a coordinator.
An assistant coordinator
He should
somewhere.
be a coordinator.
Coordinator in waiting.
Or like a coordinator for a Kevin O'Connell, a guy that's a play caller. Those types of roles. Somebody gets promoted from that particular situation to gets an actual coordinating job or a head coaching job. Davis Webb did phenomenal work, and the way I could tell that he was doing great work, when you have a strong leader like you do in Sean Payton, and that is said with all respect in the world, and that strong leader at times maybe is not the most personable. When you see the inner connectedness of the QB room with Bo Nix, Zach Wilson, Jarrett Stidham, and then their plus
Their
ones.
wives love each other.
Like that shows there was a great environment. And that kind of environment goes a long way for your rookie year and your feelings of being able to be successful.
So it's no longer just about the rookie year now. Right now, it is about the future. It's about what can you do for me when the league has more tape on you? What can you do to build upon what was? It was a historic rookie year. Like if you look at what he did this season, 34 total touchdowns is the third most by any rookie quarterback in the history of the league, just behind Herbert and Newton. Herbert had 36, Newton had 35, Bo had 34, Jaden Daniels with 31 total touchdowns this year. You talk about a good room, a good nucleus, right, that you can build around a young player. Kosmider had an article in The Athletic, I want to say it was 2 days ago. Do you know that over all 5 of his college seasons, both at Auburn and then at Oregon, there was a change at either play caller, head coach, offensive coordinator, or a combination of the three? This may be the first year that he goes into year 2 at a program since being in high school where he has some sort of continuity. And I think that means everything for success in year 2 for Bo Nix.
Yeah, I do too. I think that Bo Nix is the perfect personality to deal with inevitability of change because of his maturity, because of his focus. You see that Bo Nix doesn't get concerned with things that maybe he doesn't have in place and looks to work for the solution in front of him to be the best quarterback he can be. But while I do look at some of the stats, there's some concerning stats, and I'm going to point to one in particular. This was a really remarkable stat from the game against the Bills. Bo Nix was pressured on 14 of his 27 dropbacks. First off, that number's too high for dropbacks, right? That's not play action. It's not bootleg. It's not naked. All the things that I wanted to see in this game with a nice blend of run game. In his playoff debut against the Bills, that's a 51.9% pressure rate. And it was the highest pressure rate that he faced in his 18-game rookie season.
How many of those came in the fourth/garbage time when you were like forced to drop back and throw the football, though?
I mean, it's still 14. 14 pressures. He didn't have 14 drop back passes in the fourth quarter.
Looking through the play-by-play right now. So let
me
go.
finish this. Let me finish this
ahead.
stat real quick. So the crazy thing about it is, despite the heavy pressure, Nix completed 8 of 11 attempts under pressure, generating season highs in yards. So he threw for 127 of his yards on passes in which he was pressured. His completion percentage was 72.7% when pressured in this playoff contest. Now, here's the alarming rate right here. Nix was not nearly as effective from a completely clean pocket. Completely clean pocket in this game. He completed 5 of 11 for 17 yards. He was negative 27.2% completion percentage over expected. That means he should have, what was open, he should have at a 27.2% completion percentage uptick over what he actually had, just based off of what was open.
Yeah, he struggled. The whole team struggled there. I'm looking at 10 dropbacks in the 12 downs of football when they were down 28-7 in the fourth quarter. So 10 of those 27 came in times where you were forced to throw the football. I don't know how many times he was pressured in those 10 dropbacks,
right.
But I would assume it's probably half of them, right? Because then Buffalo can still pin their ears back, right?
Yeah.
Maybe half.
Let me, so I'm getting this from the Twitch feed here, that stat, that 27.2% less than expected completion percentage, that means that nothing was open. That is 100% inerrant. That is wrong information. CPOE takes into account what was statistically open. That's what NFL Next Gen Stats, it tracks open receivers and targeted receivers that you throw the ball from a clean pocket and you miss the throw. Either baseline inaccuracies or inherent misses, or missing completely and throwing the ball away. That all takes into account to CPOE, 100%. And Bo Nix this season, average target separation in the National Football League, and this was largely credited to Sean Payton as a schemer, was top 3 in the NFL for target separation on average from his receivers. So he had the top 3 most open receivers of any quarterback in pro football. So those are real stats.
Who are the other quarterbacks around him then?
Let me pull it up.
If you can find that for me, I want to know the other quarterbacks around him and where they are they all rookies? I want to know where the other rookies are.
Okay.
Right? So if that's my comparison right now. I'm not comparing Bo Nix to any of the established quarterbacks yet. Right? I have to establish him again, or rather compare him against his peers, and then year 2, year 3, year 4, that's when you start getting into, all right, can you compete with the big guns in the AFC? The answer right now is very clearly no, you can't. But you're good enough to get into the conversation.
So average target separation of NFL starting quarterbacks. Number 1, meaning who had the most open receivers to throw to?
Yes.
Number 1, Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
His average was 4.3 yards of separation. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
4.0. Number 3, Bo Nix at 3.9.
Okay.
4, Tua Tagovailoa. 5, Geno Smith. 6, Jaden Daniels.
There you go.
Okay,
I was going to expect that he was a little bit farther away, but there's a reason why he's going to walk away with the Rookie of the Year.
Now, do you want to talk about CPOE? Completion percentage over expected. It's exactly what it is. Expected is we analyze this pass attempt.
It's a war stat for quarterbacks.
Yes, exactly. Number 1 in the league. It's crazy. Jalen Hurts. In the league. 2, Joe Burrow. 3, Jared Goff. And then you go down into the territory that Bo Nix finds himself in.
Where is Bo?
Bo is 32.
32. Now let's move up. Continue to move up from 32. 31.
Will Levis.
30.
Patrick Mahomes.
Sometimes science lies.
No, it doesn't lie.
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes had the second most open receivers and was 29th worst
30th,
in complete.
30th, yeah.
30th worst in completion percentage over expected.
Yep.
Sometimes stats lie. Sometimes
Well,
science
do you think,
lies.
Is there a reason? But Patrick Mahomes isn't even in the conversation for being an MVP for what he did during the regular season. Am I right in saying that?
No, but he went 15-2.
He didn't have a good season. He's being like his regular season is being touted as the reason why the dynasty is over. And we all know that is fool's gold.
You're telling me that Bo Nix is Patrick Mahomes. That's what your stats are telling me. Sean Payton drafted Patrick Mahomes.
So in that same
does he hate me yet?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Number 19 in this statistical CPOE was Jaden Daniels.
All right, he was middle of the road in the NFL, but had a top 6 wide receiver separation or like open wideouts.
Top 3. Number 3.
No, that was Bo. Bo was number 3. Jaden Daniels is number 6.
There you go.
It's not that delta between Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix really isn't that big.
All right, let's go to the next one.
That's middle of the road and bottom third. That's really not that far.
Can I do this stat, which I think is
I feel as though you're trying to paint the stats and say that like he is so far off.
No, I'm not.
No,
I think this is a very fair stat.
Okay.
Expected points added per dropback. So you take every single dropback, and each dropback, based off the outcome of it over the history of NFL quarterback play, how many points should be added or subtracted from the total of the team's points based off of what you as the quarterback did on that snap.
Okay.
Number 1 in the National Football League. EPA per dropback, added 0.3 points per dropback. Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, it makes sense. He's
2.
Arguably the MVP.
2, Jared Goff, 0.25.
Number 1 seed in the NFC, makes sense.
Tied with him, Josh Allen, 0.25.
MVP of the league, makes sense.
Yep. You keep going down. Joe Burrow, number 10. Patrick Mahomes, number 9 in the National Football League. Jaden Daniels, number 6. Rookie.
Where's Bo?
17.
All right, middle of the road. That's
Correct.
fine. That's fine.
Guess who's one spot in front of him?
Russell Wilson.
Matthew Stafford.
Ah.
Matthew Stafford
That's
had a
fine,
great
man.
year. Matthew Stafford had a great year.
What you're telling me is that he is fine. He is what you should have expected out of a rookie quarterback in year 1.
Russell Wilson in expected points added, 23rd in the National Football
Okay,
League.
so Sean Payton made the right decision. And based off that stat, Sean Payton made the right decision there. You have had a rookie quarterback that has outpaced expectation in year 1, got his team to the playoffs. Granted, he did have a very good defense buoying him for the majority of the season, although the defense fell off at the end of the year. You are well ahead of schedule. And now the question is, what can you do in year 2? You look at quarterbacks like Justin. I'm going to go through the total touchdowns for all of these guys. Herbert, 36 total TDs in year 1. Newton, 35. Wilson, 30. Dak, 29. Jameis Winston, 28. Andrew Luck, 28. Baker Mayfield had 27 total touchdowns in their rookie seasons. Bo had more than all but just 2 of those guys. In the second year, the only quarterbacks that got arguably better in year 2 were Justin Herbert when he went 9-8 with 38 touchdowns, 5,000 yards, and 41 total TDs. Cam Newton took a step back in year 2 when he had 19 touchdowns and 12 interceptions compared to 21 TDs and 17 picks in his rookie year. He also threw for 300 fewer yards in that season, did not rush for as nearly many touchdowns in year 2. There's not many of these guys that get better in year 2. And a lot of those quarterbacks vastly outperformed expectation. I think Bo outperformed what we expected him to be, but those fancy nose picking numbers that you just rattled off for 10 minutes told me that he is a middle of the road quarterback in year 1. I don't expect regression. You talked about yesterday, the entire show.
High
floor.
High floor.
High floor.
Very high floor.
I expect him to tick up in year 2, man.
I think it's going to be similar.
I don't expect him to be
the
Justin Herbert.
The drop off won't be real. I don't think the drop off's going to be significant.
Right. He's not going to he's not going to be who had a really tough sophomore slump.
CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud was 9-6-0 in his first year, 23 touchdowns, 5 picks, 4,100 yards through the air, 26 total touchdowns in year 2 this year, 10-7, 20 touchdowns, 12 picks, 3,700 yards.
That's pretty big regression statistically. Would you agree? That's pretty large. 20,
Compared to
20,
what he did.
20 touchdowns to 12. What was he the year before? 4,100 yards.
4,100 yards through the air, 26 total touchdowns. So he ran for 3, threw for 23.
Okay. So if we look at, that's a great one to look at, C.J. Stroud, right?
Baker Mayfield was the
real
bigger
quick,
drop-off.
Let's EPA per dropback, right? This statistic that we're saying carries some weight. C.J. Stroud this year he was number 25 in expected points added per dropback. That means that every time that the Texans called a dropback pass, they were losing 0.07 points on their season total. 25th in the NFL. It's a pretty big drop-off. I don't see that coming from Bo Nix next year. I don't see a insane level of growth either. Do you? I mean, do you think it's going to be like a massive...
No, he's not going to be Justin Herbert. Herbert gained 700 yards through the air, 5 extra touchdowns in total, a 5,000-yard season in year 2 when he went 9-8. He's not going to be Justin Herbert. He's going to do what Russell Wilson in his rookie year went 11-5, 26 touchdowns, 10 picks, 3,100 yards, and 30 total TDs. In year 2, he went 13-3, 26 touchdowns to 9 picks, essentially the same season with 3,400 yards, just under 3,400 yards throwing. He's going to do that little small. He's just going to slowly inch his way up. And if the team around him is built properly, if they find a way to get a tight end or a running back into this organization,
it'll get better.
It's going to get better. My microphone is falling off. Our pets' heads are. I can't do this. I need a bolt. I'm going to lose my mind. NFL notes are next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
You know how pissed off my wife is going to be when I tell her that I have to go buy new headphones because I launched them against the side of the studio
That was
a couple of minutes ago.
Raj, that was a very Toretti moment of you. It's like an Italian dilemma you were facing. A Toretti.
The microphone was falling off
You had
the
yourself
stand,
a Toretti moment.
and I couldn't do anything about it, and it sent me off the edge, and then I tossed my very brittle headphones, which, by the way, not great.
There were
old.
Beats by Dr. Dre himself.
They
Dr.
were
Dre
old,
made your
and
headphones, man.
They were also
You know what
free.
You know what I think all of your angst was directed at? It wasn't the microphone. It was at me going
Your nose picker stats?
Advanced analytic nerd guy for an entire segment.
Could you imagine
And
if I went into Corsi percentages for the NHL for 12 minutes?
I mean, I'd be there for
You
it.
are. You're.
Come
you
on.
were.
I have
No.
strange nerd tendencies.
I was not mad at that. I was mad. I was legitimately upset
I hate
over
going
the microphone.
I hate going full stat guy at times, but I love going full stat guy at times. And I also love when people are mad at me for going full stat guy at times because it kind of is punk rock of me to do it.
It is
and you
punk
need
rock.
to be punk
It
rock
is
every
football
once
guy
in a
of you.
while.
It is football.
You got to go a little bit like, hey, I'm going to piss off the listeners for at least 15 minutes today. And I apologize. I love every single one
Don't
of you.
apologize for a second. You do a good job of explaining what they mean. T-Mac on Twitch goes, Raj, they're beats? They're yeets now. Yeeted them across the room.
You did yeeted something, bro.
KJ,
My man.
NFL notes. What's
My
up
man.
first, brother?
Oh man, Raj, I just want to say whatever is free is for me. In regards to your headphones, so I hate that you are giving up something that's free. That hurts me to my core.
Well, I didn't throw them away because they were free.
Well, I know you didn't.
I saw
but they
red.
were
I was like Nathan McKinnon launching a helmet at Connor Garland.
All right. Well, semantics. The Broncos brass are expected to talk today at the top of the hour as they continue their end of the season checklist. Nothing's official, but Sean Payton, George Payton, and maybe Greg Penner are expected to step up to the podium today to address the media. Guys, what are your top questions or your top thoughts that you would, run by the Broncos brass today to kind of transition into the 2025 offseason?
What are you going to do to fix the run game?
Yeah, that is question number one. My question to go further, it would be of Sean Payton to say, what do you believe is needed to fix the run game? Is it personnel solely, or is it personnel and scheme? Because I don't know who that guy is on the current offensive staff that is a run game designing savant. We all know Sean Payton can design to get guys open. Michael Lombardi, Carmichael. It's a pass-happy staff. Zach Strief, great offensive line coach. Great job developing the depth. But is he that experienced developer, designer of an advanced run game that gives you a chance?
I would like to know what you think is the greatest reason why you petered out at the end of the year, why you backed into the playoffs, and why you lost to the Bills so heavily. What do you think?
Question.
Like, it's another way. It's another way to ask what's your greatest weakness.
I would like to ask Sean Payton to his face, how would you grade Vance Joseph as your defensive coordinator on a 18-game scale?
Where did Bo struggle the most this year in your eyes? I want to force you to say something negative about your quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Sean, what did you make of Bo Nix going 1-7 against the elite quarterbacks in the AFC?
That's a good one. That's kind of ruthless, but that's a good one.
I wouldn't ask it. I mean, I'd be
1-7
so
is also
scared.
kind of a cheap way to ask that too, because
Was it 7? Mahomes once, twice against Herbert. Allen is 4.
Jackson,
Burrow. Is that it?
Those are your 6, yeah.
Who's
your 7th? Who are you choosing as your 7th? Are you counting Mahomes twice, even though you didn't play him?
You didn't lose to him.
Still a fine
Where was
question.
your other loss?
Still a fine question.
You were 10-7, right? And then you lost in the playoffs. You lost. Oh, Steelers doesn't count. Definitely not. So 1-6. 1-6. Wait, did you beat one? You didn't beat one.
No, you didn't beat one. The best quarterback you beat this entire season was Baker Mayfield. No, Aaron Rodgers doesn't count. That guy sucks. Aaron Rodgers was good a decade ago. That guy's a terrible quarterback now.
So you're 0-6 against the generation of quarterbacks
that you're
going to have to beat.
You didn't beat him once. The best quarterback you beat this season was Baker Mayfield. That's it. And then maybe Jameis Winston in Week 13 because Jameis was still playing pretty
And it was
well.
just weird.
And that was a nutso game.
This is weird.
What an insane football game. KJ, what's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Oh, sorry, Jerry. According to the Dallas Daily News, Shedeur Sanders has given his approval for Coach Prime to Dallas if he so chooses. Quote, I think it would be cool, and quote, if you're the Dallas Cowboys, do you hire Deion Sanders? If you don't assure him, Dak will be traded to make room for Shedeur Sanders.
Yes. I think that Dallas should hire Coach Prime. That's my take. And I think that Coach Prime, if given the opportunity to take the job in Dallas, and this is going to be the hot take, with the opportunity to immediately draft Shedeur Sanders as a guarantee, or without the immediate opportunity to acquire Shedeur Sanders, I believe that Coach Prime will take that job if offered. If offered.
If I'm running the Cowboys, unless I know that Deion and Shedeur are coming in a package deal and there's no way for you to guarantee that other than offering a king's ransom in the trade, just simply not the, like, you can't guarantee it. You can't do the whole LeBron thing, like no one draft my kid in the second round. That ain't the way that the NFL works. It just simply isn't. I know nepotism is a thing, but it's not going to be able to move you into the first round without giving up significant future draft capital. If I'm running the Cowboys, man, I probably go elsewhere. If I'm running the Cowboys, I go to one of the hotter coaching names. I try Pete Carroll. I go with Ben Johnson. I find my way there. I think it's a massive gamble for a guy that has not had success outside of just having. He brings Travis Hunter and he brings Shedeur alongside with him. There's no track record there. And I think that is a sketchy thing to do for the most important or highest profile job in all of professional sports. I think it is a reckless thing for Jerry Jones to do. What, do you need to sell jerseys? Do you need to sell tickets in Dallas? Do you need to grow your brand as the Cowboys? No, you don't. It's already number one, man. It's already number one. But what are you doing here? What you need to do is win before you die. And I don't know if that's the thing to do is hire Deion Sanders.
You know what you need to do? If you're Jared Jones and the Cowboys,
hire the brightest football mind.
No, you need to get your damn act together. What you got to do.
Get your damn act together.
I also think there's something to be said. We listened to Louis Riddick a few days ago when he was saying that, like, Deion's an alpha. Deion's the man. He wants to control everything.
I love Louis Riddick.
He's not controlling everything.
Big fan of Louis Riddick.
He's not controlling everything.
You know what Louis Riddick's going to end up being? He's going to be Coach Prime's general manager in the National Football League. And I think it's going to ultimately still end up being in Las Vegas. I do. And I think all this is a potential. I think that the Raiders went all in on Ben Johnson, Detroit Lions offensive coordinator. It's not going to happen. There's too many flaws for Ben Johnson to risk his future being one of the hottest coaching candidates, maybe in the history of pro football, with zero head coaching experience. He's not going to the freaking Raiders. Deal with Mark Davis's pumpkin pie haircutted issues on a daily basis. I think they end up getting Deion Sanders. They get Louis Riddick, who's a football genius. I love the guy. And then they find a way to get into the top 3 to draft Shedeur Sanders.
It's more plausible than Dallas is. What's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin was made aware that teams want to trade for him, but he has a no-trade clause in his contract. Tomlin addressed the media's concerns about his future, and he made sure that they understood loud and clear exactly what he was trying to say.
What's your message to any team that may reach out to the Steelers to gauge interest or availability in your services?
I have no message. Save your time. And I understand the nature of what it is that we do, the attention and criticism that comes with it. As a matter of fact, I embrace it, to be quite honest with you. I enjoy the urgency that comes with what I do and what we do. I don't make excuses for failure. I own it. But I also feel like I'm capable. And so as long as I'm afforded an opportunity to do that, I will continue.
That sounded almost like one of those AI press conference responses, which have become one of my kind of like secret obsessions recently.
You come in and you show them to me probably once a week, and they are funny. I do enjoy them.
Have you seen the one with Jerry Jones?
Yes, fantastic.
Have you seen the one with Mike Tomlin talking about Russell Wilson?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, it's so good. I really hope KJ can find that and edit it. It's just funny to me. I like it.
I want to see what he can do with the quarterback, man. I want to see what he can do with a legit guy at QB, because we haven't seen you haven't seen a legit quarterback there since what, like 2017, 2018 version.
They're
of
stuck in
Roethlisberger?
quarterback purgatory, man. They have been since Ben Roethlisberger.
Yeah, the only other way to do it is to overpay for a free agent. And you might not have to overpay for Darnold, because Darnold's probably, his last 2 games, he probably played his way into the Baker Mayfield area of quarterbacks, 30 million-ish, something around there, maybe a little bit less as well. You either do that, or you have to trade up. You have to give up draft assets, which is something that historically Pittsburgh does not do, and get into the top 5. That's the only thing that's going to push Tomlin over. They're always going to live in this 9-7, 10-7, 12-4 before they added the extra game. They're always going to live in that area where they jump up and then they find a way to lose in the wild card round.
Yep. When's the last time they won a playoff game?
Last time they won a playoff game was 2016.
My goodness.
When they lost in the conference or in the AFC championship game to New England. They got hammered.
And different than the Broncos, they're in it. They're in the tournament just about every single year.
Every year. Eventually, that gets sour. You talk about franchises with championship expectation. Pittsburgh's one of those franchises. Oh, yeah. And at some point, like, I know he's a great coach, and I know that they have
a dang Meek Mill song about them.
Yeah,
Black and yellow. They got to win. You got to win a championship.
You've had 3 coaches since 1969. Like, I understand that's your thing. You don't fire coaches, especially guys that are successful. And Tomlin is successful. Eventually, not winning a single football game since 2016 in the postseason, even though you've made the playoffs in 5 of those years, is crazy. Crazy. You either get him a quarterback, you move on from the head coach. Tear it down or get the guy a quarterback. What's next?
Well, just shut up and let me answer.
D'Amico Ryans was asked about the potential negative 27 degree wind chill in Kansas City this weekend. D'Amico Ryans gave the football answer, but I mean, his team does play in a dome primarily.
What are the challenges with warm weather or indoor teams playing in cold weather this time of the year?
The weather can be a challenge if you allow it to be a challenge. For me and for our guys, like, it's something we can't control. You don't control the weather, right? Wherever we have to play, we're ready to go play. We understand we'll be on the road. It's going to be cold. That's what we have to deal with, and it's not a challenge for us. It's just something the other team has to deal with as well. So we're ready to go. There's no excuses about weather. We got to go suit up and we got to go play ball.
Let me say this one thing before I hand it to you guys. In the last 5 games that the Texans have had to go on the road to cold weather teams, they're 0-5.
They're going to be 0-6. They got no shot in this game.
I'm going to be rooting for them as hard as possible. I'll tell you that for free. I am a massive Texans fan this weekend. You should be a huge Texan fan. I was going to do this, and we're going to go into it tomorrow. Like, the Broncos are out now. Who's your team that you get to root for in the postseason? Until the Chiefs are out, it should be whoever the Chiefs are playing. That is your new favorite team if you're a Broncos fan. And we're going to go through the criteria of like, if you like X, Y, or Z, this is the team that you should end up rooting for. I think that rooting for a fan base is a wonderful thing to do, which is why I'm
Buffalo for me.
Big Buffalo fan, big Detroit fan right now. But until the Chiefs are ousted, your number one rooting interest should be whoever the hell that, what do we call them? We've been calling them a witch, a warlock, a sorcerer, what was the
a Mahomes?
A Mahomes. What was the word that we came up with about an hour ago?
Man. Oh yeah.
A mind freak.
Yeah, Chris Angel.
Anytime that mind freak is playing, the guys on the opposite side are your new favorite team. That's how you should be rooting.
When you're playing or rooting against a mind freak or a witch or a sorcerer, just prepare yourself to be disappointed.
I mean,
that's all I'm going to tell you. There's a reason why we call him all of those things. It's because he continues to find ways to crush your souls.
It was always fun watching those guys doing those like death-defying stunts, and when David Blaine was like encasing himself in ice and stuff like that. But like, don't tell me there was some.
You say the word ice like such a hockey guy. Ice. Encasing himself in ice.
Don't tell me there isn't some sicko part of your brain that wanted them to fail when they were doing those things.
Dude, you got problems, man. That's somebody's son, somebody's husband, brother.
Am I wrong?
Cousin.
Am I wrong? There's always something in the back of your head that goes, what if this goes catastrophically wrong?
That's why you watch it.
That's why you watch it.
That's why you watch it.
I feel terrible for saying that. That's your NFL notes. They're brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. It was always fun watching those guys doing those like death-defying stunts, and when David Blaine was like encasing himself in ice and stuff like that. But like, don't tell me there was some.
You say the word ice, it's like such a hockey guy. Ice. Encasing himself in ice.
I don't think I say it that weird. I was so Cool concert. I think it was last year. Vanilla Ice was the headliner.
You just said it like that. Say it again.
Am I saying it differently? KJ, is that do I say it differently? Ice?
Ice.
As compared to what?
He says it different, does he not? He says it like a hockey guy.
All right, Rod, say it again.
Vanilla Ice?
See, now he's doing it kind of.
Well, now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, now he's not hitting that ice.
It's like, I'm like, you're trying to get me to be a performing monkey here. Even more so than I already am. Vanilla Ice was the headliner at the I Love the 90s concert last year for our friends at Cool 105. That guy and his band, coolest dudes I think I have ever interacted with. They know exactly who they are and who they were, right? Like big time stars, and they're still like holding on to a glimmer of that. They throw a phenomenal show. They invite people up on top of the stage. Like D-Mac was buzzing. D-Mac had baggy shorts, a hoodie, a sideways hat, and was dancing on stage with Vanilla Ice.
That's a visual I don't want to have.
I have photos of it.
I don't need the photos.
They're very good photos.
Yeah, I truly don't. I was having a pretty good hump day today. Pretty nice Wednesday. Till I just got a D-Max sideways hat, baggy shorts.
Well, and
visual,
imagine him like
etched in
hump
my brain.
dance into this too.
Was he like stiff lower back twerking as well?
I wouldn't say he was twerking.
Okay.
But he was definitely boogieing. He was having a jive. I listen to some Vanilla Ice every now and again. Wild night last night for the double dipperoo with the Avs and the Nuggets.
It was great, man.
Nuggets going to Dallas. You win 2 games in 3 days. No Luka, but you still have to beat teams that are around you in the standings. They've won 8 of 10. They're turning around on defense, which is something that I didn't think was going to happen this year. I thought the Nuggets I thought they were who we thought they were from a defensive standpoint, which is like you just have to win games by scoring 125 points, and that's the way she goes.
Nope.
Over the last 10 games, man.
Playing good ball.
Really good ball. Demps was saying it's an effort thing, and I think that is born from Russell Westbrook, man. That team effort that you saw last night and 2 nights prior in Dallas, that's Russ playing 35 some odd games with this team and having his balls to the wall expectation finally start to take hold.
I don't think it's any mistake whatsoever that Russell Westbrook has been in the starting lineup for a majority of these last 10 games. And as a player that can set the tone with his body language, his presence, his tenacity for a basketball game, this Nuggets team is better off. And Jamal Murray, as an offensive player and as a defensive player, is better off when the two of them are in the starting lineup together.
It's funny. It's such a shame that he wasn't here earlier, that he wasn't here for the last 2 seasons.
Did we need him the championship year?
You didn't need him. You went 16-4 in the championship run. You didn't need him. But you needed him last year.
Last year had been great.
If he's on the team in Game 7, you get past Minnesota.
Was last season for Russ the year that he ping-ponged between the Clippers and the Lakers, or was that 2 years ago? Like
No,
in the regular season.
Westbrook ping-ponged between LA and the Clippers in 2022, 2023. Oh, yeah. So it was 2 seasons ago, 2 full seasons ago. Okay. Last year, he played 68 games with the Clippers. But he bounced between a handful of teams. Between 2019 and 2024, he played for Houston, Washington, both LA teams, and then now has come here 6 years after. He's been awesome to watch. Avs on the other side were not awesome to watch last night. That was a uninspiring performance.
They were awesome to watch if you liked a good hockey contest, meaning a
like
close,
an even game.
A close, even game. And if you were down for the dramatics, you got them last night. And you did get them as a result of not playing great hockey.
They were
to the
not
standard
good.
of which Jared Bednar wanted them to play.
They were
to the
not
standard
good.
of which Jared Bednar wanted them to play.
The D core was a walking turnover machine, and that is not to say Cale Makar was not part of that, because there are many nights where the rest of the D core struggles and Cale's just perfect. Cale struggled last night. Malinsky was fighting the puck. I thought Middleton was slow last night. Taves was probably your best defenseman, and maybe I may just be skewed by the fact that he scored his second overtime winner this year. He was probably your best D-man last night. It shows how much that team misses Sam Girard when he's not playing. Girard he's a human breakout, just like Cale is. He is a human breakout. He doesn't mishandle the puck, and while he does have shortcomings because he is, well, short and undersized, he is not a great net front defender, but open ice, he's fine, closes well. He started to play more physical this year, and he moves pucks quickly, and they struggled to do that yesterday against a team that you can take advantage of in the transition in New York. You can beat them through the neutral zone. The Avs weren't able to do that yesterday because they didn't have their main weapon, which is puck-moving defenseman. They didn't have it yesterday. They struggled and somehow found a way, because of their goaltending, to steal not only 1 but 2 points last night.
Man, I was just had a little bit of my own kind of epiphany about the net mining situation for the Avs. How beautiful is it to think that you've got Mackenzie Blackwood, and this is going to be my recommendation to all listeners. If you haven't seen him in person, I strongly advise going to watch him between the pipes in person, because it's different to me. Just the way he moves, the shots that he is able to save because of anticipation, cat-like reflexes, flexibility. He's incredibly flexible.
You know what I haven't
due to
seen him
his
gotten?
size.
You know what I haven't seen him gotten beat on this year since he's been to the Avs is the shot that goes wide off the end boards goes to the other side of the net, or the one that goes wide of the net off the short side and bounces off at like an equal angle right back to where the puck came from. Georgie got beat on that all the time.
All the time. It
Where
was always that kind of that near post.
It was the movement where like you see a puck bounce and he goes, "Oh crap, where is it?"
Yep.
I haven't seen Mackenzie Blackwood have the "Oh no, I pooped my pants" moment. He hasn't had it yet.
Back to my epiphany with the
Funny,
injury.
When I talk about goalies, my toes, I start going into a butterfly stance, like my toes are pointed at each other right now.
But
Your epiphany.
My epiphany is this: think about all the back and forth that we as Avs fans, faithful, experience, like a bad Georgiev start, and you're like, can we just get Justus Sonnen and back? Bad Justus. We got to go back to Georgie. And it was just hopeful. Right now, you have a clearly defined one. Very, very clearly defined number one, but you're excited about your two. You're excited about Wedgwood and what he can do. But you know what you got in your one, and you know that any given night where you don't have it, you're not skating your best, you're not possessing the puck at the highest level, you've got your number one goaltender between the pipes to be able to step up and give you a chance to win a game.
You know what the change is? What the epiphany is? It's the stark difference between hope and expectation. And that's where the Avs are now. You don't hope for good goaltending. You expect it.
Yep.
And that's what can win you a cup. PhD's coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Live Sean Payton presser. It's coming up on the other side.
That's about right. Thank you, AAA Home Improvements. We love you guys. Toby Hurdle and his crew. They're the best. We have Broncos State of the Union press conferences today where George Payton and Sean Payton will speak, and Greg Penner will be there as well. We are awaiting that. We'll bring that to you as soon as we can. Oh!
Scotty, you made it.
Oh! What time did we get the I'll look at it.
I think it was 3:38, something like that.
Scott just likes to let everybody know he got home safely. What time was it? 3:38. You're right. Good memory. All right. Hi, Scott. How are you? Good to see you.
So we're just going to be sitting here doing this?
Well, we're going to take it for about 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll see how it goes. And then let's just begin. Here is Sean Payton to start with.
So here we are at the end of the season. Obviously, always difficult. It's always difficult. I call it re-entry, if you will, into a normal schedule that's unlike the schedule we've been on. It's hard because there's something addicting to preparing each week, and especially when you get into the postseason. So, we'll go through the next 2.5 weeks where we'll evaluate our team, which I think is very important, our staff, and then eventually move on to free agency and the league schedule. Any questions at this time?
Coach, when we talked to the players after the loss, a lot of them said that, this is the new standard because you reached the playoffs. How does that now manifest itself moving forward? Because you kind of had to wade through a lot of other stuff that wasn't your, the no playoff berths, no winning seasons. How does that now change as you move forward? If that's the new standard.
Well, I think obviously we're in an extremely competitive market. When I say that, the league, and it has to be that way. It has to be thought of that way. Like we know we're in the entertainment business, but we're also in the business of winning, and so I like hearing that from a player, and we got to continue to build on that. There's nothing that's ever promised, that always happens from one year to the next. Well, it was this, then it's nothing's promised that way. That's something that you literally never pick up from where you left off. You break everything back down to rubble and you start again, and that's what we plan on doing. We have more information now relative to where we are as a team. There's a few important pieces, obviously, that will help us in a direction as we move towards the 2025 season. But that's kind of how it starts.
Sean, obviously only one team is happy at the end of the season, but you kind of talked about learning about the roster, what you have. In regards to the team maximizing its skills and reaching its potential, how would you classify this season, and was it a success?
Look, I think you can define success in so many different ways. Look, was it a team I was proud of and we were proud of? Yes. These guys fought. They came together. Like most teams in our league, hit stretches of adversity, bounced back. So there were a lot of positives to build on, and yet it still was disappointing to finish the way we did. I didn't think we played up to our potential in the last game. We talked already a little bit about that. And so, you said it at the very beginning. There's one team, when the season ends, they all have their final team meeting, exit interviews, but there's one team that's really excited, and so there's that taste left in your mouth of wanting to get started right away, and avoid avoid that feeling we had this past weekend, and I think our players understand that. There'll be a time here where they get away. The calendar's already done. There's 2 calendars we typically work from. The A calendar takes us all the way through the off season. It takes us all the way to the start of training camp. That's finished. That's already done. And then the B calendar is the calendar, once we get the schedule, that takes us through the end of the season to today. Yesterday, we finished the A calendar all the way through draft, off-season program, all the way up to training camp. That's where we're at right now.
Yeah, Sean, it sounds like expectations adjusted as the season went along. In the beginning, there weren't much expectations for your team. 5.5 wins, bad roster.
Are we talking about your expectations or ours?
I guess the odds makers put the.
I have no interest in their expectations. I say that respectfully. I have no interest.
The
Zero.
dead cap was probably the reason that you took on the number 1 dead cap was probably the reason why there was.
There was a lot of reasons, though. It wasn't just the cap. I mean, you pay attention to some of it, but we didn't have a quarterback. We didn't have this. We didn't have that. I get it. Those people are paid to create content. They have a job, but oftentimes it's just that.
Were you gratified though that you
No, let me finish. You started with the question, and I would say I don't think that existed internally. I think that was more of an external expectations, which they are what they are. Those are the same expectations or the same. There's that bus again that's traveling that everyone's listening to that tells us how good this player is in the draft or how good he isn't. We don't know who's driving it. It's an invisible driver, but somehow we end up listening to it or letting it affect sometimes our opinions on topics. I think, look, in seriousness to what you're asking, I think early on you don't know what you have as a team. I get asked that all the time. How's your team going to be? I'm like, man, I'm anxious to see. And I think that early stretch of the season, bouncing back, was extremely important. And I think coming back from that Eastern swing, and then there's a stretch we win 4 or 5 in a row here. It's an evolving thing that took place, and that was good to see. There's confidence that's built with that, but the other stuff, the outside noise, whatever.
You're listening to the Broncos end-of-season press conference on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Needs are, and I'm hoping you can address at running back. Do you think you need a bell cow type of running back versus just by committee?
Let's start with that one. I don't know that we ever found that right. I understand the committee. I'm used to having 2. We're going to have more than just one back. We're gonna stack that position group. It's too hard in our league to play with just one. Rarely does a team do it. Occasionally it happens. And certainly we'll have a chance to evaluate when we get to the off-season evaluation process, like where we feel like we're at with each position. Certainly that's an important position. I'm not ready today to give you our must needs and wants. That we're 2 weeks away, and even 2 weeks from now, I'm still not going to give them to you. All right. But we'll go through that process, and we'll look closely at what we think we still need, what we have to have, and then what we want to have. That only comes after evaluating our own roster. We're just not there yet.
Coach, after having an entire season to watch Bo, how do you think his rookie season went, and what jump do you want him to take from year 1 to year 2?
Yeah, I think, look, there were a lot of things to be encouraged about. I had a good visit with him yesterday. His movement skills, some of the things maybe that we didn't even see or forecast coming. His decision making, he's extremely accurate. I've said this before, he's hard to sack. And that's a good trait to have in our league. And then there are things that, he's going to look at and grow from and build on, whether it's third down snaps, whether it's pressure snaps. But I'm real encouraged, and I'm glad that he's with us, and that it worked out the way it did. I know this. He's very conscientious. He comes in. He spends a lot of time here. He was here in my office for a half an hour yesterday. Yeah, I think it's all in front of him, and I've said this before. I think we found, that player that can lead us, and be what we need relative to having the success we're used to having. I think we found it.
Sean, a bit of a philosophical question here. When we talk about your culture and the standard, it's very clear when we talk to your players that they're aware of what that is. Words I feel like they use a lot: toughness, accountability. Mike McGlinchey talks a lot about camaraderie and how key that was. So I'm curious, as you head into the offseason, both in free agency and the draft, the mental side of players. You know what you want physically.
Yeah,
how do you
no,
identify that?
it's a great question. I said to him that gets discussed in the last team meeting, and my message wasn't for the players. I looked up to the second row, and there's scouts, there's personnel people, there's various people. I said, coaches as well. The locker room, that discussion for every player we choose to bring in. In other words, and I brought up an example with Streep. We drafted a player in New Orleans that was borderline makeup. It didn't work out, and Streep was close enough to me then. He was a player. He said, "What were you thinking?" And I just felt like a dope. What was I thinking? I knew better. So in that last meeting, I brought that up to them, that what's going to be brought in here is going to be discussed as to the fit. We owe that to that room. And so that's extremely important.
Coach, you've talked about this rookie class before and your expectations coming into the season. Just wondering how you thought as a group they performed and how much of a foundational piece they can be moving forward.
Yeah, again, I think in 3 years we always get that. I feel like 3 years is a fair time, but a lot of them contributed, and so that's encouraging, real encouraging. But I think in 2 more seasons we'll have a chance to look at the whole group. Look, at the beginning, we all said the grade of that class would have to start with, how well the QB did. But honestly, the other players, we'll still have a better feel for in the next couple of years.
Hey, Sean, I want to piggyback on Zach's question earlier and ask you a two-parter.
Yeah.
One is, do you subscribe to the notion that the first offseason in a rookie quarterback's career is integral, most important? And secondly, in what ways would this offseason be integral to both?
I think it's important. I don't think it's the most important offseason for all. No. So I would say no to do I subscribe to. I subscribe to every one of those off seasons is important in their growth. They do have a much better handle, all right, as to, man, the tempo of the game's faster. It's just quicker between plays. The college game can go on forever. And so the in and out, up and down, on and off, in the huddle, in and out, up and down, on and off, that is so much quicker in our league than it is in college. And so that's an adjustment. And then the speed of the defenses, the disguise of the defenses, in college you might get a little tilt and then a rotation. In our league you might get a safety that's in the D gap that'll end up. And so the complexity of third down, and look, the college game does a great job with it. But it's much different, much faster in our game.
You're listening to the Broncos season-ending press conference on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What it's like, but I think I think the next 2, 3, 4 years, those are all important steps. I know he's going to be here quite a bit. Once again, the injury data, I could give you the graph. I think 32 teams a year ago, we finished first. This year, we're currently second from the, I don't want to use the wrong word, but from what was taking place prior. All right. And that's a credit to Bo Lowry. It's a credit to the training room, the strength and development. It's a credit to everyone involved. And, that there's a lot that goes into that. And then if you're finishing towards the bottom, there's a lot that goes into that too. And you've earned that. And I know Greg, everyone involved in the process is really excited, because here's the thing. You're also selling to your players, and now your players are wanting to be here for the recovery. They want to be here for the off season. They want to be here lifting. They want to be here. They're not all disappearing to the satellite private workout expert facilities that are supposedly that they're staying here, and there's more than a year of proof. There's 2 years of proof, and for those prior that it didn't work out so well for, tough. That's just what it was. They earned those numbers. When you have 134 players miss games because of injury, something's wrong. And then when you have 30-something 2 years in a row, something's right. And so that takes me, I think, to your question as to players being here and wanting to be here and feeling like I'm benefiting from my training here. And when you could put those numbers up, that's pretty substantial.
Sean, you talk a lot about sort of the matchup player, the joker player offensively. Do you think you have candidates to really be that guy on your roster currently?
Fair question.
And then also, how much can that sort of, help Bo and yourself as a play caller unlock offensively?
Well, I know how much it can help. And it's not until you don't have them. I've said this before. Early on as a coach, when you're just coaching and you have your players, I remember the selection of Reggie Bush and the owner asking me, well, we already have Deuce McAllister, who was a real good running back. And I said, well, Mr. Benson, the late Mr. Benson, this running back's different. He can do these things. And we talked about it. It was a good question, but that was the first exposure at this level for me as a head coach, where we had Tiki Barber when I was at the Giants. There was a joker-type player. Jeremy Shockey was a joker-type player. Jason Witten was a joker-type player early in his career. And so then pretty soon, we had Shockey, then Jimmy Graham, then Darren Sproles, then Kamara, and I didn't really appreciate it at the time, but in that stretch, we went through a stretch of 15 or 16 seasons with real like high-end offenses that maybe didn't have a receiver get to a Pro Bowl, but those other spots did. And I think in our league, when you look around and you reference, just take some of the top teams, you'll always remember Kelsey with the Chiefs. I don't know that you remember the receivers sometimes, maybe through that Super Bowl run, maybe so. Do I think we have some candidates? Yeah. But that inner triangle of attacking a defense is real important.
All right. Good stuff. A lot of stuff to chew on there. He continues, and we'll keep our eyes on it as they go to more and different things. So it's Sean Payton, not George Payton, and Greg Penner, I guess, will come up later. Some quick reaction before we go to break. Tyler? Okay. Scott, what'd you think? Seriously? No, that's it from you guys? Really? Okay.
That dude was, holy cow, he is, wow. Words are hard to come by.
There are coaches that have the art of saying nothing while saying something.
Mm-hmm.
He's a Shakespearean in that.
All right, well, let's get away from the way he says it. This clearly, to me, with the Joker player, says they don't have that guy. That's what he's saying there. There are candidates, we don't have that guy. Is Tyler Warren that guy in the draft? The guy who was taking snaps under center in the shotgun, slot guy. He mentioned several tight ends, by the way, if you didn't catch that, when he was mentioning players there as that type of dude. Does that give you an idea that, hey, the big focus will specifically be this Tyler Warren guy in the draft?
Well, I think he's got a guy that he likes in Marvin Mims. Is it traditional to previous players that he's had? No, because generally speaking, in the past, he's used running backs and he's used tight ends specifically in that Joker type of role. But I do think he was more or less satisfied with the performance of Marvin Mims this year. I don't see Tyler Warren as a Joker type of player. I see that dude as a very traditional type of tight end in the NFL. But I think running back is going to be a position that he's going to look for a guy with versatility that can provide multiple different outlets in the running game and the passing game. So I almost think running back's where he'll find it.
Jimmy Graham, when he was there, was a wild card to the point where when he became a free agent, because he played more snaps at wide receiver, he wanted to be paid as a wide receiver.
I remember talking to Julius Thomas about that exact thing.
Yeah.
Are you a tight end or a wide receiver? And it killed him to say tight end.
Yeah, because they were going to put a transition tag, and the tag at tight end was like,
way less.
Yeah, like double less.
You realize Julius Thomas had 24 touchdowns in 2 years with Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Well, that's sick. For a tight end, I mean, it's ridiculous.
Would a Julius Thomas tight end type be what you need then?
Yeah.
They can play out wide,
Yep.
play in the slot.
He said it. They play in the, what do you call it, in the triangle. You know, who's that guy for the Broncos? They don't have one. You think it's a running back, but I think, based on where he was talking about the field and the players that he gave as a previous example, it seems to me that is smacking of a tight end.
The first pick that they look for is a guy that has multiple phase possibilities.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a running back, it'll be a running back. If it's a tight end, it'll be a tight end. If they see a big wide receiver that can go inside, I think they're just only thing I got out of that is they're going to look for a guy that can do multiple things.
He also said that it's better if you work out with us than if you go out on your own. Look at the numbers here. I emphasize this. That's a warning, right, for all the players. We'll look at you differently if you go out on your own because it works here.
I talked to Shanahan about that a million years ago. Shannon Sharp never worked with the team. He said, we never worried about Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
And we see him even now in 50s, right? I mean, this guy's still a workaholic. But he said, it's funny, and he came on the show with Alfred and I. He said, it's funny, Alfred, the one year you stayed back and worked with this, you made the Pro Bowl, and every other year you went back to Houston.
Alfred got that so much.
All right.
He got that a lot.
They all emphasize the importance of being around. And Coach Shanahan used to always love pointing out the offseason attendance of Rod Smith. That was like his favorite thing of all time.
They won it for about 1 million years in a row, didn't they?
100% off-season attendance, like every year of his career. And I don't think what he's referring to there is your traditional offseason. Obviously, what he's referring to is when you are during OTAs and when guys, generally speaking, when they miss time, it's the first 2 weeks of OTAs because that's not when football operations are going on. And you say, no, man, we want you in house. We like our injury numbers. We've only had 30 injuries in the last 2 seasons of 30 players, I should say, that were missing time in comparison to 130 in the previous years.
Was the season a success? What were the expectations? The snippiness that he went back and forth with Mike Kliss was kind of interesting. It didn't sound great there. We'll get to all of that. Plus, we're expecting George Paton and Greg Penner. What will Greg Penner say about the stadium location? All that's still to come here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, I want you to know you can do something about it. You can fix it up the right way. You can do it for life with my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, first off, you should know that nobody can offer anything like what they have in their Advanced FUE. Their Advanced FUE has changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. I'm telling you, you're going to love Dr. Tanya Pauls. She is the best of the best. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best at what they do. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration, they believe in what they do, that it's so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee, folks. That's a comforting feeling when you invest in yourself and you do it the right way. Matter of fact, your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. So pick up the phone and call today. Stop wasting time. You're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
When we cut away, Jeff Legwald, who will join us around 2:30, we'll see just how things work out here today. And we still haven't heard from George Payton or Greg Penner, still to come. But Jeff Legwald asked this question to Sean Payton.
Sean, I'm curious, just in general, when you step back from it, you faced 3 of the 4 teams left in the AFC playoffs. Do you see a gap between you and them, or how do you look at it?
Oh, I'm telling you what, I didn't see a gap last weekend until the second half, and then you see a gap because you're losing. But I felt real confident we could go in there and play well and win. We obviously didn't play well enough.
Okay. All right. Well, and what did he say? Last year, the end of the year was miserable, Dan? Is that what he said near the end of that question and that answer?
Yep.
What did he say? Just that? It was miserable last year?
Yeah. Not a good end of the season last year.
Yes is the answer. Okay. All right. Well, he's hung up on last year and Russ and the whole thing. Like, that was the barometer of things to come. When they talked about the culture and standard, he was excited to answer that question because there's some sort of idea of who he wants and who he doesn't want. So I would assume everybody who is still on this team is a Sean Payton guy, and those who aren't are not Sean Payton guys.
Yeah, it's fair to say, and I think that takes time. Usually I would say it takes at least 2 seasons to get there. I'm sure he's still got a few holdovers that he's kind of looking at like, that wasn't my guy. And some guys he's committed to. Some of the holdovers he's committed to, like Garrett Bowles. He committed to him. Cortland Sutton he hasn't really committed to yet. We'll see if he does or not. I think he will. But I, generally speaking, think it's pretty tough in one season to say, yeah, I got all my guys.
I'd
Dan,
say,
how about this?
I'm 90%.
Let's just monitor George Payton, okay? Just monitor George. I'm much more curious about the direct questions of Greg Penner about the facility. George tends to, it's tough enough listening to Sean sometimes. We'll just monitor George. We'll let you know what he has to say. When Greg Penner steps up there, we'll carry Greg, because I'm sure one of the first couple questions will be about the location and maybe even uniforms, maybe like George or Greg Penner questions. On that note, just real quick, just a procedural point of inquiry. We're doing Sean and George and Greg by themselves. What do you think that's usually they're all kind of...
No, they were separate last year.
They were?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was there.
I know you were.
Yeah.
I know you were.
No, they were all separate. They were quicker behind each other.
Mm-hmm.
It was Sean. It was same thing. George came right after Sean, and then Penner was the one that was the drag as far as
time
in between.
Okay. Well, we'll follow whatever George has to say. We'll let you know. Let me get back to a few of the other things. Bo Nix, we have found the player to lead us. Definitive. That's our guy. Confidence. He's our man. Things that he can improve on, but overall, that's our guy. Agree, disagree?
I'd expect nothing less from him, and yeah, I agree with him. I do. I think it's tough in your rookie season to definitively change people's minds, whether you're going to be the guy or not. It's going to be pretty tough to find people that don't feel a lot of hope in Bo Nix right now. And if you're Sean Payton, all you needed was an ounce of validation to feel that way because that was your guy. You stuck your neck out of the line for him. So he's all in with his dude.
Yeah, I've said this before. It's a match made in heaven. I really, all the other quarterbacks in the draft, I'm not sure fits what Sean Payton wants to throw out there better than Bo Nix. And they got 3 years to prove it,
okay.
in my opinion.
He's really, really proud of how tough he is to bring down on a sack. That's one thing that Sean has harped on from the beginning of the year. At the very beginning of the season, he said, I firmly believe that for the most part, sacks are a quarterback-driven statistic. And that was a shot at Russ right then and there. And as the season has progressed, he has gone out of his way week after week to point out how difficult he is to bring down.
Why so snippy at Kliss about expectations?
Because he's a jerk.
Okay. Is that it?
Listen, it's the scorpion and the frog, right? And hey, if you sting me while we're swimming across this river, we're both going to die. Oh, why would I do that and risk myself? Stings him in the middle. Go, why'd you do that? Why? It's my nature.
You think that's it, huh?
Him being snippy, he could have just got married and it was a press conference for his new marriage, and he'd be snippy.
He was pretty.
It's his nature.
I tell you this.
I think it's familiarity. I think it's people that have the most access to him are going to be the people that he feels the most comfortable to be a jerk to. And Mike has got arguably the most access of any reporter in that locker room.
You don't think it's the nature of the question about expectations? That in particular, that whole thing really
No, because
bugged
that's
him?
a chance to glorify the expectation. You're right. He said they were never those expectations in this building. That's how you say it. Outside, people said 5.5, whatever you say it was. What I don't know. Yeah, we exceeded those, didn't we? Looked pretty good, but we didn't exceed our expectations. That's how you answer it. You don't need to be a jerk unless it's just your nature.
Okay. I'll tell you this. Being around this guy and going to the games and all that sort of stuff, this guy is kind of permanently miserable. I will tell you that. There didn't seem to be any let off the gas. This is the same guy who told us he was death gripping the steering wheel after a win against the Packers last year. He's the same guy after the win to get to the playoffs, wasn't all happy after a 38-0 beat down to the Chiefs. And, his comment is, well, the first half we looked like we were competitive. This guy does not seem to lighten up, Tyler. And I do wonder what that does inside the building and with the players.
I think that is so normal in the NFL, it's not even funny. I've really only been around 2 coaches in my entire life that didn't death grip the steering wheel at 24/7. And that was Pete Carroll and Dan Quinn. And Pete did it in his own ways. Dan's the only one I've ever been around that authentically I felt like this dude's different than everybody else. But every coach I've ever been around, they are as tight of a human being and high-strung as a human being as I've ever been around. I'm telling you, the stress inside the NFL is not and I'm not saying it's any different than the NBA or anything else, but I'm just saying my experience inside the NFL, the stress inside the NFL is not something you could replicate in any other area of life.
Well, I could certainly point out moments of levity with Jared Bednar and Michael Malone. Not last night with Jared Bednar, by the way. We can get into that.
They won a nice game, too.
No, not according to Jared Bednar. Wait till we talk about that. That was interesting. Scott, what do you think?
I think it is a highly competitive business, head coaching, professional sports, and most of them don't know how to shut it off. And I would say the majority of them who don't know how to shut it off aren't around long. And I would still argue, having covered the Broncos during Mike's basically entire tenure, he may have been tight in the building. He was never tight outside. Like, you could see him on the street, you land, go somewhere, he might be going to Denver. Coob's the same way. He'd see, Scott, how you doing? How's your kids? How old are they? And so he could turn it off. I don't know if this cat turns it off.
It doesn't seem to.
Yeah, I mean, even that article that was in ESPN was before last year when up in
Double Latte?
Cordera,
Coeur d'Alene.
Coeur d'Alene. Sitting at the breakfast table.
Yeah,
by himself.
He never shuts it off.
Yeah.
And that was obvious of that right there. So
okay.
I just say, listen, but no, it is a stressful thing, and if you don't have a competitive guy in there, you're probably not going to win.
Fair enough. Again, we're following George Payne. We'll let you know some of the highlights of what he had to say. But stick around. We'll carry Greg Penner live. Where are they moving? I mean, that's out there now. What will he say to that? Stick around. More to come here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, George, now that you have a potential foundational quarterback in place, does your approach to roster building change at all? Do you cater a little bit maybe more toward offense or anything?
I think, no, it's a great question. And, we're all searching for that rookie quarterback who has franchise skills. And, I think we have that. And so what do? And we just keep building. You draft and you develop. You're selective in free agency, but you may make a splash. But we're always trying to build this thing. We're fortunate. We think we have our guy in Bo. And we just keep building and bringing in the right guys and the right makeup and guys that fit what we're doing schematically, offensively, defensively, and special teams.
Wow, what a relief for a team. When you think of the headaches that not having that rookie quarterback causes, to really, really believe that. You hear that from George Payton and Sean Payton. You didn't feel like that about Tim Tebow. You didn't feel that way about Paxton Lynch. You didn't feel that way about Drew Lock. Tyler, what kind of relief is that as a team just tries to figure themselves out, to know whether you guys believe it or not, whatever, it doesn't matter. They believe it, and they'll start operating differently because of it.
Well, I never was in a situation like that, honestly. I never was on a franchise that drafted a quarterback that you knew that the franchise believed in him. And so for the most part, I was playing with veteran QBs outside of my one experience out there in Washington. And I guess I couldn't tell you from firsthand experience, but I'm sure from George Payton's point of view in particular, he's got the most difficult job in trying to manage the books and salary cap and all those sorts of things. And there's a reason why you look at teams that are set up very healthy for a long run, and for the most part, they're almost always teams with young QBs. And then when those young QBs get paid, generally you hit a reset, unless you're the Chiefs. And they never had to hit the reset. But, Seattle went through that when they paid Russell Wilson. The majority of teams will go through a hard reset. So the real challenge is, how do you find a way to capitalize in a championship inside that rookie window? Because it's going to get more difficult on the other side.
Could they have been more successful or eased the pain of these 8 years had they had those same comments after Trevor Siemian's first year, rookie year?
Nobody would have believed it. Yes is the answer. If they truly believed it, literally nobody believed it.
But but he had similar numbers to what
I got you.
What Bo had this year.
Fair argument. Nobody believed it.
Yeah. And I'm just started thinking about that. So I wonder if they would have came out and said that, and you shut up the Merlots and everybody else around.
If you can express belief, true belief, not lie about it,
right?
Sure. And I think organizations don't have to have a first-round quarterback if you, as an organization,
believe
in them. But show me that third, fourth, fifth-round quarterback on a consistent basis that gets that sort of belief from his team. Look what Brock Purdy's done. And we're not even sure if the Niners believe in Brock Purdy, depending on what he's done. It's different. You want to. This is why drafting a guy in the first round is such a big deal. You want to believe in him. You're going to give him every...
you have to.
Well, okay, fine. But at least you can concentrate on other things. It's not lip service. The Broncos are not going to be looking for a quarterback, even if it falls apart with Bo. I mean, if it's terrible with Bo for the next couple of years. So now, go get a great cornerback. Go get a great tight end. Get all those other pieces, and let's knock on wood that Bo is that guy that you can completely rebuild around time after time after time. It's a luxury, guys. It's hard to find. It puts the Broncos in rare air.
Is it more on then the guy you got in there than it is the organization? What you just said to me, it's the organization. Had they said, remember, Simeon had a heck of that first year quarterback, surprised everybody, and they said they make it an open competition. Right there, there's no belief. There's no belief in the fan base. There's no belief in the locker room. You end up having an open competition after the guy just won you 8-9 games.
And that's the problem with a 7th-round pick compared to a first-round pick. There were moments of PTSD of he wasn't the same like in that Giants game. There were the other moments of Simeon that were not awesome.
Got smoked.
The only part I would argue of that, though, is the belief in the locker room. And I think belief in the locker room is radically different than the belief upstairs. And I believe with every ounce of my soul, that locker room believed in Trevor Siemian. They believed in Trevor Siemian. They loved Trevor Siemian. I know that for a fact because I was 1 year removed, and I know I wasn't in the locker room, but believe me, those are my guys.
Let's go to Greg Penner right now at Broncos
He gets
facility.
to sit down.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for being here. I'll say a couple things about the season and then take your questions. First of all, on behalf of ownership, I want to thank the players, coaches, and all the staff for just an incredible season. Ton of hard work, and couldn't be more proud of what they've accomplished this year and getting us back to the playoffs for the first time in 9 seasons. I thought Sean did a terrific job leading a young team. Has really continued to build a winning culture, which is critical for the future. It was great to see a number of young players, both draft picks, second-year players, third-year players, as well as some of our free agents that came on board in the offseason step up, and that's a testament to George and his staff. And then finally, this year again, we're top 5 in terms of health, and that's a big turnaround from where we were a couple of years ago. And Bo, Lowry, and his whole group are again doing a terrific job. So the results this last Sunday weren't what we were hoping for or expecting, but I think that experience that the young team got is going to be critical for the future. I will say that while we're incredibly pleased with the progress and a number of accomplishments this year, we don't at all feel like we're satisfied with where we are, and we know this offseason is going to be another critical one for us to build for the future. And then the last thing I'll just say is to Broncos country, our fans are fantastic. They had a long stretch of where we tried their patience, and we feel like we're starting to deliver for them. And main message to them is, we've got our sights set really high, and we're going to be doing everything we can to continue to build a great team and compete for championships. So with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Yeah, Greg, as you know, this is a quarterback town first. Your impressions of Bo, both on and off the field, and then maybe what do you see in him that he can make that next step and put a dent into beating the likes of Lamar and Josh Allen and Mahomes and those type of quarterbacks?
Yeah, I was incredibly impressed with Bo, both on and off the field. He it never seemed like any moment was too big for him, and we had some big moments this year. He battled throughout games, never saw him give up or let up, even when things weren't going our way. I think he's got all the physical traits that you need to be a great quarterback. Mentally, he's sharp. The players respond to him. His teammates love him. In terms of the offseason, he's an incredibly hard worker and loves studying tape, loves being in the gym, and I think that'll serve him well this offseason as he builds for the future, and I know he's going to be better next year.
Greg, to your right, what is your level of sort of participation in how the team approaches the salary cap, whether it's a young roster or not? And on that level, have you studied those things? Do you have opinions about that you share with George and Sean?
Yeah, we talk, the three of us, frequently about this and what our approach will be. And I mean, you saw us after our first season. We really felt like we had to do some things immediately in free agency to shore up both our offensive line and defensive line. Last year we were more constrained. It was a measured approach, and that served us well. As we go into this off season, it's a different situation again, and we're going to have a little more cap space. Our needs are different. We have a young nucleus and a great quarterback to build around, and we haven't set yet what our approach to free agency will be. But if it's appropriate, we'll be aggressive. But I'm not sure that we'll need to do that.
The broad question is, what do you know now that you didn't when you purchased the team? And maybe the more specific, what's your takeaway from signing Russell Wilson right when you walked into the door and then negotiating the big dead cap number this year?
Boy, I've learned a lot. As an ownership group, we've all learned a lot. I mean, it's everything from player health to the salary cap to how you build culture, how the coaching staff works, how we can be most effective as owners. And my approach is I think it's important to be here and to be present and set expectations, but I also really trust our staff and the people that we have in place to do their jobs, and view my role and our role as an ownership group is to really enable them and then hold them accountable. In terms of managing through the salary cap and a big dead cap hit this year, it was challenging, but I think it forced us to be really sharp in our decision making. And again, I think George and Sean last offseason made some really good choices. Again, we're going to have some more space this year. That's terrific. We've got pretty much all of our draft picks, and so I think we're in a good position to have a great offseason.
Greg, I want to throw a couple at you, and I know they may surprise you, but where are things with the practice facility? Are they on time? Do you like the progress? Anything new that's being added? And then, of course, people would like to know any updates as far as a new stadium renovation. There's lots of rumors about other locations. So can you give us the latest there, please?
Yeah, we broke ground on the new training facility in September, and we're about 10 to 15% of the way there in terms of completion on construction. We're about 90% of the way there on design. Everything's going according to plan. We had some snow days baked in. I think we've only had 2 days off so far, so things are progressing as we planned, and we couldn't be more excited about how that's coming together. Our goal is to only have one training camp where that really disrupts our training camp. I think you all saw it this season. We managed the practice very well. Sean, their whole staff were great. Didn't disrupt us at all. So anyway, that's all on track, and we're really pleased. With the stadium, I'm sure you all have seen some rumors recently. We're continuing to do our diligence. It is a complex question and decision of what we decide to do, and we haven't ruled out anything at this point. We're still looking at options on the current site around Denver. We visited other places like Lone Tree. We've still got more steps to take there.
All right, that's Greg Penrose. Again, we'll follow that. KKSE, FM, HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Okay, guys. Reaction to some. Let's just start with the facility stuff. Of course, he's not going to be, pinpointing it, but he does mention Low Tree. He doesn't deny it. Doesn't say that it's not in the world of possibility. Basically acknowledging, yeah, we're moving forward on that, even though there's not some specific things to announce.
Yeah, so they, I believe at the beginning of the year, they had, was it 9 years left on the current lease at the stadium? I believe it was 9 years left. So in all likelihood, we're looking at, about 8 more years before we're looking at a new stadium, would be my guess. I would imagine they're going to time it out to just
say, yeah, only 3 or 4 years of construction, though. You're going to start constructing that thing, and didn't it take SoFi 5 years?
Yes, that right? I buy it. I mean, 5 seems a little aggressive, but I buy it. 3 or 4 for sure. What else we got?
Well, just on the stadium real quick. What do you think he should take in mind when making that decision? What do you, because it's obvious. I know just from doing this and other stuff, the pushback on just leaving downtown will be massive. There really won't be a lot of pushback about staying downtown. But what should he really keep in mind and the group keep in mind when making that decision? What really, truly matters the most?
Profitability for him.
That matters the most?
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree. I mean, you hate to say it, but that's what it comes down to. It is a business, and they're thinking about how they can maximize the most money they possibly can. So they're probably looking for as much real estate as they can possibly get in terms of the acreage of the property that they're buying, so that they can maximize on hotels, restaurants, bowling alleys, and everything else they can possibly get. They can say whatever else they want about doing the fan surveys and stuff. And I know they really valued those surveys when it came to the jerseys, and they did take a lot of input.
And they screwed up on it, so maybe they don't listen to that.
But I don't think that they will genuinely listen to the fans when it comes to a stadium. That's going to come down to their profit and loss.
Okay. You don't think they'll put a survey out? That you don't think they'll do that same sort of
They
stuff?
very well might, but I highly doubt that they'll value it.
They shouldn't have valued the Jersey one. That's all PR.
They did a lot of surveys and outreach and all sorts of stuff.
Make a decision.
Well, you have to eventually.
But you think when they got the worth and developed the worth they got because Sam Wallen's going, oh, no, before we put a new store in Glendale, let's take a survey.
Well, it's hard for me to imagine if it's just about profitability and the possibility of profitability. I'd be stunned if it was anywhere but Lone Tree. I mean, it's beyond obvious. There's just more people. There's more room. There's more everything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you're closer to Colorado Springs. You're closer to the airport. You've got 3 light rail stops that are literally right there compared to.
And I'm going to tell you, at least the vocal response to that is going to be visceral. Fans are going to hate the move to Lone Tree.
Agreed.
Everybody from 225 and south won't.
Agreed.
Yeah. So it's
agreed.
It's 225 and north. That might be the Mason-Dixon line. Is 225.
Yeah. That's fair.
Right.
Kinda, yeah. Because if you're on, if you're out east, this is great.
Yeah, you get on 470, go back around, whatever you want to do.
Breeze, awesome. So
or if you're in Golden, 470, go back around this way.
Well, Golden, you can just go right down 6th Ave though, and you're right at the stadium.
Well, the one now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Golden, if you're Vic Lombardi, you're gonna hate doing all that. The players. Tyler, help me out. Where do most of the players live?
I don't think they care less about the stadium. I played in a city where we cared. And in Washington, that was a disaster. Our practice facility without traffic was about an hour 15 to the stadium where we all lived, right? With traffic, after night games, it could take us 2.5 hours to get home. We freaking hated that.
Yeah.
Here in Denver, it's a non-story. It's a non-factor. You know, it takes you 30 minutes to get down to the stadium. It's once every other week. Players don't care.
All right, how about this? The staff. Half the staff is working down at, the stadium. Now they're all going to come back to the facility. Now everybody's going to move to Dove Valley. I
think it's a non-factor for the staff too.
Well, I'm going to guess that most of the staff, because based on where they're working, will live or move to the southern part of the.
And there's tons of apartments and stuff there.
But I mean, in terms of like travel time to the stadium once every other week, because like you just said, I do think it'd be different if they were going to continue to have employees at the stadium, but all the employees are going to be at the practice facility now. So the once every other week drive of 25 to 40 minutes to get downtown, I think that's a non-factor.
Well, it is interesting how many events actually happen at the stadium that they're not on the field. Like that stadium is used for meetings, conferences, other sort of parties, whatever. There's events, multiple events happening inside of Empower Field.
But it's
not.
But it's non-Bronco related. So that's like a different division.
So you don't think the employee satisfaction location matters whatsoever?
Not for the Broncos staff, no.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So you don't think it's a big deal for the players or the people that work for the Broncos?
I don't.
Okay.
It seems like most of the players live south. So
it would make sense.
It won't be a huge adjustment for them one way or the other.
I think convenience-wise, for the players' families and friends, and I get it, it's only 8 times a year. But if we just want to talk about the spot that's the easiest and has the most real estate and is the easiest for transportation, guys, the fact of the matter is Lone Tree is far superior in all those things. The only thing downtown has is history and legacy. So if you say the most important thing is the financial aspect, not the legacy of the stadium, then this is a no-brainer. It would come out
but if you were to ask fans what the most important thing is, they would say the city.
But you also said
legacy.
You don't think they're going to survey even matters.
I don't. I mean, if you were making that decision, would you really care?
I would care. I would want to know.
But you know, if you build it, they will come, and it doesn't matter where you put it. So they might be mad at you for a year or two, but they'll adjust.
Well, to give the Walton Penner Group some credit, the one thing that they haven't been is arrogant. They have been very conscientious of a million different things. They brought the 1977 team back for the first time this year. They were very aware of that stuff. Like you said, they have an alumni person where they didn't have that anymore to keep tabs of things. Like they have spent a lot of time thinking about the minutia of what matters.
And the history of the team.
And the history of the team. They've embraced the history of the team.
Yeah.
And I don't know what they're going to do.
It's their hump.
Yeah, Dan, I am curious if somebody's going to ask about uniforms. I mean, I know that's more of a Damani Leach than a Greg Penner thing, but I'll be curious what he has to say about it. You know, he went on to say, what do you know now that you didn't know then? Well, that's a fair question, too. It's a good question. And dealing with everything he had to deal with, the Russell Wilson situation, the salary cap, with the experience that these owners have, what is your expectation of how they move forward?
Same way they've been doing it. I think
they're nailing it.
Well, what he said to start with when he talked about the Russ thing and that they learning and blah blah blah, but he said we had to be, I'm paraphrasing now, wiser. We had to make sure we stayed inside the lines when we went after certain people and how we fiscally spent our dollars on free agency. And he went on and said, I don't expect a big splash this year either, because they still got that hit of 34 this year from Russ's thing. So they're hoping, and here's the good and the bad of what Sean Payton and Bo Nix did this year. You made the playoffs with a rookie quarterback with the third youngest team or something like that, one of the youngest teams. And that's hard to sustain if there's not growth. If there's not growth on each individual. Benito was good this year. He's going to be great next year. Or he might have been real good, but he's got to be really great. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Cooper's was really good. Allen was really good. Do they have it in them to take the next step? Because, and I've always said this about championship teams. The Nuggets found this out, last year. You win a championship, people's eyes open them. You didn't. The Nuggets didn't have a game last year where a team slept on them, which I'm not so sure the year before they didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Every championship team, I think, goes through this. I think it's the same thing in this team. Bo Nix came in there and maybe, they didn't really beat anybody, but you think San Diego, you think the Chargers are going to sleep on them next year? You think the Raiders are going to sleep on them next year? You think Kansas City's going to sleep on them? They woke everybody up this year. The only way to sustain what they did this year is every single individual on the team and coaches, Tyler, right, got to get better for next year.
This ownership group in year 2 has reached a point that many ownerships never get to. There's so much stability; it's almost on cruise control already. You've got a coach that you trust. You got the quarterback. You're at a point where Greg Penner can be involved in the salary cap discussions, because what owner wouldn't want to be? What owner would not want to be there? And yet you don't have to stress about any of it because you got people that you trust. I'm telling you, there's ownership groups that never experience the stability that they've already got in year 2. It's actually pretty amazing. So what are they going to change? I don't know. I don't think anything. I don't see this group getting overly involved in the football decisions.
And didn't you think this justified? I guess that's a lack of a better word. Sean Payton to them. Because if this would have been a failure this year, and if they'd have lived down to what Vegas thought at 5 wins, 6 wins, you think the Penners are happy sitting on eating $84 million last year and 34 this year? If it had been a failure this year, it is easier to swallow now because of the success they put out there on the field this year.
My favorite thing I heard Greg Penner say is he did not. That's later. He said, we're going to enable people and hold them accountable.
That's perfect.
Right?
I love that.
So, big decisions. You guys do realize Sean Payton does not have carte blanche. The buck does not stop at Sean Payton.
But winning this year has now given him, even if he says something wacky, they're going to go, let me think about that.
Yeah, see, I've heard you say that a number of times, and I think I kind of disagree. When it comes to football stuff, I genuinely do think he's got the ability to do anything he wants to do. And maybe he did need to prove it this year. Fine. But he has. And I don't think there's anything that Sean Payton would ask for from a football perspective that ownership would say no to, whether it's firing a coach, whether it's hiring a coach, whether it's getting a player, going out in free agency.
If there's a good excuse and
reason.
There's
got to be a reason, yeah.
So I asked somebody that's on the business side of it, and I've told this before, but I asked somebody that's on the business side of it in the Broncos what it's like working with a new ownership group. I was like, what if you need $20,000 for something? What happens? I said, well, you go to them, you got to have a plan. We might put together the PowerPoint. We might have to explain it. But if you've got justified reasons for it, you're going to get the money, right? That's the way that it works with the new ownership group. And I think that's the same way it is with Sean Payton. So I disagree with you slightly in Sean not having carte blanche. I think he does.
That made me think of a story about 10 years ago at least, 10 plus. I was talking to an old NBA player, and he was doing color for the Cleveland Cavaliers, actually. And this is when analytics in basketball started all of a sudden creeping up its ugly head. And I was like, what's going on? I mean, you could just be able to watch a guy and see if he can play or not, right? He goes, but you know why analytics are? And think about this and how the ownership of pro sports team has changed over the last 20, 25 years. He said the owners are all billionaires. And they didn't make money on gut very often. They had the paperwork and the real estate assessment and the financial cost this, the penalty, blah, 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 and they want to see numbers. They want to see a spreadsheet. You mentioned, or one of you all mentioned about putting a PowerPoint. You said putting a power. They're used to that in the business world. They made billions watching PowerPoints, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's how analytics started to take over. So now you got this billionaire who may not be a great football guy. I don't know if pinners are great football people.
I think he's getting better.
I do too. But I guarantee you, like you said, what did you just say? Bring the reason, give me the information. You might have to do a PowerPoint. That's the new ownership in all pro sports, I think, right now.
And what you learn quickly, especially when you're a smart guy, and they're obviously smart people and great business people, you learn what questions matter and what doesn't matter. You learn what to ask. You learn like what you need answers to, and they're clearly on that tip. He was asked about uniforms, and there is a revelation about the wildest thing billionaires and sports owners have to do. It's crazy, and you heard a little bit of it there. Details about that next.
Sean and his coaching staff did a tremendous job with Bo and supporting him, and I think that's critical for a rookie to know that the organization has your back as you're going to have some ups and downs as a rookie. Definitely some highlights, and you could see him grow. You took that first step, I'd say, in Tampa Bay. That was great. We saw him, have some comebacks in a few games, going on the road against the Chiefs. I thought that was a step for him. Also played well in Cincinnati, a tough environment, leading the team through that 4-game winning streak. So there were a number of points along the way. I don't think there was any one moment where we said it's obvious that he's the guy, but it kept building throughout the season.
We'll get to the uniform question here in a second, but I do find it one of the more fascinating things that billionaire owners just have to come to terms with, and it's got to be difficult. At the end of the day, and it always blows me away to go to any professional sporting event, guys, just to see how much stuff is going on for every game. It really is amazing, the complexities of just game day, no matter what the sport is. And you have one guy that is the most responsible for the future of all this stuff.
Well, you got Harry Truman, right? The buck stops there eventually. It could be a whole other department screwing everything up, but the buck stops one place.
I look at people, I look at security people and vendors. I look at the people
that clean the bathrooms after the game.
Sure. Just everybody who's so dependent on this organization succeeding. And for an organization to succeed, that means winning, okay? It's a bottom line business. But you as a billionaire owner who's in your 50s, 60s, 70s, for whatever wacky reason in the world of football, you got to trust a 23, 24, 25-year-old kid if you're really going to have a shot for long-term success. What do you think that's actually – so when you hear George Payton and Sean Payton and –
because it's not the real world.
Greg Pett, it's bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, who in the world, what company exists that something that's so complex and has so much value would be determined on the 24-year-old?
Yep.
It's insane. How do you come to grips that if we had Greg in here, or Josh, or
Let's get him in.
Should I reach out? I will.
Yeah,
I'd be happy to
do a sit down with us.
Should you? Of course.
I will. I'll reach out now that the season's done. If he wants to come in, that'd be cool. That'd be awesome to sit down and talk to him.
Yeah.
I'd be just fascinated, like how you process that as a billionaire sports owner.
Is it really that different than any other organization these billionaires own than Walmart and the hundreds of thousands of employees that you have no clue who they are or what they do?
Yeah, but I don't think a 24-year-old in Walmart is responsible for like 1,000 Walmarts.
Probably not even managing a store.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he's in charge of an aisle. No, I mean, I don't know if there is a comparison.
No. My former father-in-law, deceased, used to always say, pro sports ain't the real world.
Nope.
And he's true. And even what you're talking about now, there's no way, Mr. K or the Pinners or anything are going to, whatever their bill say, hey, by the way, they got this guy, he's 2 years out of Kentucky. You're in charge. It just doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen because it's not the real world.
Pretty wild. All right. The uniforms. Let's get to it, Dan. Go ahead. Hit us with the uniform question.
Well, the fans' perceptions, I think, varied. The one thing I would say about the fans was that there was very strong interest. So I think some loved it, some didn't like it, and I think that's to be expected. But they definitely care. And I think we wore 13 different combinations this year, and including the throwbacks. Everybody, I think, unanimously, everybody loved the throwbacks. I like the navy with the snowcap helmets. I think those are great as well. The core uniform, I thought looked great. There was one combination that I wasn't crazy about, which was the blue socks, orange pants, blue shirt. But maybe
I'm with him on that. Thank you, Greg.
That's awesome.
But
I loved your jacket
I think they showed really well.
I hated the uniforms that they wore in the playoff game.
Yeah,
they
I'm
were
not
so.
big on
Those are like the softest looking uniforms I've ever seen. Are you kidding me? Orange pants with white tops, like that is like that just screamed a soft football team to me.
I didn't hate the all white helmets. I thought And the right combination were kind of cool.
That was a good combo.
Yeah, that was good.
What did he say? He hated the
blue socks, orange pants, blue top. That was ugly.
I didn't like the playoff uniforms either, frankly.
I think that's the biggest mistake that they made here is they went with the college model of having to have 13 different combinations. You don't need 13 combinations. Maybe 3 or 4. Three or four combinations, 3 or 4 good ones. That's it, and move forward.
That's pretty funny when the owner says that wasn't good. We're never going to see that again.
Guess what we're not going to see next year? Guess what
happen.
combination we're not going to have on next year? I didn't like the all blue. I didn't like the all orange.
It is so, and he's right about the throwbacks.
Oh, and he said unanimous on that.
Who didn't like those?
Right.
You hear anybody who didn't like those?
Nope.
So what do you do with that? The snow-capped helmets, the white helmets were pretty cool.
Yeah, they were sharp.
And they were pretty cool with the old D, too. Well, they were with the
old
D.
They didn't have the old D.
They didn't have the old D?
I don't think so.
Oh,
that would be cool, though.
Oh, I thought,
Yeah, no, I think those were the regular
horse
one.
Okay. It would be cool.
The old D would be cool.
All right. One other Broncos note. I don't know if you guys caught it, but
so what do you think he does? Do you think he does anything about the uniforms?
Well, I don't think we're going to see blue socks, orange pants, blue shirt. I think that's out.
He was very clear, and fans do care. But I think if you were listening to that closely, I think he was admitting that there were a lot of fans that did not like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there were some hits and misses, obviously. So let's go for more hits than misses. Because, I like the blue top and the white helmet. I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I love what he said. There's some combinations people really love, and then there's combinations of people just, didn't really like. I'm like, yeah, hated. Just say it.
Well, I'm so biased because of how I grew up when I was a Broncos fan there at Mrs. Stanko's class at Steamboat. To me, the Broncos are the D with the horse. That to me is the Denver Broncos. But I wasn't here when you were calling the games and they won a Super Bowl with the new logo that I know,
The first year they won it was the new logo.
I mean, I get it, man.
People hated it till they won the championship.
Exactly. And so a lot of people, rightfully so, would associate the Broncos championship, 3 championships, with that logo. I mean, I totally get it. The D with the horse could be associated with a lot of failure, man. Because we got real close.
Well, Buffalo hasn't changed their little Buffalo thing, has
They've made
subtle changes.
Yeah, subtle. But you're right. It's more or less the same thing
Red,
that it's
white,
always
blue,
been.
summer, yeah.
More or less the same thing. All right. What's next for the Denver Broncos, guys?
Red pants. Oh no.
What do you think in general is next for them after what you've heard today?
I think this will be one of the more boring off seasons they've had, and that's good for them.
You could be right.
Sean said that, and I think generally speaking, this is smart. Take about 2.5 weeks before you really do anything. Take 2.5 weeks to evaluate the staff. Take 2.5 weeks to evaluate the roster. And I think for the most part, teams make rush decisions like the second the season is over, firing a defensive coordinator, firing an offensive coordinator. I've never really understood the rush behind that for internal changes. I think what's next is probably at least a change or two with the staff. And we've all got a gut feeling about VJ. We'll see. I mean, would I be overly surprised if VJ's back? I would not, because I think that's actually the logical decision to make. The logical decision is to look at this thing holistically, take 2.5 weeks, look at all the good stuff that Vance Joseph did, and maybe you change your opinion on it.
I think Palace intrigue in that one will be the biggest. I think you're more or less right. I think the Joker player is a sure tip-off that you're going to draft.
A multi-positional, multitask type player.
I mean, I'm not going to say it's
I think you're going to draft multiple of those. And
you'd be lucky if you could find multiple of those. But okay.
I don't know. I think you can get a guy. When was Julius Thomas drafted?
4th round.
Actually, generally speaking, jokers are drafted later.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think they may get a guy that has the ability. Well, he's a great tight end, but he can catch and block. Okay, is that double task?
Because they're jacks of all trade, masters of none, right? And that's like the story of Taysom Hill, even.
How cool that both teams, the Nuggets and the Broncos, are going to rely on the Joker.
Nice.
Got that one. We'll get to basketball here in a second. That was interesting last night. Shaquille O'Neal and Jamal Murray.
I was doing radio, so I didn't hear any of the interview.
Oh, it's going to be fun. We'll get to it in a little bit. Time for No Dumb Questions.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present Dumb 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 Dumb. No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Brought to you by Dairy. Oh no, Old Chicago.
No.
Oh, we don't have Old Chicago anymore.
Just hey, what's up with No Dumb Questions?
Pee him off.
Anyway, what's up with No Dumb Questions?
I realized he was on a diet.
Yeah, there you go. I got one today. How come? No dumb question. Why does when you buy shampoo and conditioner? Why is the conditioner bottle usually the same size or even bigger than the shampoo bottle if you do on those mats? The same. Why?
Well, you're not supposed to use it as much.
I don't think you do. I don't think most people use conditioner.
I thought if anything, you weren't supposed to use the shampoo, but the conditioner was good. They say shampooing your hair more than twice or 3 times a week is too much.
Well,
it's bad for your hair, Scott. That's why I just don't shower more than once a week.
Well, there you go. So you don't even put water on it.
Well, yeah, I feel like that's dangerous.
No, but I'm like on the stuff I use, I'm like on my second or third shampoo bottle, and I've still got the same conditioner. And I'm like, why shouldn't the conditioners be smaller than the shampoo bottle?
As a beard guy, here's my frustration, and am I a sucker or not? They all tell you that you need different products for the beard than the hair, right? Like you can't just put Head and Shoulders in the beard. You can't just put normal shampoo in your beard, right? So you got to buy separate beard shampoo and beard conditioner. Okay, that's a key to this thing.
My Lord.
Am I just an absolute sucker for buying separate beard shampoo? And
I will
conditioner?
tell you what. I got a Christmas gift.
I just asked the question.
I got a Christmas gift that had beard conditioner in it, but it's more, and you don't do it in the shower. It's more of a lotion. You squirt in your hand, like after you shower, you do, and you come in and, boy, and I'm telling you, it works.
It does.
It's unbelievable.
It does. Now, you know the best thing ever? Exfoliator for the beard. I got a little beard exfoliator. Gets all the dandruff out of it.
Oh,
yeah.
The warden is chiming in. Scott, I use more conditioner than shampoo.
She never washes her hair, though.
This is a dumb question. The warden.
That's what this segment is.
I mean, it is the segment.
It is a segment.
It is the segment.
I forget to use conditioner 9 out of 10 times.
I think I'm like a lot of guys. I get the big bottle. It just says everything.
Oh,
it's
shampoo and conditioner.
Yeah, it's body wash. It's everything.
When you body wash with it too?
You and then on top and then down. It's
no dumb question.
I mean, we covered everything. Are we getting it done?
No dumb question. When you take a shower,
mm-hmm.
Do you shower like you wash a car?
Put it on top and let it rinse down?
Yeah, because when you wash a car,
much,
you're supposed to start on the top and go down. That way all the dirt goes down. Do you do that? Do you start hair, wash your face?
What dude do you know really spends time on his ankles?
Well, I mean, that's actually a fair question. Like, if you're being honest, do you always use soap on your legs? Or is it crack, head out?
Pit, ball, crack.
Yeah, there you go.
Tyler, unfortunately, you are a sucker. I use Head and Shoulders in my beard all the time.
Well, that doesn't mean you're doing the right thing.
Well, he says you're a sucker. You're not a sucker.
Maybe he just wants to pamper himself with the extra special stuff.
Thank you.
You're not a sucker. Women love fresh and clean men from Susie.
Hi,
Strong
Susie.
arm and fire
How you doing,
emoji.
Susie?
You need a moment with Susie?
I got her number. It's on the text line.
Okay. All right. Tyler's dating line is open as well as No Dumb Questions all at the same
Susie,
time.
if you get a random text, it's just Tyler later on.
Tyler's got your name and your number, Susie. 00. Okay, I'll leave that
Might
alone.
be Warden.
You think she's just fed up with Tim at this point? She's had it? Oh, Mike. Oh, I screwed his name up. Anyway, sorry there.
I thought Spence was, he's not over there anymore either.
If you don't wash your feet, you're a disgusting human being, and that's backed up with I've never washed my ankles in my life.
I don't know the last time I washed my feet.
You figure it happens.
I mean, it gets water and soap.
What else is there? There's soap. There's water.
Like seriously, why would I have to wash my feet? Like it's getting constant wash.
Well, and sometimes there's if you go to the bathroom.
But when you go to the car wash, you just don't put the rinse on, do you?
Well, I've never, it's been a long time since I didn't just go through a drive-through wash.
Really?
Yeah.
No dumb question for a man. How long is too long in the shower? I'm 3 minutes tops.
Yeah, it's kind of like sex.
I'm sorry?
You know? Yeah, anything
43
over 3
seconds.
minutes is too much.
We're continuing with the Tyler dating line here.
I will say this. It depends how my body feels. When I was younger, I spent a little extra time in the shower.
Oh, my God.
But now that I'm older, if I'm
Oh.
spending extra time, it's because I'm like bent over, letting that hot water hit my lower
Dude,
back.
I did yesterday. I did about 4 minutes, bent over, hot water on the back.
Right.
Get a nice little hamstring stretch in there.
Right.
Yeah.
I do that. I stretch my Achilles, let the water hit my back, because, that's when I spend the most time. When I was younger now, oh, yeah.
I think the visuals for this segment are extraordinary. New segment, Tyler's dating show where he dates hot takes.
Tyler's Hot Take Dating.
Hi, Kyle.
.com. Oh, we got another one. There's pyramids in Antarctica. Tyler.
Why don't they let planes fly over Antarctica?
What
are they hiding?
This whole conversation is validation of my hygiene. I wish my wife was listening.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey, you can go back and listen to it. We got a podcast and play it for tonight.
Yeah.
You go back and play.
Wow. Boy, you're really going to score some big points.
Yeah.
Honey, you need to hear this. Come
honey,
here.
Hey, sit down, dinner.
Come here.
We got something to listen to.
Remember when I was saying I was right and you were wrong about this particular issue?
Yeah.
I want you to listen to these three guys talk about why I'm right. Come here. That's going to go over well. Good luck on that. Shower every day, wash the legs and feet each time. I play hockey a lot, so the feet get extra sweaty.
I mean, I played football. What's the difference?
I wear socks.
And this final one, why don't they fly over Antarctica? That is really on the...
you really want me to go there?
Well,
Because
that's no dumb question.
Scott and I got theories. Scott, go ahead.
It's an alien civilization up there, and people don't want them to see it.
They're definitely hiding something. I know that much. Don't tell me it's because of magnets and stuff that it messes up the planes. Don't tell me that, because why can the military planes do it? They go over it. Why can't United Airlines fly over Antarctica?
It's literally something I had no idea was not happening. So I have no opinion on it whatsoever.
You're too busy. You're too busy following athletes and look. Oh my gosh, he went. Bo Nix went to dinner at Outback.
They have an Outback at Castle Pines?
Well,
That's cool.
It's over by your house.
Yeah, I know that one. I didn't know it was up at Castle. He's going to come down the hill.
He comes up. Comes down up to see you.
Okay.
So, Scott, as a fellow conspiracist, if in theory you were in the dating game and you dated somebody that hated conspiracies, would that be a non-starter?
I think there'd be a conspiracy of why they hate it.
There you go.
Yeah,
I'm looking for some new conspiracies because
how much of your time
all of my other ones came up true.
do you guys spend on conspiracies every day? The amount of time I spend on it is
I
literally zero.
I don't seek them out, but when they find me, I research.
All right. What was the last conspiracy that you were researching?
Antarctica.
I got to admit, and I'm not trying to be political at all, and because I do not know the answer, nor do I have an opinion. But why do we care so much about Greenland these days?
What?
It's a military thing between us and Europe.
No, that's untrue. It's the most untapped natural resources land in the world.
And that.
Money. Greenland money.
Resources.
And you could buy, as I heard the morning show discussing, which was actually a relatively funny discussion, you could buy all of Greenland for like a third of the Dallas Cowboys. And it's the most untapped natural resources in the world.
Who are we buying Greenland from? From Denmark?
Denmark.
Yeah.
I think
they don't own themselves, right? We just go to Denmark.
I think they do own themselves. I think I don't know.
I don't know.
No, we hit a dead end on the Greenland thing.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked into it. Resources and military help.
Okay. Can you imagine?
I did try to explain the tunnels behind DIA 2 nights ago to somebody that just would not.
Well,
they just weren't into the conversation.
So is that person out if they're not into that conversation?
Out of my life?
I guess. Are they?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Listen.
Not yet?
If he's in now, he might be in all the way. Let's be honest.
All right. I got a choice for you guys.
Oh.
Pissed off Bednar or Shaquille O'Neal and Jamal Murray?
Well, I got to hear both those.
Well, we'll get to both of them. What do you want next?
We can do Bednar. You've been
Bednar?
teasing that the longest.
We'll give you pissed off Bednar.
After a great win against the Rangers in overtime.
Dude.
How good is Taze in overtime, by the way?
Not that great if you ask him, as a matter of fact.
Well, there you
No,
go.
it was a weird.
Well, he's been very average defensively in the handful of games I've watched.
We'll get to it, but it was one of the weirdest wins of the entire year next. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Remembering the first time you failed to perform in the bedroom is not a great memory. Maybe you just laughed it off. No big deal. Then it happens a second time, a third time, more. Okay, we got a problem. Too many guys, maybe you're one of them, just settle for a mediocre sex life. You don't need to when you have the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. The treatments can have you last an hour or more. How about that? For nearly a decade, they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men with a T and PSA test. Your $99 also gets you a Colorado licensed medical provider to advise you. And if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit's free. Find out for yourself and turn that love life around. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Up top for Taves. He's got an overtime winner this season. Returns it to O'Connor in front. Stick check by Shesterkin. O'Connor works to get it back. High in the zone. McKinnon. One-timer Taves. He scores! It's a laser from Taser. His second OT winner of the season. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
So I'm at the game, and it's like really exciting. They score with like 6-on-5. They've done that multiple times now this year.
Everyone's happy.
They go in overtime. They draw a penalty. I think it was interference on Mikko Rantanen. They killed the penalty. Wow. Okay.
Which is big in overtime.
Huge. And then Logan O'Connor, super shift, does everything he can. And there's Taser. Puts it by Shesterkin. Igor. And I'm like, this is freaking awesome. I go into the locker room, dead. Like, just no energy, nothing. Taser, what'd you think of scoring the goal? Logan had a good shift, and I just would go to Mackenzie Blackwood. He's got the big goofy hat on. We get a little out. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm looking around, and then you look around, and it's empty. I'm like, what the hell happened here? You go talk to Benzie afterwards and check out his response about how they played. Wow. Damn.
Thank God we got McKenzie.
Oh, my God.
We ain't winning jack squat unless he's the best player.
Well,
I have never heard a coach is down on his team after a win.
You've never heard Bedsy like that.
It was like, I get it. They didn't play that great, but I wasn't expecting that. It was like 5 straight minutes of that.
Don't you think this is the time in the NHL and the NBA seasons that the good teams, okay, let's start going. There needs to be a run January, February, into March. Now's when you should be starting to ramp up how you play. If you came away from a blasé road trip, and I've always said after a long road trip, your hardest game on that road trip is your first game home. Guys are dead, haven't seen your family for 2 or 3 days, 4 or 5 days, whatever it is. Then you got this, our bills got to be paid, and all of a sudden your mind completely goes off the game. Maybe why Denver's been so good, the Nuggets, on back-to-backs, because they don't have time to get back into a normal routine. I could see that. I kind of like that, actually.
Wow, he was given no excuses for it. But don't forget, they were home for a couple of days.
Which makes it worse.
And had a bad practice. And then, listen, it was interesting because this is an amazing homestand for the Avalanche. There's 5 teams that are ahead of them points-wise in the Western Conference. They're going to play 4 of those 5 teams in the next 4 games. Edmonton, Dallas, Minnesota, and
which is even
Winnipeg.
more important to get the win against the Rangers.
Well, that's right.
Because now you just want points.
That's right.
To me, that just felt like hangover frustration. That I don't mean from alcohol. I mean the hangover from the road trip. Like that was just hangover frustration. I was hoping when we got home it was going to solve everything. He still had to move guys in and out of spots. Casey Middlestat got moved back down to the fourth line again, and I think he's just frustrated of having to move players around.
Well, he's accusing guys not just of playing bad, he's accusing guys of not caring. Come on, man. That was something. That was something. So I think the Avs are actually playing pretty damn good overall.
You know what? I think it's an important part of any healthy season that a coach times a moment like this appropriately throughout a season when you get a win, right? Because you always think about the tough coaching after losses or after wins or whatever. I mean, sometimes it's easier to give tough coaching after wins. But I mean, like a started over type of practice, but that kind of anger after a game, I do think this is an important part of any healthy season that when you win games, you got to be challenged deeply. Deeply, but you can't do it more than 2 or 3 times.
Especially like you just said, you've got guys ahead of you coming up because this type of play, I mean, this is a good. Let's put some points on the left side of the column win, but now you're playing Dallas or Minnesota and all these other Winnipeg, I think's in there. These are people you're trying to catch, and you ain't gonna play like this and beat them, and you can't afford to split a point or give up 2 points at home. You got to try to be selfish and hope that out of a 10 possible points, you get 8.
I'll tell you this, man.
9 maybe.
You want to see some fire, don't miss the game tomorrow night against Edmonton, y'all. I mean, after that, and we'll see how everybody responds. Also, if I'm Casey Middlestat, I'm nervous about getting traded.
Yeah.
I'm head on a swivel there, Case. I see Coacher there at the game last night. He's wearing his Middlestat sweater. I'm like, I might have wanted to have that as a loaner.
No, I got on a Mew one.
Well, that's good. Does it go well with your turtle collection?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying that there could be more changes to come for the Avs. Don't be surprised. Do not be surprised.
Well, saying that, the changes they've made already, and we talked a little bit about it yesterday, completely wiping out your goaltending.
Well, that worked.
That has worked.
Yes, no problem there. And by the way, they're activating Wedgwood. He should be back here shortly. But, I mean, listen, it's a great schedule. They're home for another 8 days, I think, and it's day off, game, day off, game, day off. It's perfect. Perfect. Blackwood could start every game during this stretch if they wanted to. It wouldn't be asking too much. So it's a nice stretch. It was almost like Bednar. It's almost like you got a spoiled brat teenager, right? That really doesn't deserve the keys to the Mercedes. But, you know, there he goes.
Let me ask you a no-dumb question on this, and we'll throw it out to the Avs fans too. If you hadn't made a change in your goaltending when you did, what was the score of last night's game, and do you even get to overtime?
Oh, well, Bednar would clearly tell you we would have lost that game and we would have deserved to lose that game. He said afterwards, like, not everybody played terrible. He said there were like 8 or 9 guys who were great, and the rest were passengers. He said Mackenzie Blackwood was the best player on the ice. We don't win without him.
Right.
He said that as well.
Which goes back to some of these games when that you lost early on and boom, 6-1. And
right.
That might have been a 4-1, 5-1 game.
There's zero doubt about it.
If you hadn't changed your goaltending.
Zero doubt about it. Zero doubt. Okay. We'll get to the Nuggets. It's a much brighter story over there with the Nuggets in a little bit. And the big
two good wins.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And I anticipate a win tonight because they are undefeated in back-to-backs.
This is good now.
Okay. Plus, the big question of the day surrounds Bo Nix after the State of the Union press conference of the Broncos. That's next.
Hey guys, if you value relationships in life and you're in the market for a new vehicle, go build a long-term relationship with my friends over at Phil Long Ford. That's what I did my rookie year in the NFL, And I've been buying cars from Phil Longford ever since then because I know them, I love them, I trust them. They respect me, they get me in, they get me out, they give me the best price. That's not unique to me. That's unique to every customer that walks in the doors at Phil Long Ford. Guys, when you go to Phil Long, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. I'm talking about one-stop shopping. Don't drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to one dealership. Phil Long Ford. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now for you to choose from. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, you're going to find the car that you want. You're also going to get great deals. Guys, the incentive deals are fantastic. Interest rates are rock solid. And with an award-winning service department, if you keep your car serviced at Phil Long, you're going to have a beautiful ride for a long, long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at PhilLongDenver.com.
You all saw it. A pretty incredible rookie year. Bo was a pro the minute he walked in the building for rookie minicamp. You saw the poise throughout the season, poise beyond his years, poise, for a rookie.
There are a lot of things to be encouraged about. I had a good visit with him yesterday. His movement skills, some of the things maybe that we didn't even see or forecast coming. His decision making, he's extremely accurate. I've said this before, he's hard to sack. That's a good trait to have in our league. And then there are things that, he's going to look at and grow from and build on. Whether it's third down snaps, whether it's pressure snaps, but I'm real encouraged.
And you could see him grow. You took that first step, I'd say, in Tampa Bay. That was great. We saw him, have some comebacks in a few games, going on the road against the Chiefs. I thought that was a step for him. Also played well in Cincinnati, a tough environment, leading the team through that 4-game winning streak. So there were a number of points along the way. I don't think there was any one moment where we said it's obvious that he's the guy, but it kept building throughout the season.
The biggest takeaway from the State of the Union was a firm belief that Bo Nix is the future for this Denver Broncos organization. You buying it?
You hear what you want to hear, D-Mac.
Okay. Are you not hearing that? Did I mishear something?
No, I'm playing. Yeah, of course they are. And they got no reason to not feel that way. It's a good spot to be.
Are they right to feel that way?
They are justified to have no reason to feel any other way. Yeah, for sure. Is that the same thing as I would fight you on some small technicalities that isn't even worth fighting over, because I agree in the big picture they're in on this dude. I don't think that anybody is as convinced as you are that this dude's going to win a Super Bowl for him. I think that they know that they got everything they could have asked for and more out of his rookie season, and that's a damn comforting place to be. So I'm not even going to fight you on the small technicalities because it's not even worth it.
An old fable, centuries old, I think by now, about a king and his new clothes. And even all the people decided to believe the king had a new wardrobe. When in essence, all he was running around naked. Finally, took someone and say, well, what, he's just naked. And everybody went, well, no, look at no, he's just naked. Right now, everybody's going, the king has a new wardrobe. And the new wardrobe is your quarterback. And the quarterback will continue to be that guy until he's the one. I think it'll be him that finally says, oh, I'm naked.
Do you think there needs to be a truth teller that is telling the Broncos that Bo Nix ain't that guy? Or are you here to say Bo Nix ain't that guy?
No, I'm a hobo.
Okay, but you're not here to say he's
Listen,
not that guy.
For the opportunity of this franchise to get out of the mire, it's real simple, I think, to assess this team this year, and it happened after the I don't know, 4th, 5th, 6th week or something like that. You're not a bottom dweller anymore, and let's be honest. Few of the last 8 years, you're probably one of the bottom dweller teams, 4 or 5 of them, if we're being real honest, right? I mean, you are not a bottom dweller. You're also not on the other side of that bell curve of the elite teams. You ain't in Buffalo's league. You ain't in Cincinnati's league. You're not in Baltimore's league yet. You're probably not in Kansas City's, although you popped them in that last game. So you're not the elite team yet either. You're somewhere in the middle, and there's a whole lot of those teams. And if Bo Nix is the right guy, guess what? You'll start inching up. You start stepping that ladder and maybe separating yourself. Next year will be interesting because you're not going to get the AFC or the NFC South to beat around and get 4 wins on.
No, but you do have a third-place schedule because you finished 3rd place in your division. So you're going to play.
You're still going to play Philly. You're still going to play Dallas. You're still going to play Washington. You're still going to play the Giants.
Yeah. But you're also going to play like the Colts, and other 3rd-place teams in their divisions. So I mean, it's going to be you're going to have.
You got to go back and look and see who some of the 3rd-place teams are.
Sure, I mean you could do that. I mean, we actually know. I don't have it right in front of me, but the opponents for the Broncos are already out there. We can dig that up and maybe dig through that maybe and let's football go in a little bit. We'll get to more of it.
Was Cincinnati a 3rd-place team, weren't they? Because they beat
Cincinnati
Cleveland.
was the third place team.
So Cincinnati will probably be on your schedule.
Yep.
Or a good chance.
A very good chance.
And you might get them at home.
Here it is. You get to host the Cincinnati Bengals.
There you go.
Okay. And the Green Bay Packers. And
Beat them last year with Russ.
Yeah. And then you get to visit the New York Jets.
If Russ can do it.
And then you got the NFC East.
Okay.
So you get the Packers, the Bengals. Those are two really tough games.
The Jets finished third in that division?
I guess so.
Over Miami?
No, Patriots were last.
Oh,
yeah.
no, I'm in the wrong division.
Yeah, the Jets finished third. AFC East.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Patriots.
Wow, that's two tough draws there, though. Cincinnati and Green Bay as third place teams. That's brutal.
Yeah, here we go. Expectation bar will be higher. By the way, it was grinding Sean's gears that they fell apart in the second half. He's not over that game. They did expect to compete, and perhaps they were delusional that they could possibly win. So,
well, the third quarter, 2 3-and-outs, right?
That's one.
Two possessions, 6 plays.
That one's gonna sting. I'll tell you this, man. When the Broncos beat the Steelers with Tebow, and then they lost the next week to the Patriots, John Elway and John Fox were not bothered at all. It was. I remember the same press conference. Then those two were just like, "Can you believe what we?" I mean, that was crazy. They were fine. They were kind of happy.
By the way, I didn't tell you. I'll show it to you here in a little bit. My buddy, who's a year older than me, we played tennis together in high school, and he's one of those guys. He's one of those guys that's this. He's that guy. You know, hey, man, let's go. We're going to come out here. We're supposed to drink some beers, play some golf. Hey, come on down. He's that guy. And he's retired now, but he's still that guy, right?
Yeah,
He's still that guy.
Okay.
He goes, hey, recognize this? He's at a golf course. It's him and Foxy.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's him and Foxy.
That's awesome.
At a golf course, yeah.
How's it going, Scott? Skins on the wall. Let's get into the Nuggets last night. And as we do this, great win. Let's just focus on Jamal here for a second. Shaq. You have not heard this, huh? Okay, here's Shaquille O'Neal pregame about Jamal Murray.
It was Murray and Jokic.
Say that name again?
It was Murray, Jamal Murray, and Jokic.
Okay, so now that Westbrook is playing great, Mr. Murray, where have you been? I don't know if you're injured or not, so I'm not going to really go in, but I guarantee you this, once you step up and play to the level to help you get a championship, y'all will be champions again.
Okay, Jamal proceeds to have, especially an epic first half. 32 points, one of, 4 Nuggets that have done that ever. 30-point first half, ends with 45. Scott, Jamal Murray's play last night?
Fantastic. I mean, I
incredible.
thought it was, I mean, he couldn't miss, and he played quicker than he's played in the last month.
So Jared Greenberg on TNT. I thought this was a pretty good interview with Murray postgame.
Well, the story of the game was the play of Jamal Murray. I'm guessing the knee felt pretty good tonight, Jamal?
Yeah, man, just some anti-inflammatories, got the job done. So obviously felt better, looked better, and was able to, the whole team was able to play better today.
Well, you're giving the anti-inflammatories the credit, but one of our guys in the studio, Shaq, is actually taking credit for this performance tonight. Shaq wants to know if he inspired you with his pregame words tonight.
I don't know what he said.
Perfect. That works out perfectly well.
I would love to know what he said, though.
Okay, so here's what Shaq said. He said he needs y'all to be champs again, and it all starts with you, Jamal. Get to work.
I agree 100%. 100%.
What is it about that statement that you feel is accurate?
Because when there's games like this, when I'm on and, there's nothing to worry about. You know what I'm saying? That's the sense of the group. When Yoke's going, it's like, okay, he's going. But I feel like, and the team feels like when I'm going, there's nothing to worry about. We just got to play defense. And he's 100% right. I need to play my best. I need to play better. I played terrible up until today. And I've struggled. And, the season's all about highs and lows and about weathering storms. And, just take this as a positive note and keep moving. But, you can't get too high, can't get too low. So, not just me, but we're all looking to keep this going, keep this momentum going, and get a win tomorrow.
All right,
Okay, I want to play, before you comment on that, I want to play Shaq postgame then. So you heard it postgame, or pregame rather. He's the announcer, the interviewer is citing that, whoa, okay, all right. And Jamal's agreeing with it. Shaq postgame.
You wanted Jamal Murray.
Are you not entertained? So a lot of people, you can't come out like that. But because I know Jamal Murray is the dog, it was a tester, and I already knew he was going to perform that way, even if he hurt me or not. I'm glad he played that way. I'm glad he realizes it. Takes a man to realize when you're not playing great. He knows he's not playing great. He's playing good, but good won't get you championship. You have to play great. Yep. If you get a championship, you have to play greater than the year you did before. So I don't want credit. This is what I did to all my guys. I did it to Penny, did it to Kobe, I did it to D-Wade, I did it to Mike Penberthy, I did it to all my guys. So shout out to Jamal Murray. I'm glad he had a great game.
Well, like you said,
Okay. What do you think, top to bottom?
Well, if you remember, I think it was last week or so, Joker's the best player in the world. And last night he knew Jamal was on. And he goes, I don't need to shoot. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, at halftime, he had, 5 points on 2-for-2 shooting, but 9 rebounds, 8 assists. And I've tried to tell everybody, he don't care if they win. He doesn't care. The heart and soul of the team, and it's been this way from the time he got hurt and tore his ACL, he's your heart and soul of your team. And when your heart's bad, in fact, I made fun on the radio. I told the same story, and our engineer there is probably like 80, right? Good guy, been there, but been doing it 40 years. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I said, George will tell you, it's if your heart is bad, it affects the whole, it affects the rest of your body. It has effect everywhere, circulation and movement and how you feel. And he's the heart and soul of this team, and they got to get him. I'm hoping, I always am leery of saying this, I'm hoping that was the get off. Okay? That was the get off.
Do you think it is?
I'm hoping it is. I think it's tough to have a get off at 46 and shooting the way he shot. And then you get in at 3:30 in the morning and you turn around and play a game, 20 hours after the one you just played. I think that's tough.
Yeah,
I think it's tough.
but it's also contagious. And I'm not dismissing what you're saying at all about the travel. I mean, that's a brutal schedule, but it's contagious. And if you were to ask me, I do think that will be a get off for him. I do think that.
So the question is simple: is it a flash in the pan, or is it a turning point?
The bigger question, that's a good question. But here's another question. So his knee has really been bothering this year, and no one's really said anything about it until late.
Feel you,
right?
Yeah.
Because you and I have sat there many a night in the post game and go, "There's something going on with the ball."
He's talking about plantar fasciitis as well, which is not great either.
And so, but you and I, how many conversations we had in post game saying there's something just off with Jamal.
A lot.
Something's off. Last night was the quickest I've seen him look in 2 years.
He looks in better shape too. I think it's been enough time since the start of the season, and I think it's tricky to get in better shape during the season. But it does look like he's done that too. So, but I just don't know. Is this? Liz, I'll tell you this, guys. If this is sustainable, not a 45-point night, but he can be consistent, have energy, that sort of thing. Nuggets could win a championship.
Yeah. It's always been that way.
There's my boy with Foxy.
Hey, there he is. Good to see him.
You saw the stat, though. Did you? I think I sent it to you guys, or maybe you sent it. Joker's the fastest guy in the history.
Yeah.
The history of the NBA. What was it? 15,000 points, 10,000 rebounds, 5,000 assists, something like that.
Yeah. 90 games quicker than Larry Bird.
90.
9-0.
Games faster than Larry Bird at 15. Wasn't it 15, 10, and 5 or something like that?
There's a window, and you can't mess with it.
You're in it.
And if Jamal's like this,
you can win it.
And that means AG's coming off the bench.
And I don't hate it because I didn't think AG had the energy that he had 2 nights ago or 2 days ago.
We'll dig into it, and we turn it around quick tonight with the game at 7:00, pregame at 6:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Wow. Wow. Oh, my God. How much did Sean Payton hate Russell Wilson? My Lord. So more of that to come. That was at the end of the press conference with Sean today. Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. MountainHighAppliance.com. Let's football go. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanner.
All right, here's the full clip
Okay.
of Sean Payton. It's only 21 seconds, but here's Sean Payton just talking about the misery of the ending of last season.
We're a lot closer than we were at this time a year ago. That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives there. Just, yeah, that was brutal. Let's say that.
Wow.
Self-inflicted.
Whatever, man. I mean, that is. God, did he hate Russell Wilson? Holy cow, man. Damn. Does that not catch you guys a little by surprise? Or?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Huh? The whole change is because he hated him.
I
think the
hated him.
The PR battle against him was because he hated him.
What's amazing, I don't know how close you guys have been
Golly.
following what's going on out there in Pittsburgh, but Arthur Smith feels the exact same way about Russ that Sean does. It's crazy. All the little pot shots that he's taken, like almost at the risk of taking off Mike Tomlin. That dude cannot stand Russell Wilson.
Okay. Oh, my God. All right.
It's sad in life when one human being can control your emotions that way.
That is wild, man. I don't know if there's anything deeper than that. That's just kind of a crazy, how bad things really were.
Mm-hmm.
You think Sean's just like miserable, though? I mean, listen, I get it.
I think he's miserable, and I think most of his misery last year with Russ, and whether he was your perfect ideal of a quarterback, what he wanted to get done, a lot of it was self-inflicted.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Sean's just miserable. But listen, and I get you. You don't have to be happy, skippy coach. Most coaches are miserable. It's a miserable job sometimes. It's just everything's wrong. I mean, I understand. I get it. But I think I just get the impression Sean's just kind of miserable, period. There's a difference between being miserable as a coach or, your job or whatever and you as a person. But, yeesh.
He's one of those guys, the old thing you do in storytelling, boy, I'd like to have a beer with him. I can see that with Malone, right?
Absolutely. I'm
Bednar.
trying to figure out how to do that. Bednar would be great. He'd be quiet.
But Sean?
I need a couple of other people at the table.
But Sean?
I would never want to have a beer with Sean Payton.
I know, right?
First of all, it's not going to be an interesting conversation. It's just going to be him blabbering on about whatever.
Listen.
Relative to the other beers that I
doing
drank
radio
in.
relative to doing anything else, I did TV.
You know who the greatest guy, though, to have a beer with would probably be? It would probably be Bud Black. Bud would probably be the best guy.
He'd be fun.
I'm dying to have a beer with Malone and, chop it up. I think that would be a blast. I think I know Bedsy is kind of just a quiet dude to have a beer with. So, you need a couple of other people
I think he's good in his circle.
You know who's in perpetually a good mood? It is ridiculous. Do you know Joe Sakic is always in a good mood?
Seems like it, doesn't it?
I ran into him last night in the elevator going up. And it's like, hey, D-Mac. Haven't seen him in a couple months or whatever. Joe, what's going on? He goes, what you got there? Because I had like a little dinner plate. What do you got there? Oh, that's good. Hey, great. How's it going? All right. It's like he's just chatting like that. Elevator 3, 4, whatever, press box. All right. Door opens. Joe's like, go ahead. I'm like,
last time I met him, I was at a movie at the one big theater at Highlands Ranch right there on 470. Whatever it's called. And we were then boom, 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 getting popcorn. I'm going to get and he's right there. Hey, Scott, the same thing. But introduced to my daughter. How are you doing?
do you know always who seems to be in a miserable mood all the time? Chris McFarland.
Well, maybe you got to have one of the opposite.
I guess.
Maybe George Payton's the perpetual optimist.
George
good mood
is
guy.
generally speaking in a pretty damn good mood.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, what happened to the Sean Payton's going to fire George Payton crowd? What's going on with that crew these days? You think there's any risk of George Payton losing his job in the offseason?
No. Doesn't feel that way.
So
you know who I think is close with George Payton? Penner.
They've got so
They
much.
seem like twin souls.
They've got so much in common. It's ridiculous. Yeah.
So no, he's safe.
Yes.
Even with the tyrant.
Yes. And there is some checks and balances there. There is. It is different now than it was with, John and Joe Ellis when, listen, I'm not even trying to bag on John on this one. It just was kind of a mess. And to think that this team would have been better staying in the Bolin family, are you nuts?
Only if Pat was healthy. But
Well,
even then, you 100 times the
resource.
The resource.
Yeah, the money is just hard to overcome. I'm not anti-Bolin family at all, and I'm not even going to say that they couldn't have had success once they found stability, whoever that was going to be, Brittany, I guess. But they would never have the money. They would never have the resources that this group has got.
No. Broncos country. We're in a good spot. We are in such a good spot. So, and Bo Nix is a big part of it. Next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from Sean Payton, the tyrant, as Scott called him, addressing the offseason plan for the running back room, fellas.
I don't know that we ever found that right. I understand the committee. I'm used to having two. We're going to have more than just one back. We're gonna stack that position group. It's too hard in our league to play with just one. Rarely does a team do it. Occasionally it happens. And certainly we'll have a chance to evaluate when we get to the off-season evaluation process, like where we feel like we're at with each position. Certainly that's an important position.
Where does running back rank as far as the Broncos' highest priorities heading into the offseason?
There's a pretty good argument that it might
there.
be at the top of the list.
It's up there, yeah.
And sure, you could fight it, you could argue it, but yeah, no kidding, you don't feel like you ever got it right. You deactivated Audric Estime for a playoff game for a dude that was coming off the IR, a guy that had not played any football since the Jets game. Like, no kidding, you didn't get it right. You had about at least 7 or 8 weeks of football where you gave about 5 to 6 carries to every single running back on your roster. Like, why? It never made sense to me. I think running back is actually a bigger importance to this football team than even a tight end is.
Okay. And if Genty were to fall?
In a heartbeat.
Over a tight end.
Scatterboo,
Oh, yeah.
scatterboo.
Okay. By the way, they announced there was some sort of award thing that came out, like all pro, whatever. College, it was like all college sort of thing on ESPN. And Scatterboo was number 2 to Ashton Genty. Travis Hunter was the all-purpose guy. It was Cam Ward, not Shadur, that got recognized. Anyway, Scatterboo was number 2. Is Scatterboo the second best running back in this draft?
Probably.
Okay. Yeah. If it's an important thing for the Broncos, like you said, and you can't get Genty, should you, even if you have to overdraft, go get Cam Scatterboo?
Are you talking about in the first round?
No. What
are you talking about?
Second round.
Probably not.
How did overreaching for a draft pick this year work out for you?
Yeah, I mean, of all the positions all the positions you don't want to overreach, it's running back. That's the one.
I'm just trying to read your tea leaves. If you're saying that he couldn't get it right, it wasn't important. It's got to be a high priority. It might be a higher priority than a tight end. Okay, Cam Scatterboo is the number 2 guy, according to most people. I mean, it might be somebody else, but I could say running back 2, whoever that is, happens to be Scatterboo.
Yeah, but I've never been a fan of drafting players out of position. And I think there's certain positions that you get away with it, and certain that you're very foolish to do it. Running back is definitely one of them that you're very foolish. Another one that I think you're foolish to do it at is tight end. So that happens to be 2 of our biggest needs. So just because those are 2 incredibly important needs doesn't mean that I want to draft a dude out of position.
Here's my theory. Let me bring us back down to earth. I agree with him. Don't overdraft it, because this staff hasn't shown a propensity of really committing to it long term anyway. He has 6 runs in the second half.
You can't use assumed incompetence syndrome. You can't assume they're going to be incompetence to not.
Why? I mean, why
do
not?
what you need
but
to
they
do.
did it for 17 games.
Yeah, you got to assume, in my opinion, they're going to learn from mistakes and be better. Don't do something.
But
because
I think generally speaking, history repeats itself. I think that's actually foolish to ignore previous signs.
So you think the
done.
Broncos offensive staff is just going to mismanage the running game forever?
Staff?
I think that
Sean Payton is destined to not know running backs?
Well, I don't know about that part, but I do believe it will forever be a challenge for Sean Payton to stay committed to the running game.
So don't commit to a running back.
Don't overdraft him. Yeah.
But you're basically saying it doesn't even matter what you
do.
do.
I'm not. You're twisting the words. You're
trying to ask what we would do and what we would want to do versus what the reality is. He had 17 games to commit to a running game, and he can say it, well, it's because we didn't have the right back. Okay. So maybe then get the right back. Maybe we do that this year.
He talked
and then at the end of the year, if again your leading rusher has 489 or 523 yards, and
can I just point out a couple things? They talked a lot about the Joker player, okay? And he referenced tight ends and also running backs like Alvin Kamara.
I wish somebody would ask specifically, do you not think Marvin Mims is capable of filling that role?
Well, he said we have some possibilities or some guys that possibly could do that. My question then to you, if we're looking for that player, and it could be a running back or a tight end, Tyler Warren was lined up in the backfield for Penn State. Cam Scatterbo was throwing touchdown passes for Arizona State. Would not Tyler Warren and Scatterbo fit the bill as a Joker player?
I don't
and maybe
know
it's
Tyler,
not just a running back.
I don't think either one of them fit the Joker role.
They don't? I just gave you a couple of examples of how they did it.
No, but I'll tell you why. Because neither one of those guys are overly versatile dudes. I know you said Tyler Warren lined up in the backfield, and you could describe that as versatility. But when you look at what Jokers are, they're guys that are tweeners. They're like safeties that play the linebacker position. Cam Scatterbo, that is a fullback playing the running back position. Zero versatility. Warren runs a 4.75 40. Okay. Now, am I going to ignore the football film? No, I'm not. The football film is what matters. I don't care what the 40 time is. The dude's a baller, but he is not going to be a mismatch in the passing game outside of his height, which is a significant deal. He's not the versatility mismatch that you're looking for. So Jokers, generally speaking, are the tweeners, not dudes that are extremes. And both those guys are extremes at their position.
All right. I mean, Scatterbo threw a touchdown pass, caught a 46-something yard pass, and was the running star against Texas in a gargantuan game. I don't
know if you understand the Joker rule, though.
I guess I don't. I don't.
My interpretation of the Joker rule, if you're looking at tight ends, a guy that you can put him out wide, you can put him on the line,
you realize that's exactly what Tyler Warren was doing when Penn State played. Who'd they lose to? Whoever Penn State lost to.
That's fine. Then maybe
he was doing all those things in that game.
Yeah, maybe he can do that.
A Joker is a dude that can play running back. They could play tight end. They could play fullback. They could play wide receiver, right?
And
that's what Tyler Warren was doing.
And his guy in New Orleans played quarterback at times.
I think it's going to look really different in the NFL level for Tyler Warren, and I think he's going to be a really good football player. And I'd love to have him on my team. But he's a true tight end, not a Joker.
Okay. Next up, Dan.
All right, lastly here, fellas, from George Payton, he was asked, has the team started negotiating with Nick Bonitto, and does the team want to keep he and Jonathan Cooper together long term?
It's a really good question. We haven't even had those conversations yet. I mean, Nick has had a great year. Obviously, we'd love to have Nick here long term. We love Coop. We like the group. But we haven't had those discussions yet, so we'll see where that goes.
You guys think they get it done? And if so, with Nick Bonitto specifically, what do you think he gets paid on an annual average salary?
What are the top 5 guys that pass rusher make, and that he's going to get that. Cooper, I don't know. I don't really. I guess I'm not that.
Deal?
Yeah, he just signed a deal, right?
He did.
Yeah.
I think Bonitto gets whatever the top 5 guys. He's in that.
I don't think you keep Cooper and Bonitto long term together.
Okay.
I need one more size, a little more size. Then you
Marcus
Ware size guy over there.
Yeah, keep Bonitto.
I don't think you have a choice, though.
Well, you don't for this year.
Sometimes you just get players that are too good. Well, you've already committed to Jonathan Cooper, and I promise you they're going to commit to Nick Bonitto.
Right.
So you're going to be stuck with those guys. And I don't disagree with your premise behind it, wanting a bigger guy, but they're both too good. So that's what you got. So you're going to live with the deficiencies that they bring to the table, and you try to find other ways to overcome it. In terms of top salary, I don't know that Nick has earned $30 million per year like a Nick Bosa. I I would guess he'll probably be in the $20 to $23 million range. So maybe like a bottom half of top 10, like 7 through 10, somewhere in that ballpark.
Whatever it takes to keep him, keep him.
Those other guys just have so much history of a proven product.
If he's a 20+ million, whatever it takes, you're not going to lose Nick Bonito.
No, you will not.
It's ridiculous.
And if you got to, you'll franchise tag him. But
sure. I mean, whatever. You got a guy. Great draft pick. George Payton, last pick in the second round, Nick Bonito, who did not have a great first year. It was just kind of like, I don't know.
He didn't get played much.
You do have, this crazy wild card. Do you think Drew Sanders is going to be anything?
No.
Really? Just nothing, huh?
No. And, sometimes it's not the player's fault either.
Okay.
Sometimes you fight injuries, and when you start getting bounced around between positions, that's generally not a good sign. It generally means they didn't like you at the other position.
Mm-hmm.
It's just now it's been a couple years, and you just move on.
It's been 1 year and then an entire missed year with the ACL.
Right.
God,
couple years.
So good with your guys. I mean,
he's good in Alabama.
Hey man, maybe he has a Justin Strnad late career turnaround.
What about Jonah Ellis?
I think Jonah Ellis is going to be a part of things. He is a probably more well-rounded football player than some of our starters, but he's not extremely talented at anything.
Okay. Well, I think the door is open for Bonito, and we'll see what they do. I'm just trying to think of some bigger guys that they have.
I mean, Nick Bonito is priority number 1 on this football team.
Yeah, I got no argument here. He deserves it. He's earned it. He's great. It's awesome. No problem with that one. They do have some interesting free agents with Sternad's a free agent. Cody Barton's a free agent. Inside linebacker, obviously you had problems with the Bills stopping the run. You got to think about that. What are we doing? DJ Jones, you're moving on from him, probably. Right? You probably like Malcolm Roach. You probably like John Franklin Myers. You love Zach Allen. I mean, it's all good, but you need something else, right?
Need another big anchor in there.
Don't you think?
Yeah, need another big anchor. And Strnad is an interesting cap, but again, for an inside linebacker, kind of small.
Yep.
Well, that's
but
'cause he's a special
the
teams
value
guy.
that he proved this year as a backup linebacker and a special teams player, I got a spot for that dude.
He's like this generation's version of David Bruton, he's just one of those.
Yeah.
Bruton's kind of the same thing, right?
Kind of play him where you need to play him.
Yeah, pretty valuable guy.
You mean a joker on the defensive side?
I don't think I know what a joker is then, maybe.
Well, I think that's fair. Like Suet Cravens would be described in theory as a joker type of player.
All right, the Denver Broncos, man. It's kind of a wrap. We'll see where it goes. Sean Payton said it's 2.5 weeks of studying and looking at stuff, and I believe him on that. They'll take some internal investment, and this is the last we'll really hear from the Broncos for a while. You have any last kind of thoughts here, man?
Here's what I hope they do. I hope the offensive coaches break down the defensive film this year and evaluate that because they're trying to attack it. And I hope the defensive coaches break down the offense. But I'll ask you, Sean Payton let that happen?
In 2.5 weeks, is VJ still on this team as a coach?
If he's not, they're stupid. Unless he's got a head job.
He just interviewed for the Jets today, I think, or
And
yesterday.
he's got the Raiders on the horizon.
Oh, so he yesterday was the Jets, and tomorrow's the Raiders.
I do think he'll be here. I do. I think cool heads will prevail. And you take 2.5 weeks, you get away from things, and you're like, yeah, there was a lot of good stuff defensively.
By the way, 24 hours later, we seem to have cooled a little bit on prime to the Cowboys. That.
Although you see Shedeur sit on the front row.
I'll get to it coming up next. It's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How many guys out there have a mediocre sex life? You? Are you? Yes? No? Maybe? So just good enough? Could it be better? These are the questions that you ask yourself, and maybe the pills are just working okay, but could it be better? The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some could have you last an hour or more. They've been around for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Listen, the initial visit, $99. They have locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. You get a T and a PSA test. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work, well, the office visit is free. But the success rates are fantastic. Find out for yourself what the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic could do for you. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Well, it's not a black dog at Ball Arena tonight. It is a Houston Rocket and another back-to-back for the Denver Nuggets, which they've dominated in. They're 8-0 this season. Goes back to last season. They're 11-0 in this situation. I get it. You're sending us texts at 3:30 in the morning that you just landed. I get it.
That was crawling into bed. I crawled into bed before I set my alarm.
Well, I'm glad you reached out. Make sure we were okay.
Say, hey, morning, fellas.
I appreciate it.
Just in case somebody had the ding.
I do not have that. Tyler, do you have that on?
Ding.
He used to have it on. So I just wanted to do that. Not. So when I'm laying down, I just want somebody to go ding.
I'm excited about tonight. I am excited. I saw how Jamal played. I think they're rolling. They've won 4 in a row, 8-2 in the last 10. Don't forget when we had Malone on, they were 11-9 to start the season, right? And he goes, well, let's see these 20-game increments. And now they're 13-6. So if you go 11-9 your first 20, and then 14-6 if you can get that win tonight, take that, right?
Yeah.
Nice little improvement. Shedeur.
Sitting courtside.
So you weren't courtside for the call.
Oh, no. They were sitting right by the TNT announcers, though.
Did you see what actually happened?
Yeah, no, it was on the big screen.
Tyler, do you know what happened?
I know what
happened.
Jacket? Yeah.
So Prime is watching the game, and he sends a text that I want what? Whose jacket? One of the announcers. Greg Anthony's jacket.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. You're not sure what I...
No, I don't know. I don't know about this.
Oh, even better.
I talked to Greg before the game.
Okay, so Greg Anthony has like on a checkered houndstooth. It's a cool looking jacket. It's got a little red little pocket square sort of deal. And Jared Greenberg, the sideline guy, looks at a tweet that Prime wants the jacket. Like, that's a cool jacket. That'd be a great jacket to have, something like that. Greenberg goes over to Greg Anthony and says, I got to take your jacket. He takes the jacket, he gives it to Shedeur and is like, give this to your dad. That all happened last night.
Shedeur was highly confused about the whole thing. He's
no
sitting there
idea.
like, why are you handing me a blazer right now? Like, why are you giving that? It took like a minute of explanation for Shedeur to finally laugh at the thing.
Pretty funny.
That is good.
I have no idea if that is actually going to get to Prime or not, but and you can see Greenberg showing Shedeur, no, your dad wants the jacket. Here, take the jacket. Shedeur's like, what do I got a jacket? It doesn't fit me.
I'm not going to see Dad for 3 weeks.
Yeah. Well,
I'm on the banquet tour.
Well, I don't know.
Because he's probably going to start. He'll probably start the interview process here soon, won't they? In the next week or two.
Well,
he's not going to throw at the combine.
Well, hold on. Isn't the East-West?
Shedeur, I'm sorry.
Isn't the East-West Shrine game next week?
It's coming up. I think we got a little bit more time than that, but it's definitely on the horizon here.
Close, soon.
I thought it was that week in between.
Well, I mean, we just look it up, right?
The NFC championship.
We have this thing called the internet. Yeah.
January 30th.
Okay, so 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Am I thought.
So after the AFC NFC
Well, I
championship.
thought Shedeur was going to go to that.
Yes.
Because there's a bunch of his teammates that are going. They're all going to just kind of stick together on that.
Yes. Shedeur said buck the system. And he is not going to the Senior Bowl. Maybe he makes a last-second decision there. We'll see. Because if he makes a decision, they take him in a heartbeat. But he's going to the East-West Shrine Bowl game. For anybody that doesn't know, I mean, that's definitely second tier. That's what I went to.
Which used to be the big one.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That's what I went to. I didn't get invited to the Senior Bowl. And I was thrilled to go to the East-West game because that was awesome. I got an invite. But Shedeur, most people are like, hey, if I get an invite to both, I'm definitely saying no to the East-West, or if I say yes, I'm doing both. Some people do both just because they want extra eyes on them, right?
Sure.
But he's going down there. There's 6 Buffs that are doing it, and he said, I'm just going to throw it with my guys.
That's awesome. I love that. Who was the receiver for CU who's best friends with Mark Sanchez?
Scotty McKnight.
Scotty McKnight. I'll never forget going up to the CU Pro Day, and there's Mark Sanchez, who at the time in the NFL was a big deal.
He was the New York Jets starting quarterback.
Correct. And there he is to throw to Scotty McKnight for Scotty McKnight's Pro Day. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
You know, it was a good moment. Friends are friends. Like, it's cool stuff.
Trevor Simeon says, hold my bag.
Mark Sanchez came to multiple CU games my senior year. He came to multiple.
They were
and
good friends.
Wait, hold on. It might have been the year before because he was playing at USC. He wasn't even in the NFL. He was playing at USC, and he came to multiple CU games, and I was hanging out with him after the game, and I'm like, don't you have something to do tomorrow?
Yeah, they're buds.
You mean NIL before NIL?
There you go.
Well, it's USC. Yeah.
Go ask Reggie Bush. Says hold my
bag.
Reggie Bush says hold my bag.
Yeah, it's the pyramid of success by John Wooden. The first is to take a lot of money from a car dealer. Did they put Shadur up on the big screen in Dallas last night? And how did that go over with Cowboys fans?
I almost thought that a lot of people there didn't realize who he was initially, and they said Shadur Sanders, and he got a good hand. And then he did the watch thing. You know, what time is it or whatever.
So it went over all right.
Went okay.
You know, he got like a standing ovation at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, it wasn't a standing ovation in Dallas.
Was not a standing ovation in Dallas. It was in Madison Square Garden. Then the Giants win. Drew Lock threw for like 400 yards and totally screwed him. It's so great. The Giants did that and the Patriots both did it. And the Tennessee Titans were just there.
And the Raiders.
And the Raiders. All three teams had nothing to play for.
Three crap teams.
That all need quarterbacks.
They all need quarterbacks win their last game. It's stupid.
All right. Have a good call tonight. What are you doing tonight?
Color.
Okay. All right. Back in the booth. We'll see you there. Tyler, how's
I got basketball practice tonight.
How's that going?
Lost our first game by 2. That was a rough one.
Hey, that's not bad. Was it your fault?
Nope.
Usually close games are the coach's fault.
I definitely got a few kids I'd point the finger at. Yeah.
Okay, Sean Payton.
All right. Thank you, Dan Tanner. Nate and Andy coming up next.
I guarantee you this, once you step up and play to the level to help you get a championship, y'all will be champions again.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Jokic has it off over to Peyton Watson. Dumps it off down low over to Christian Brown behind the three-point line. Throws it off over to Jokic. He's triple teamed. Loops it in the opposite corner. Murray three. Let's go! 28 points for Jamal Murray. Timeout, Jason Kidd. Denver leads at 64-39.
Dale McCarr now for Logan O'Connor. O'Connor for Arturi Lehkonen. He's got room. Lehkonen in front for O'Connor. Save made by Shesterkin. O'Connor able to get loose. Up top for Taves. He's got an overtime win of the season. Returns it to O'Connor in front. Stick check by Shesterkin. O'Connor works to get it back. High in the zone. McKinnon. One-timer Taves. He scores! It's a laser from Taser. His second OT winner of the season. And you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here because this party is over.
And that was that. Just a perfect night for both of these teams.
Hey, we'll take the points, but yeah, unimpressive. I mean, ultimately, it's like we only had half a team playing.
Yikes. Or not.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
All right, I got to jump in on this one since that perfect open played. I'm usually the one that goes, hey, Spring, will you get us hockey player XYZ? So I'm all like, yeah, they got the win. I like it. Maybe a little Logan O'Connor, maybe some Devontae's. I don't know. And then I heard Bednar and I go, ooh, probably shouldn't ask for anybody. Because he pretty much said he hates everyone and this was not a good time.
Can I get that yikes as a continuous drop on this radio show? That was strong to very strong right there from Mark Springer. Yeah, Betsy wasn't pleased. To be fair, they probably shouldn't have won that game.
They had no business.
Are
you kidding me?
Their goalie saved their bacon last night.
My sweet cherub face Kale, What in the hell happened on the breakaway? I have seen you do things on skates I didn't think any human being could do.
Yeah.
And then you just go and pull an Andy and just don't bring the puck with you as the guy breaks away. Then they had the other one. Was the other one straight off the power play where they just fed it in? Like, I could not believe the breakaways they were giving up.
Yeah. No, the other one was Malinsky and Middlestad, just that they acted like they never played together before, and suddenly there go the Rangers the other way. Here's my problem on the first goal. And Kale, be better. And you are better, so I'm not that worried about it. All is well, they won. That dude, Carrick, right?
Yeah.
He didn't shoot that thing. He just lost the puck and it trickled in.
It was one of those, what drives you nuts about hockey?
Yeah, it just that dude, like, he wasn't trying to do that. If he was trying to do that, it's one of the coolest goals of all time. But you and I both know that's not what he was trying to do. And but because like this is the problem with it is that there's like an agreement, right? Like Blackwood is like, oh, okay, I see what you're trying to do. You're going over there, and Carrick's like, that's right, I'm going over there, and we're both at our best, and we'll see if I can beat you. And then it's just like, whoops, I lost the puck and it went in. That's stupid. That was a dumb goal. Cool, Carl. But to your point, Andy, the Avalanche did not play well last night. They won because their goalie is awesome. They won because this team is clutch, because their goalie kind of gave one back. Shesterkin fumbled that thing right to Lehkonen, and boom, there it is. And that's Lecky being on the doorstep and being in the right spot and being ready for the rebound, and then you get it done in OT. The save that he had on Zibanejad.
Yeah. Pretty legit.
Put that one in the Louvre. That was a thing of beauty. Just another ho-hum overtime victory out of the Avalanche last night. They've had quite the cardiac kid experience a few times here this year, haven't they?
I don't, like, we have seen out of those two teams that occupy Ball Arena some of the best chemistry ever. And this year, it feels like nobody wants to find that chemistry at points. And I don't know why.
Yeah.
And both teams have been guilty of it, both the Nuggets and the Avalanche. Now, last night, everything was fine. The real Jamal Murray decided he'd show up in full force.
I hope that's the real Jamal Murray. I like that version of Jamal Murray.
Well, that's the one we're kind of used to seeing, isn't it? With the step backs and the tough to defend, and not afraid to carry the team when it's his turn. And
45 on 26 shots. Just working in a phone booth, getting his looks, knocking them down. Aggressive and feeling it, and then being more aggressive, getting downhill. Yeah, like that. And he even said after the game, he was like, I felt good. Like the previous game, it was like, I felt like crap against Dallas. This one was, I felt good. And maybe that's just kind of what Jamal is now, is like, depending on the inflammation and everything else and however it's bothering him, and did he sleep on it weird or anything like that, that's going to be the determining factor on what version of him shows up. But God, he was good last night. And here's a little bit of good news. I can give you this on Jamal, and this is not just last night, which was by far his best game of the season and should absolutely be celebrated because he was magnificent last night. But here's I got some numbers here for you, Andy. All right, November. Jamal Murray, 4 games in November, 38% from the field, 35 from 3. Not great, Bob. December. 43 from the field, 32 from 3. Really bad. December, 58 from the field, 50 from 3. That's vast improvement. And so far here in the month of January, 47% from the field and 44% from 3. He is finding something right now in his game that he is getting to the place where he needs to be. The shooting percentage is going up. The scoring average is going up every month of the season so far. And maybe this is just what he is. Maybe he's on a heater. Maybe he goes for 40 again tonight.
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
This feels like a tough one, but I know they're unbelievable on back-to-backs. Undefeated?
8-0.
8-0?
8-0.
That'd be undefeated.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty good.
That'd be the one.
They, after last night, they are now 3-6 on the front end of B2Bs so far this year. So good to get that victory last night at Dallas. Houston's good. They play a good Rockets team
tall
tonight.
task tonight.
Yeah,
But didn't they get Oklahoma City on one of these? I feel like whenever you count the Nuggets out on the second,
right,
you're going to get a good effort. They always seem to surprise you.
Very much so. Rockets haven't played in a couple of nights. I will tell you this, for the hoop heads out there, these guys are fun to watch. Like they're a fun young team. Jalen Green is cool. Amen Thompson is that dude is awesome. He's one of the best athletes in the entire NBA. He can't really shoot, but he can do everything else right now. He's awesome. Şengün is one of those guys that can give Joker problems. So he's fun to watch tonight. This is a good game tonight. Like if you got no dog in the hunt or anything, you just want to sit and watch good basketball tonight, watch the Denver Nuggets play the Houston Rockets. You'll be entertained. It's also the 2 best transition teams in the NBA, so they'll be going up and down the floor, and people will have a good time watching the basketball tonight. I hope that's the case, but I know these are 2 really fun teams to watch, so enjoy it. That's my preview. That's my sales pitch for watching the Nuggets and the Rockets tonight.
Shawnee talked today.
He sure did. He sure did.
Now,
he talked, and then he talked, and then he talked some more. Then he talked about things that had nothing to do with anything. Then he kept talking.
I was like, this is a pretty good year overall. Didn't feel that way.
No.
It was weird vibe to Sean today,
Yeah.
I would say. Is that fair?
He got the question of was the season a success? And then like his answer just like meandered into a treatise on calendars.
Yeah, then he messed up his own calendar.
And then the calendars, I was having a hard time following the calendars.
No, he mentioned what A part was.
Yeah.
Then he mentioned B. Then he said we just got done with A. And I was like, no, you said A was done at training camp. Now, technically we're on to C, I thought, by your calendar. But then you said we just got done with A. What?
Yeah. Let's see. He got irritated with Kliss when Kliss asked him about low expectations for the team, which...
Who's driving the bus?
Honestly, Sean, like Mike is trying to tee you up for a victory lap here, pal.
Yeah.
Feel free to take it.
He goes, well, the odds makers. Well, I don't care about those people.
Well...
Nor should you.
nor should they, but they said his team would suck and his team was good. That's a feather in your cap, my guy.
You cost Vegas a lot of money.
You did.
A lot of money.
Yeah, you did. You did well for yourself this season. Hey, on the running back question, he said we never found it, which I thought was like good. He has the self-awareness to say you don't have it. I asked Jeff this question the other day, Andy, and I'll echo it to you. Do you believe the leading rusher on the 2025 Broncos is on the roster today?
No.
Yeah, I don't think
it
it
would
is
have
either.
given you a different answer if Estime had not been inactive
Yeah.
for the playoff game. But when you deactivate the guy that I thought was one of the guys you were hopeful for the future with during a playoff game,
Right.
I don't know what's going on there. That
Or-
doesn't feel very long-term to me.
Yeah, no, it's odd, too, because this was a year, and one of the things that they emphasized over and over again, and Penner said it, and Peyton said it, and Peyton said it, was this was a year we were going to have to play young players. This was a growing-up year for this team. Oh, okay. And you did. Like, Bo Nix played this year, and he played quite well. Jonah Ellis played quite well. Like, you found roles for rookies all over the place on this team. And then your fifth-round back, who looks like your best, most physical running back, you were just like, nah, I'm good when you got to a playoff game.
Yeah, when you knew you'd probably have to run the ball a little bit.
Right.
And then you deactivated him.
And again, you kept calling runs up the middle without your best between the tackle runner.
All right, what did you make of George Payton? I love George Payton getting asked about, hey, you excited to have some money this offseason? And he was like that solid investment guy that you go to that's like, well, no Cancun just yet.
Right.
We'll work towards that.
Yes, well, they're going to be measured.
Yeah. Well, I liked his response. You can't go get nutty. First off, you got to figure out the Benito thing. Whether you're signing him this year or next year, it's going to cost you a couple bucks.
On the Benito thing, his answer, we haven't had those discussions yet. Shut up.
Yeah. We didn't like those discussions, so we tabled them.
The guy with 13 and a half sacks that is going to be top 5 in Defensive Player of the Year voting, who established himself as both an All-Pro and a Pro Bowler this year. But at no point did you stop and be like, hey, we're going to have to carve out some money in the budget for this guy. We're going to have to make this work under the cap. Haven't had those discussions yet? No, you have. It's okay to admit that you have. You better be talking about it. I just love that answer. We haven't had those discussions yet. Then what do you do all day?
Yeah, well, you better be having those discussions like you said, because the longer you wait, the price is going to go up.
Right.
We've seen this with Von Miller. Don't get Fletcher coxed on this one.
Right.
Okay?
Well put.
Well, never mind.
Our friend Nick Kosmiter, he was there to listen to all of it. We'll talk to him coming up here in just a few minutes. Obviously, we're getting ready for the Nuggets tonight and the Houston Rockets. We have so much to do on this fine radio show. Mark Springer producing the program. Andy Lindahl is my delightful co-host. I am Nate Kreckman. We're with you until 6 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Well, I guess the great Arctic North is bearing down on us for this weekend, and it's going to look like the planet Hoth from Star Wars by all forecasts that I look at. Why don't you do yourself a favor and get you a remote start for your vehicle? They can do that at Colorado Off-Road. This allows you to get the vehicle warmed up and going, and when it's as cold as they're saying it's going to be, you do want to give your vehicle some time to warm up without having to have the cars or the keys in the cabin or the keys in the ignition or anything like that. Keep the vehicle in the cabin locked while it gets all warm. And then it's waiting for you when you think it's appropriately warmed up to hop in and just have a nice warm drive from there. This is my favorite thing, frankly, I think that I've added to the vehicle because it does help this time of year, especially with weekends like what we have predicted. You get the bed covers if you want to keep the snow out, because apparently that's coming too. The step rails, the floor mats, the mud flaps. I got it lifted and leveled this past summer. He got the what am I looking for here? The shocks and struts and all that, the alignment, that he got all that done right, and it was just fantastic. If you need something, Jerry's going to help you out. Colorado Off-Road's great. Colorado business to deal with. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. You can give them a call at 303-761-1264 or go to the showroom just 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, right behind ACC.
Look, I think you can define success in so many different ways. Look, was it a team I was proud of and we were proud of? Yes. These guys fought. They came together. Like most teams in our league, hit stretches of adversity, bounced back. So there were a lot of positives to build on, and yet it still was disappointing to finish the way we did. I didn't think we played up to our potential in the last game. We talked already a little bit about that.
No, you sure didn't. And now the offseason has begun. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic, covering the Broncos and the NFL. He's also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast. He joins us right now on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick, let's start with the most important question of the day. Is it the A calendar or the B calendar? Which calendar are they actually currently on amongst the various different calendars that are available to Sean Payton?
Yeah, it feels like we're like falling into some sort of like, middle Venn diagram type deal where it's like there's a several day grace period while you're still finishing calendar B and at the end of the previous calendar A. And either way, we're at the abrupt close of the season. Like it always comes fast. I thought that was interesting that, Sean Payton says is like, no matter how long you've been in it, like that's the hardest thing to like wrap your mind around and wrap your schedule around, is that like you are go, go, go. He called it like an addiction to the preparation that you get in every week. And then all of a sudden it's just done and you're into something completely different. Pro sports are unique in that way. And yet here they are with a big off season ahead of them.
No, and that answer that he gave was like so indicative of that, because he was asked about, was this season a success? And again, like his answer just meandered into some bizarre characterization of whatever calendar that they're in here in the moment. And like, he called it an addiction, to be fair. Like he is willing to admit that he has a problem, but also I'm sitting there and I'm listening to the guy, and it's just like, oh, you don't know what to do with yourself right now, do you? You just, all you're thinking about is whatever the very next thing is. Like, guy, go to Coeur d'Alene, have a cocktail, play a round of golf, just chill the hell out for a minute.
Yeah, and it's part of why he got back into it. He realized pretty early on that there was just too much time to kill when he took that season off in 2022, and to where he really didn't know how to handle it. And this is part of the normal, the normal part of it. I thought it was interesting, guys, when he sort of said, and I had felt this vibe in the locker room for a lot of the latter half of the season, was this was a team very eager to play Kansas City again. Yeah. After that loss up there, they really wanted that matchup, and then it became clear that they weren't going to really get that matchup in the Week 18 game. It was something that they had their eyes on for a long time, and look, it's something of a loser's lament to say that we felt really good about the game the next week. He was referring, of course, had they beat Buffalo, they would have gone to Kansas City this weekend and played the Chiefs. And they have reason to feel that way. They should have been 2-0 against them this year, or 1-0 against them at full strength. They won a game against them last year and were kind of in the other one. So they match up well against them. And that's part of where it came through today too, was like, our goal, the owner said it, he laid that gauntlet down today. He said, our absolute goal is to win the AFC West next year. They know they need to go through the Chiefs, but of course, winning the division is not just about that head-to-head matchup. It's about, winning enough games to where those head-to-head matchups are the ones that ultimately really carry the day.
You also got to beat that Charger team that got you twice this year. That part too.
That's an important part of it, and just like good teams in general. If you want to be a division champion and you don't reside in the AFC or NFC South, like you're going to have to beat a handful of good teams in order to get that done. And so that's for them, the next step. Again, this is the first year in a while where they took care of every single opponent that they were supposed to beat. There was not one game that they had this year where you said, oh, they should absolutely win this, or they're favored, and then they end up not winning. I mean, that was an important step. But now the thing is, you enter next year and like you don't get to be like the cool story that nobody sees coming anymore. Like you have the expectations that you are supposed to be a team that kind of gets into the playoffs at a minimum and then is competing for that division title. But again, that comes with a lot of new pressure, and certainly now you're into the thing where you have to nail just about every move on the margins in order to get there.
How about this? I do want to ask about some of the positives. I don't mean this to sound negative, but what's one hard truth they have to look at to improve for next year in your mind?
Well, I think the biggest thing, the more that you sort of study not only the game against the Bills, but the game, but their season profile. You cannot be successful if you look at the teams that are still in it, these 8 teams, like you cannot run the ball as inefficiently and as sporadically as Denver did and still expect to be a top-tier team. Yeah, you just can't. And so that is something that they absolutely have to do this offseason, is get themselves to a point where you can run the ball more effectively. There's markers that point toward the fact that like their schemes weren't necessarily bad. They blocked well enough. When you look at things like yards per carry before contact, they're top 8 in the league. But then they were near the bottom in yards per carry after contact. So clearly there's some personnel issue there of guys that can, whether it's avoiding tackles, breaking tackles, and then maximizing what you do after you do that, by breaking to the second and third level. They didn't have anywhere near enough of that. Like, this is a team, guys, that has 4 rushes from running backs across the last 2 years of 25 yards or more. 4. And that is the least in the NFL. Like, they have to get better personnel at running back in order to build an offense that is capable of avoiding these 3 and outs. You go 3 and out because you can't consistently get 3-4 yards on first and second down. Like, that's the position that you get put into. If Josh Allen had to do every single one of his third downs or the majority of his third downs at 3rd and 7, as good as he is, like, they're still not going to be anywhere near as competitive as they are. So again, I just think that's a glaring red light for them right now that they have to get taken care of.
Yeah, looking at it right now, Javonte Williams long rush this season, 20 yards. McLaughlin, 21. Nick's 32. That's good. Estime, 21. So, well, Tyler Bidet had a 43-yard carry, I suppose. That was Tampa game,
4.
right? Yeah, so that was one of the 4. But there you go. That your other 3 backs who played most of the season, nobody had a rush longer than 21 yards. Yeah, I would say that jumps off the page a little bit. Nick, have they really, George Payton serious? They haven't discussed a Nick Bonito extension at all? They haven't even pondered the possibility they might have to pay that guy?
Yeah, I can guarantee you they've had those internal discussions quite a bit. I think that falls in line with, like, essentially every question he's been asked about a guy going into a contract year, the upcoming season. Same thing with Pat Surtain. We love him. We want him around. We haven't gotten to those contract talks, but yeah, they absolutely know that's on the horizon, and it will be interesting to see whether that's one that they try to get done, ahead of time. Like all the guys that they've given contracts to so far, or the ones that we saw this past year were going into that last year of their deal. Of course, Surtain had the 5th-year option that he could have played on, but was in the last original year of his rookie deal. Same thing with Quinn Minor. Same thing with Jonathan Cooper. And so, they might continue to allow that to be the way that they operate. But the risk with that is that if Nick Bonito comes through with another 13, 14, 15 sack season, that price that you then have to pay is going to be a massive one.
All right, if you were going about finding a joker, because he also waxed poetic about not appreciating "Don't Know What You Got Till You Gone" like the Cinderella song, but talking about how hard it was to find the joker position, and he went through the litany of tight ends and backs that he's had that kind of played that position. Where would you think they would look for it if you were going through the draft? Do you think is it a tight end? Is it a receiver? Could Genty be it? What about your guy Scattaboo? Like, where do you think they had to look for their joker?
Well, you're sort of at the mercy when you pick 20th in the first round, as you guys know. Like, you're sort of at the mercy of what happens there. And then as far as like the free agency, since that's the piece that comes first. Look, last year there was two generational type guys that become free agents, and offenses that were already good get to go out and add those as the final piece of the puzzle. That doesn't happen very often. And just sort of looking at the landscape right now of free agency, it's not offering those kind of game-changing talents at the running back position or the tight end position. So, we'll see how they handle that. Like, again, if you want to spend big, you don't have to do it at those positions. But if you wanted to like acquire something where you have a known commodity, that's where you do it. And right now the free agency landscape doesn't necessarily look like it's going to provide that. So yeah, you look at it and say, this is a pretty good tight end class. And if you can't get Tyler Warren there at 20th, perhaps Colston Loveland, the guy out of Michigan, there's obviously other options at tight end as well. And then, running back, the one that everybody talks about in the first round is Ashton Genty. I wrote about him a little bit today because Dane Brugler, our draft guru at The Athletic, did his mock draft today that had Genty going 20th to the Broncos. I don't know that the Cowboys would let, a Dallas native that fills a major position of need for them, get by their spot. But obviously those kind of things happen all the time. That's sort of where it all starts, Andy. But again, it's not as if it's just like some easy thing. I think that was the reality, as you mentioned, that Sean Payton was coming to grips to. Like, he had 2 prior off seasons to find this guy. But listening to him talk, and then of course just evaluating what we've seen from the offense the past 2 seasons, like, there's no doubt that is probably like their critical, top priority line item in terms of improving this football team, is getting that player that you can have consistently creating mismatches in the middle of the field.
I mean, that after contact, before contact, after contact split that you gave us earlier in the conversation, you talk about addressing a problem right up front. Genty this season, 2,600 rushing yards, over 1,800 of which came after contact this season. I mean, that's what that dude does. That instantly improves that area for your football team. Nick, this one probably we could do an entire appearance on this, quite frankly, but I'll kind of start here. The Broncos really thinking about moving to Lone Tree, or is Lone Tree just simply leverage to try and get the voters of the city of Denver to cough up some dough for the organization? What's going on with the stadium thing?
Yeah, I think there's probably, there's always subterfuge involved in these things. There's always people being leveraged. But at the same point, I think, they obviously have a pretty big part of the city growth, and that means the growth of their fan base that is going south. That's kind of like if you're building in Denver, or you're growing in Denver, it's either way out where I live by the airport, or it's down south moving toward, Lone Tree, Parker, Castleview, and in that direction. And so part of it is like it is becoming a major population center, and so the opportunity there for real estate growth in an area that people really want to be would be pretty substantial. And of course, in these new age stadiums, like, it's as much a real estate and retail play most of the time as it is just a stadium, because you have to make the things, because they're so expensive, you have to make them year-round destinations. And I just think, given the population and given some of the things that they could probably bring into that area, I think that makes it a real viable thing. So I don't think it's just this idea that they're trying to leverage one municipality against another. I think there'd be some real draw to having it out there. But again, it's just like, this is a stadium that they've got, 8 years or whatever it is left on their lease. It's 24 years old. You're only 2 years into these $100 million upgrades that you had. And look, I go to all these stadiums, guys, and it still is, to me, like one of the better. I'm not sitting in the stands, not doing the full fan experience of these stadiums, but just from the aesthetics to just the overall, structure and everything like that. It's still a really fine professional football venue. And so I don't necessarily think that any of this it always just in this age of social media and the buzz around it feels like imminent, but this is still very much a big picture thing.
All right, we got about a minute, but do the Broncos have a must-have free agent they must retain?
Short answer, no. I don't think so. If you're asking me who among their top free agents I'd really like to see back with his team, it would be DJ Jones, and the reason being that they took such a huge jump in terms of their run defense, which I know didn't show up in Buffalo, but that's the case for a lot of teams that play the Bills. They went from last in the league in per carry average for the opposing team to second best in the league. Teams only running for 3.9. And if you ask anybody on that defensive line and in that defensive front, they'll tell you just how much DJ Jones is integral to that. Again, a guy that had kind of a $10 million per year contract. There might be a team out there that's going to give him that, and Denver might decide that, hey, the way that their build is going and their opportunity to have other guys step into that role, that perhaps they want to allocate resources elsewhere, i.e. the offensive side of the football. But so he'd be the guy that to me would be most he would be my biggest priority, but I don't think there's anybody that you look at and just say, hey, if they can't get this guy, they're in huge trouble.
Yeah, George Payton, by the way, made sure to make a point to pat himself on the back on the Malcolm Roach move for what it did for the run defense today. I thought that was interesting amidst all this conversation. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Subscribe, read his coverage. It's the best in the biz. He is also the host of the Not Another Bucking podcast, which they'll be doing, I'm assuming you'll be doing all offseason long, keeping everybody up to date on everything going on with the Broncos. Nick Kosmider, beautiful work as always, buddy.
All right, thanks, boys. Be good, thanks.
All right. Yes, he's with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Andy, we know that the Nuggets are unbeaten on the second night of back-to-backs. However, they're even better than you realize. I'm going to blow your mind.
Challenge accepted.
With a number when we come back on the Craigman and Lindahl Show.
Loose ball down to Porter. Outlet pass over to Murray in a 3. Got it! Nothing but net. Jamal Murray's got 43 in the game. Denver leads a 103-79.
45. Did you realize that was Jamal Murray's highest scoring game since ACL surgery? Yeah, Jamal going off last night, an all-timer of a performance for Jamal Murray. Real quick, Jamal factoid here for you, because we've talked all the time, and one of the truisms that you've heard on this show, you've heard all over on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, is that the Nuggets need Jamal Murray at his very best if they're going to win a championship. Well, I can back that up simply with numbers. This season, when the Nuggets lose, Jamal averages 17 a game. When the Nuggets win, he averages 22 a game. When the better version of Jamal Murray shows up, they have a better chance to be able to win. After last night, they are now 9-2 on the year, when Jamal Murray takes at least 18 field goal attempts. So when Jamal shoots and the ball goes in the bucket, they're just a vastly better basketball team. And so when you make those comments about, well, they need the best version of Jamal Murray to win a championship, that is true both anecdotally and statistically. He has got to be very, very good. But I promised a number to blow your mind.
Blow it!
So let's try.
That Viking horn thing, you know.
I also hope that there's just one guy somewhere that
just tuned in
the station to 92.5, and the first thing they heard was you yelling, blow it.
Well.
Kind of snuff film did I tune into here? Anyway.
I could be talking about hitting the old...
you never know.
Remember the thing that blew the dynamite? The trigger?
It could be anything.
Like the pump. The old pump action thing where it was just always in a box and you had to...
It was always
had to push it down like a bike pump and then something would blow up.
The Coyote was always pushing that thing down.
Is that a real thing?
I don't know.
Is that really how they blew things up back in the day?
If there's any old prospectors that used to have to blow their way into a mine that are listening to this show right now, that have time traveled to the future, let us know. Is that actually how it worked? Because I only ever saw the Coyote doing it to the Roadrunner, and inevitably it just meant that he was going to blow something up and then a giant boulder was going to fall on his head.
Yeah, or it'd be him. He blew himself up.
Or either way, yes.
Everybody survived.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Anywho.
He was able to survive some stuff.
With the numbers.
The numbers. So as you know, Andy, the Nuggets are pretty good on the back-to-backs, right? They're pretty solid right there. They're 8-0 on the year on the second night of a back-to-back. Now 3-6 on the front end. But they're better than even you knew. Did you realize that the Nuggets have won all 8 games by an average of 20 points per?
No.
Yeah. Not only are they undefeated on the second night of a back-to-back, they kick the ever-living crap out of whoever they're playing.
Yeah, the only time they seem to truly just get in there and handle business, apparently, is the second night of the back-to-back.
That's when they lock in. That's every one of those victories has been at least by double digits so far this year, which is amazing to me. Also, and courtesy of our friend Dan Hyatt, no team has ever finished a season with a plus 20 points per game differential on the second night of a back-to-back. So you're 24-25 Denver Nuggets trying to make history out here.
Well, good for them.
Yes.
Why that is perplexing.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it we got to sweat through runs and getting down double digits and everything else when you're fresh?
Right.
But you just go and boat race whoever you're playing.
Hey, credit last night. What did it get down to? 14, I think?
Maybe.
And it was like, he's going to have to go back in. And then I think they ripped off like an 8-0 run and just put an end to it. Jamal got a couple of buckets and boom, that was Strawther hit a big 3, and that was that. Joker did not have to play in the fourth quarter last night. He only played 29 minutes for the game. He had a 10-point triple-double in that game last night. So if you're looking for reasons why success can continue on the second night of a back-to-back playing a very good Houston team here at home, then that's the part where Jokic didn't really have to break a sweat last night's pretty good. That part of it helps.
That does help. Now, they did get in, as Scotty told us, at 3 a.m. I'm sure he said that on his show, too. So,
yeah.
I don't know. These guys hopefully will be used to that little. It's been a wacky schedule for the Nuggets. Like, for the amount of games they played, and it hasn't been as many as I think we were talking about last year.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of just weird pairings and coming back home only to go back out on the road. I don't like it. Just don't do it. By the way, it's called a plunger. Thank you, everybody. We have a lot of geologists that I think have weighed in.
A plunger?
It's the plunger. It's a real thing. Aaron goes into great detail about how it generates electricity. I'll tell you this, guys. I kept I think it was the Russian army in Call of Duty from blowing up a bridge. So you can all thank me from that last night.
Did they have a plunger?
I don't know. Yeah, I had to go and defuse all the plungers. That was my job.
Also, good call by
I think
Michael.
we're at the Hoover Dam.
Carl and Caddyshack had a plunger.
That's right.
2, 4, boom, and then blew everything up. And then, spoiler alert, Danny Noonan's putt falls into the hole, and they win.
Noonan.
Yeah.
Is that where that comes from?
It is. That is correct.
Still
yes.
haven't seen it. We've kept the big going for 5.5 years.
Congratulations to you. Yes. Well done on all of that. You have been steadfast.
Also, I have. It's not. Remember, you don't remember. When I was a kid, it was on Channel 2, talking Caddyshack.
Sure.
Like every other day.
Yeah. It was
or every
frequently
Saturday. Caddyshack on this Saturday. So I haven't had a chance to watch it even on network television.
A Saturday afternoon hangover special right there. Can I quiz you on something?
Why not? Backup quarterback still left in the playoffs? I don't know many of them.
I bet you could do pretty well on that.
Yeah, maybe. There's only 8 teams left.
That wasn't the one that I had planned, but I think you would do well on that. No, I was impressed in our conversation with Nick Kosmider right there. You quoted the hair metal hit, Don't Know What You Got Till It's Gone.
Yeah, drones on and on and on.
But what impressed me was that you were able to point out that the artist was Cinderella.
Oh,
that was good.
I had a lot of 8th grade to freshman, sophomore dances in the middle of the hair era.
Okay. Yeah, that impressed me because first off, I just I have a blind spot for that genre and era of music. I can't tell you who did any of those songs.
So there was one time, you know what I used to love on VH1 long before you and I would be destined to be paired together? I think I was a sports reporter at the time.
Okay.
VH1 would run a series called I Love the Blank.
Yes.
Or When Blank Ruled the World.
Okay.
Pearl Jam, Metallica,
VH1
Nirvana.
was so good
It
back
was,
then.
and they do these deep dive docs, and
Right.
I loved it. Well, one of them was, I think it was called When Hair Metal Ruled the World.
Okay.
And, they got all the Sebastian Bach and, I don't know, pick your favorite hair band.
Sure.
And they would talk about stuff and
that was...
And apparently what became, like the guy from Warrant, who I don't think's with us anymore, he was on there and he's like, well, what would happen would be you'd get your big, testosterone, toxic masculinity hit or whatever, and he didn't call it that, but that's basically what he was describing.
And then you had to play the monster
And then
ballad.
you had to have your ballad.
Yeah.
Thanks to More Than Words. Who did More Than Words?
See, this is...
Extreme did More Than Words, where they had these just raging dual guitarists and all this, and then they decided they'd just strip it. I guess what happened was MTV Unplugged came in.
Yeah.
And then there was this big, well, you're not a real musician if you can't play it unplugged. And that thing existed in this space for about 3 years. So then all the hair bands took it upon themselves to go play unplugged and go have a ballad and, Home Sweet Home for Motley Crue and all that.
Okay, so therefore that leads into the bit. Spring, if I can get a little game show music.
Sorry, I didn't mean to
right
put
here.
you off there. My bad.
No, you were. It was a good.
It all worked.
It was a good explanation. Here we go, Andy.
You didn't want it, but you got it.
Just get to the damn bit.
Just shut up. Just
all right,
say
Andy,
it one time, Nate.
Name the. I was respecting your. You had the
All
floor.
Right, you know what we need to play later, Spring? Find Kyrie Irving talking about how Doncic annoys him, and it will fit to this show. It all ends up being heartwarming and cuddly, but he does say, yes, we annoy each other.
Okay, here we go, Andy. Know your monster ballads. Here on the Crackman and Lindahl show, I will give you a title. You give me the artist. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Here we go. Never Tear Us Apart.
That's In Excess.
In Excess,
That
well done.
won a hairband, though.
Well done. They weren't?
No.
They had hair.
No, they were more like alternative. They're like in the Cure genre. They were hanging out there.
I'm not here to get into
I know.
your...
You didn't live through this. I did. Go ahead.
I don't
Please
need
keep
your
going.
hair metal
I know.
subgenres,
Let's not
okay?
split superlatives on this.
To Be With You.
Mr. Big.
Mr. Big.
That song.
Well done.
Oh, my God. Drive me off the road.
Heaven.
Who was that? Heaven. That's Warrant.
There you go. Well done. Well done.
Closer to it every day.
Headed for a Heartbreak.
Def Leppard.
I'm sorry, that was Winger.
What?
We were looking for Winger on
Oh,
Headed
Bring
for
It
a
On
Heartbreak.
the Heartbreak, I think, was Def Leppard. My bad.
It's your heartbreak is getting all thrown off.
Yeah.
Andy, Is This Love? Is
White Snake.
White Snake.
Hated that band.
The snake
Tawny
was
Katane
white.
is gorgeous. Go be happy off my MTV.
I don't know how you differentiate any of these bands.
Because it would ruin the flow on like BPI and KZY back in the day when it was a thing.
Wind of Change.
Oh, that is the Scorpions.
Scorpions. Well done.
I've asked you in the past, did they actually pay the guy to whistle? Like, who got paid to whistle?
Was it a guy in the band that was an elite whistler?
I hope it was the singer.
Okay.
What's a singer waiting for whistling guy to get done so he can start singing?
Something to Believe In.
Oh, my God. You gave me something. That's Poison.
That's Poison. Well done right there.
I don't know
Well
why I
done.
have to sing the damn song.
Well done.
For me to figure out who it is, but I once at an 8th grade dance.
Yeah.
There were 4 girls that showed up like Poison. And I thought to myself, I'm dancing with a girl
Yeah.
who's dressed like a guy who dressed like a girl. So it all works. And in 88, it's like I couldn't put my hand around
But
it.
did you leave room for Jesus?
Yes, we were Holy Family with Vic. Vic might have been the one making sure we were leaving room for Jesus.
And finally, Andy, Angel Song.
Angel Song?
Angel Song.
That one I don't know. I know Angel Eyes by like White Tiger or
That was
something.
Great White.
Great White.
Great
huh?
White.
All right.
Did Angel Song.
Did you know?
Yeah. I probably didn't.
There's two Great Whites. Like there's the lead singer's Great White and then the rest of the band Great White because they split apart.
Isn't there also The Shark?
And then they all, yeah. But I'm just saying, I interviewed one of them. You know, I interviewed Ricky Rackman one time. Do you remember him from Headbangers Ball?
That's a good get right there.
Yeah,
Ricky
he was
Rackman.
doing like a motorcycle tour, and I had him
Right.
on. I used to do things on my KOA night show just to see if the bosses were listening.
Spoiler
and it
alert,
turns
they
out
weren't.
they weren't.
You did pretty well on Monster
I am
Ballad
a little-
True.
yeah,
You
a
are
little-
better on Monster Ballads than you are on backup quarterbacks.
I know,
Yeah.
crazy, right?
Impressive.
And you know what's funny? It's kind of like players always remember their bad plays, not their good ones.
Yeah.
I don't like most of the songs you just gave me.
But you knew
But
them.
I remember back in the day where you could punch the button to change the channel.
But you
Those songs
learned.
would do it for me.
Well, hopefully not too many listeners just did that during Monster Ballad
Well,
Trivia.
my voice does that to people.
It's the Crackman and Lindahl show. We'll take a break, and when we come back, what are Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders up to? Well, a national NFL reporter has a theory. We'll tell you what that is next. Think a good monster ballad will get you to put your body on someone. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman. I am here for Sport Trade, Colorado's premium sports betting experience. See, I like to make the live read a commentary on the promo that they run before my live read. It's a thing I do. Sport Trade, guys, stellar prices, very high limits, and the best in-play pricing in the market. That's right, half the VIG on live wagering when you're betting at Sport Trade. That is more earnings for you when you win. One of my favorite features on Sport Trade, it's called the tape. There's a tab right there at the bottom of the app. In fact, I'm going to pull it up right now and get a good look here at the tape. But the thing that's so cool about the tape is that is Sport Trade showing you all the action that is happening on their site in real time. That's right. They are showing you what bets are happening as they go down. So you can follow the smart money as the sharps are laying it down. You can fade if you want to and go in a different direction, but it's a good way to see what is out there and maybe if you're missing an edge that is out there on the market. Follow the smart money in real time. Sport Trade, guys, it's where the big bets happen. If you are stuck in a rut on your app, check out Sport Trade and get the best prices the market has to offer. Go to getsporttrade.com right now. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think this just became Hair Metal Ballad Wednesday. Now, do you need help with these, Spring, or do you have a full list to go off of? Because this is way before your time.
Yeah, if you have requests, let me know.
Oh, yeah. Here, you got to look up Mama's Fallen Angel, although I think that's Poison, too.
Who's this one?
This is Poison.
Okay.
Yeah. Gosh, what all is... You know what? There's Love Song, I think, by Tesla. There's plenty. We're going to do this all day now.
I forgot about Tesla.
Yeah.
Monster Ballads the rest of the way?
Mr. Big. Somebody was psyched about the Mr. Big song, so I wrote them back and said, you put that on a mixtape, didn't you? That's how you remember these songs.
Did Mr. Big... I'm assuming that came off of an album. Like, it was on the tape, I'm assuming. And there were other songs on it, but can anybody name a single other Mr. Big song? Aren't they a one-hit wonder that's only one hit was their Monster Ballad?
Probably. I think they had one other before then, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
Andy, do you know Jane Slater?
I do.
Yeah,
She's
Jane
on
Slater.
NFL Network quite
NFL
often.
Network, yes. Jane Slater, fine national NFL reporter. So Jane Slater she's been on the phone. She's been working the phones. And she's trying to figure out what's going on with this Jerry and Dion thing. What's going on with this whole thing? Now, we're not going to play 3 minutes of Jane Slater audio here, but we'll give you the Cliff's Notes of it, okay? Jerry Jones, according to Jane Slater, is on a solo mission. That's what she tweets today. Solo mission. Which, I mean, honestly, Andy, who else is he going to ask?
Right.
Steven?
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
That's a good point. There's nobody else in there.
The son-in-law that has to clean his glasses?
Is there a third son? Yeah, I mean, I don't know the whole tree. How many kids he got?
There's the son-in-law. I know
who was cleaning the glasses on the Bond.
He was the
yacht,
glasses
right?
one. Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right.
Yeah. But Jerry's making up his own mind on this one while just finishing up his raccoon. According to Jane's
favorites, the squirrel.
That's right. He was a squirrel guy.
So no official interviews or calls even placed to some.
To anybody. It's all been chit-chat.
Because I said this yesterday. I said, CU fans, you don't need to get nervous until there's an interview scheduled.
And I think that's the great way to put it.
Yeah. She then adds in a subsequent tweet. This is Jane Slater of the NFL Network. She says, and I'm half joking here, but not really. If, and it's a really big if right now, Dion and Jerry happened, make no mistake, Jerry is pitching a show to Netflix stat and recouping or gaining any money he wouldn't normally pay a coach and staff. At the very least, it's a marketing success.
Right.
All right. Now, step back for a moment, Andy, and in a NFL vacuum.
Yep.
Well, that's not good enough. And that shouldn't be the goal of any NFL organization, particularly one like the Cowboys with such a massive fan base and absolutely no success since the early 90s. But we hearken back to the conversation that we had about Jerry a couple of months ago when it was revealed to us. We're outside of Dallas. We're out of town, stupid. We don't know these things.
Right.
We found out that Jerry Jones is offering up tours to his facility every single day. And I know if you don't remember when we talked about that a couple of months ago, you hear that and you go, hey, what's the big deal? No. Like, they're walking through where the players are every single day. There are dudes in there going through their lifting routine while dopes with cell phones and Emmitt Smith jerseys stand outside a window and take video of you and gawk at you while you're doing all of that. And there are a number of players that have exited Dallas that have been like, yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, we were wondering, was it a distraction? Because they did not get off to the start that they were supposed to. Matter of fact, who was it that went on the podcast? There was another player that went.
Wasn't it Dalton Schultz?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Joined another organization. He goes, yeah, man, I'm trying to work out. And there's just guys walking by.
Right.
They're trying to get Dak's autograph. They're trying to go and see CeeDee Lamb. And there's just constantly stuff going on. That was the big that was the big criticism as to why they did not get off to every talk show in America, like they're doing with this Deion thing now, couldn't quit talking about, well, look at the environment you've created.
And when Jerry was asked about it, his response was, I love the tours. The tours are fantastic. I love giving our fans a front row seat to seeing everything that is going on right here. This is good for business.
And he charges for it.
Yeah. He makes money off of it. He builds more loyal fandom out of it. He builds generational fandom out of it. Jerry Jones is let me say this. I believe he wants to win.
He does.
But Jerry Jones is in the business of making money off of his entertainment product, which is his football team. And Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones, Deion already has the show. He has multiple shows.
He does.
Yeah. Him and Jerry Jones, already pitching ideas back and forth with each other. This does not surprise me in the least that Jerry Jones would look at it and again say, I can hire the single most marketable coaching prospect available, and Deion is number one on that list above any current NFL coach. And we can just sit back and print money on this whole thing.
Dude, here's the thing. So I had to laugh. Again, I watched Mike Greenberg on Get Up just pound his panel into submission of this has got to happen. This has got to happen. This has got to happen. And I think Andrew Hawkins, a former receiver in the NFL, played for the Browns for a while, maybe a couple other stops, but he finally was like, oh, yeah, they need to do that. And then I go over to NFL Network, and it was so funny, too, because Kyle Brandt starts out with all the, how are you going to hire? Because here's the naysayers on national TV. I'll quote them. And Kyle Brandt was chief among them.
Uh-huh.
He's a 13-11, he being prime. He's a 13-11 coach that just lost a bowl game to BYU.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that's the option that's going to come in and fix the Dallas Cowboys and get Dak Prescott playing again and this, that, the other. And Akbar Bajabiamila immediately fired back with, do you know how much credibility that dude's going to have in the room? Do you know how many players probably grew up watching him and maybe even worshiped him? He will immediately have cred, this, that, the other. And it's funny because everybody fights about it, and everybody fights about the merits of should he be, could he be, would he be a good NFL head coach? And then at the end of the day, everybody seems to settle in on Peter Schrager got there. They all settle in on, but Jerry loves what you're talking about. Jerry loves the glam. Jerry loves the circus. Jerry isn't worried about any of this. And if that's what he's going for, here's the best argument for Prime to go to Dallas. Prime knows how to exist in the environment that Jerry Jones does not mind creating at all.
Well put.
No other team in the NFL is seeking this. Prime makes his own videos to show you how he survives in it.
He won't.
They would actually they would make a good business partnership. I don't know if it'd be successful.
Deion is not uncomfortable in the spotlight in the slightest bit. Watch what happened to Jason Garrett. Watch what happened to Mike McCarthy. Again, there's after a while, I think it wears on them. I don't think that would happen with Deion. The spotlight is always on Deion Sanders. He invites the spotlight. Hell, Deion Sanders managed to worm his way into the Nuggets game last night. Impressively so. He had the entire internet talking about him and Shador last night off of one tweet that he fired off.
And he got a free coat.
And
Greg Anthony's down a coat, I think.
Take the pen. He got a free coat out of the whole thing. It was wild.
Why did you take his pen? Give him back his pen. He loves that pen. Anyway.
Why did Greg Anthony give him the coat?
I don't know. I'd have been like, bro, you've got more money than me.
Right.
Now, Greg Anthony made a nice NBA living, but Prime is an icon pulling in plenty of money a year.
Hey,
I'll tell you my tailor. How about that?
It was wild. But yeah, the P.T. Barnum aspect of the way that Jerry Jones operates his football team. I'm not saying he doesn't want to win. I think he does. And he's got good players on his team. We're talking about a team that has Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons. It's not like they suck.
Okay.
But they also like printing money. That's why they have that facility. It's why they have that stadium. It's why the Dallas Cowboys are front and center in everything. And you don't, for 1 second, does Jerry Jones want that noise to end?
So according to NFL Rookie Watch, take this for what it's worth, okay?
Because they're watching
account,
rookies. Okay.
But they claim, this is the tweet, and again, take it with a grain of salt. NFL Rookie Watch.
Okay.
Handful of NFL executive and scouts reportedly believe Jerry Jones would be open to taking a $104 million dead cap hit in order to trade Dak Prescott and secure Shador and Deion Sanders.
Yeah,
That's
I bet he'd be open to it. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Okay, here's the one thing in all this, and sure, you know what? Guess what? Although you already paid Dak, I don't know how I feel about that, but I would say this. Somebody asked a question, and again, I just feel like every show this is what it's about. I had to laugh because Dennis Leary went on Good Morning Football today, and he had me laughing about certain things, but he just was like, I'm so sick of Jerry Jones and Deion Sanders. He goes, I'm trying to enjoy Landman, and there's Jerry Jones with a roll on it already. Jerry would have to pay $8 or $10 million or whatever the buyout is to see you to get his coach, and now you're going to eat a bunch of dead money that you already paid Dak to get your quarterback up? I'm not sure I buy that.
Netflix, baby. Netflix.
That better be, dude, that better be like a what's the name of the Kelsey podcast? You better be signing that deal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I think, because you're talking about matching up the most powerful brand in North American sports with the most famous coach in North American sports, who is a media darling and has his own media empire already. They're betting on you put that thing together and we're printing money off this, baby. Like that's what they're looking at right there.
How many players, though, do you think sign up for this?
When she says that makes an awful lot of sense to me. How many players sign up for it?
How many players do you think would want to be part of this, the guys that are just trying to make their money and get out? Because, again, look, I do think there's a lot of people.
Hold on. That thing that you just said, though, make their money and get out, that guy doesn't exist anymore.
Well,
that guy, that's right now, the way that these guys, like that, they look at it as this is the springboard to all future earnings. Here's Tom Brady with TB12. Here's Peyton Manning with Omaha Productions. They're looking at the Kelsey brothers right now and saying, how do we get that deal? Why do you think every NFL player has a podcast? I'm not saying that guy doesn't exist, Andy. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of guys that are just like, hey, I'm here to get paid, get my brain damaged, and get out. Like, I'm sure there's a few of those guys, but you're gonna do great if you're bringing guys in and saying, here's a platform that we're going to provide for you to now build your own marketability to then become an earnings machine for the decades post-football. I think it's really appealing to guys.
I'd be curious to find out. I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong because I don't know. You're right. I also got going off. I was like, I wonder what 52 team podcast would sound like. Everybody's every little bit of business.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, think about it this way,
Out
Andy.
on the internet's probably not good.
Even if you got 22 Janos, there's still 31 other guys on the roster.
No, you're right. You're right. So, hey, man, look, part of me wants to see, I don't want to see him leave CU because I don't know what the program looks like if he does leave, and I shudder to think.
Yeah.
But I have to admit, there's a small part of me that wants to see, would this be a great successful circus, or would this be the exact opposite?
It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're rolling with you here. It is a Wednesday afternoon. Sean Payton, did his team have a successful season? He gave a very interesting answer. You want to hear it. We'll debate it next. He talks about it a lot. He sure does. Good to know that George Payton's eyes glaze over when Sean Payton goes into Saints stories, too. Oh, you 17 draft? Okay. Tell us more. Mm-hmm. No, we're aware. Thank you. Cool, Carl.
Alvin Kamara, huh? Cool.
Yeah, it's a third rounder? Yeah. Wait, what round? You never mentioned it before.
Yeah,
Good for you, bud.
Really hit there. Great.
Yes, end of season press conferences today. Sean Payton, George Payton, Greg Penner, the 3 Ps got out there and told us what's what with those Denver Broncos. Let's start on this one right here, Andy. Sean Payton was talking about the season that was and was asked about if this was a successful season. And his answer here, it showed a lack of satisfaction, which I thought was, that's good, that's laudable, that's what you want to see out of a football coach. But is Sean Payton missing the bigger picture here? Let's discuss. More frustrated with the way that they played. I think that really echoes kind of the conversation you and I had on Monday when we were up to Hofbrau. Was like, I didn't pick them to win. I didn't pick them to cover. But I thought they would play better than they did. I thought at times they would be able to not impose their will, but in the very least, like institute their game plan and run it to some success, albeit against a vastly better team. But kind of to Sean's point right there, no, they didn't play well.
Yeah, what I would have liked to have had him dig in on is, where didn't you play well? Is this another overture towards not stopping the run enough and putting the blame mainly there?
Yeah.
Because you also didn't stay on the field enough. And my problem, again, the reason why I asked Nick, one of the hard things, and he brought it up, they've got to find a way to extend drives at times, and drives at the right time. You know, Nick wrote the article about the boom or bust offense, okay? Well, against the successful teams, it went bust way too often.
Yep.
We saw it the other day where you have the big play, and then you're quiet the rest of the time.
Literally didn't score again.
And again, there's not one person that's at fault for that. It's not the quarterback. It's not the line.
They had 2 successful
Everybody
drives.
took their turns blowing up drives by either not catching the pass, not making the right read, not blocking the right guy, whatever. But the reality is you got to fix that somehow. So what I do think is interesting when you talk about that, because he did feel very solemn today. And look, I get it. You're not supposed to party just because you made it to the playoffs, frankly, in a slot that didn't exist 4 years ago or whatever it's been. But you did do, you really, I thought you outcoached your talent in some cases.
Yeah.
And I thought, like Nick opened up, you handled your business against every team the numbers said you should have.
Yep.
This team has not done that in a long time. That is something to take pride in.
They didn't have a single stinker of a loss this
Right.
season.
So they didn't go losing to the Blackhawks, for example, from a couple weeks ago. If I can point to recent memory.
They haven't lost to the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, you didn't lose to the Wizards at home.
Yes.
Just something like that. So I would like to know better, where is your disappointment lie? Are you looking introspectively at the offense, or are you still hacked off about the defense not stopping the run?
I think he's still circling the sushi restaurant right now after that playoff game mentally.
Yeah, he may physically be doing it right now. It's all done. They told him to go take some time off.
For example, he had a back and forth with our buddy Mike Kliss about preseason expectations for this team and was there pride involved in being able to overcome them? And this sounds like a guy that wasn't ready to not be game planning for an opponent this week.
Yeah, Sean, it sounds like expectations adjusted as the season went along. In the beginning, there weren't much expectations for your team. 5.5 wins.
Yeah.
Bad roster.
Are we talking about your expectations or ours?
I guess the odds makers put the.
I have no interest in their expectations. I say that respectfully. I have no interest.
The
Zero.
dead cap was probably the reason that you took on the number one dead cap was probably the reason why there was.
There was a lot of reasons, though. There wasn't just the cap. I mean, you pay attention to some of it, but, we didn't have a quarterback. We didn't have this. We didn't have that. I get it. Those people are paid to create content. They have a job. But oftentimes it's just that,
Were you gratified, though, that you
No, let me finish. You started with the question, and I would say I don't think that existed internally. I think that was more of an external expectations, which they are what they are. Those are the same expectations or the same, there's that bus again that's traveling that everyone's listening to that tells us how good this player is in the draft or how good he isn't. We don't know who's driving it. It's an invisible driver. But somehow we end up listening to it or letting it affect sometimes our opinions on topics. I think.
Number one, he shouldn't pay attention to it.
Right.
Like he should be process oriented above all and everything else. I get a kick out of the part where he's like, well, who says that? And Mike's like, well, I literally gave you the Vegas win total. So odds makers. I said 5.5. I didn't. First off, we're not allowed to predict that they will only win half of a football game. And then he goes on to, tick off all the things that they said as criticisms about his team. It's like, but I'm not interested in that. You are. Okay? Sean Payton, you listen to everything, but also like, okay, but good answer. You shouldn't pay any attention to that stuff. You should have high internal expectations and all of that, and you should be building your team in that manner. It's just that I don't believe Sean when he says that.
Yeah, and again, it was a weird bone to pick with Mike.
Right.
And good for Mike for keeping his head down and trying to finish it through. And look, what I think is what's funny, you brought it up. Bro, he was giving you a chance to flex. It's not like he was trying to even,
teeing you up to be like, you exceeded your win total by 4.5 wins.
This was not a highly critical press conference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Also,
for an end of the season review, look, we're on that bus. I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't think you were going to win 10 games.
Also, Mike Kliss was the guy that once had Albert Bell threaten to kill him, so I don't think he's going to get intimidated.
He's seen scary. That was a big angry man.
By anything that Sean Payton is going to do to him, so he's not going to get pushed around on all that. But yeah, the question was, hey, you were way better than everybody thought you were going to be. Crow. And instead, Sean is just like, again, it's here's another opportunity for me to feel slighted by the whole thing.
Yeah, I would also point out to Sean this, just to be fair to the conversation, and when you talk about people driving buses, which is another, to me is French for narratives, you also had Dan Orlovsky and Peter Schrager and Colin Cowherd and a number of your national buddies talking about how Denver was the prime upset candidate for the weekend, and it turns out, just the facts, Denver ended up being the biggest blowout of the weekend. Okay? All the other games were closer than the Denver-Buffalo one. So it goes both ways when it comes to the narrative thing.
All right, I want to jump ahead to the end. And I want to start with the beginning of it. Jeff Legwald, and this is a great question from Leggy, should surprise nobody. But you're looking up in the standings, they were third in the AFC West. Let's not forget that part of it, okay? Chargers beat them twice and won 11 games this season, and Kansas City is the typical machine that they are. And so Leggy was asking him about the gap between how Sean views what the Broncos are and the other teams in the AFC West, Andy Reid and the Chiefs, Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. Let's start with the beginning of this answer.
John, I'm curious, just in general, when you step back from it, you face 3 of the 4 teams left in the AFC playoffs. Do you see a gap between you and them, or how do you look at it?
Oh, I'm telling you what, I didn't see a gap last weekend until the second half, and then you see a gap because you're losing. But I felt real confident we'd go in there and play well and win. We obviously didn't play well enough, but those lines are much finer than we think. You know, I use that term, there's a fine line between a groove and a rut. And it's a player, it's two players, it's the line of scrimmage, it's the kicking game.
Yeah, it's the fine line that he talks about right there. But, Andy, that gap to me, especially between where Denver and Kansas City are, still feels substantial to me.
Gosh, Nate, yes. The gap between them and Buffalo right now feels, and I'll tell you why I changed the team on you, just for this reason.
The one between them and Baltimore.
Another good example. The Kansas City games felt winnable.
Right. One of them was.
One of them was. Well, that's true, but I
no further context.
Yeah. Look, you got out physicaled by both Buffalo and Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
So
they got out physical by the Chargers this year too.
Yeah, that's a great point too. You know, and look, for whatever reason, whether it's Vance Joseph, Sean Payton, they both have a good game plan against the Chiefs. They really remember it was not a close game until you did some things late the first time against the Chargers, and the second time you had a lead and you couldn't hold it. And then what did they rip off, like 24 straight points to win that game or whatever? So it is a fine line as far as your physicality.
Depth is a huge one.
And playmakers. You need some more playmakers.
Yeah.
Kansas City's got a couple playmakers. Buffalo had some playmakers. You didn't have playmakers show up on Sunday.
I want to play the back half of that answer as well, because Sean Payton revealed how he would have felt about a matchup at Arrowhead, and then old bitter, still got scores to settle Sean, shows back up. This is how Sean Payton finished today.
We're not looking backwards, we're looking ahead, and it starts with the division, you know, and there's a lot of confidence in this team. If we could get past that game, the next game we had to play, we felt real good about. And so we're still not there yet, and yet we're a lot closer than we were at this time a year ago. That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives there. Just, God, that was brutal. Let's say that.
Andy, who sang the monster ballad "Misery, Sorrow, Drudgery"?
I think that was Paper Tiger.
Man, it's like, dude, we know you hate Russell Wilson. We
get
it.
Woo! Yeah.
When you think about a year ago, my God, the darkness that I was existing in back then. And what's so funny about it too is like his answer at the beginning was basically a hearkening back to Kliss's question that we played before. Oh, then you should feel good about it, and you do feel good about it because last year, apparently, you were thinking about driving your car off a cliff, just Thelma and Louising it at the thought of having to coach Russell Wilson for one more day. That's really what he just said to us.
Yeah, you're right.
Can't let it go.
You got your guys here, and so good. This is year one of Sean Payton. I think the way he looks at it, so cool.
There is no the best revenge is living well for Sean Payton, is there?
Yeah.
Man, my goodness. Yeah, he's driving around that sushi restaurant. He hadn't let it go. Yeah. He really, like Andy, and I know you watched it. I watched it too. That guy does not know how to turn it off. he's a ways away from getting to that place.
He is. It also, I think you spoke to it best. It also tells you how much he believed they would have gone in and beat Kansas City and really had the shocker that I think that he was after. And look, I told you, I think Kansas City's worst nightmare would have been either the Broncos or Chargers rolling in there. Because they ain't scared of them.
He liked that matchup.
I mean, I'm not saying that cockily.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that Buffalo and Baltimore, they've got to slay that dragon.
Yeah.
Broncos and Chargers put up with that every year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they play those guys
and
a lot.
they're just happy to be here. There would have been so much less pressure on those teams. Even Houston now having to go back there. Houston couldn't get it done a year ago.
Misery, sorrow, drudgery, brutal.
I do really believe, I really thought he was going to be a little bit cheerier than he was today. I was thrown off by the demeanor.
No.
There is nothing that you should feel upset with yourself about.
And yet...
And he was. By the way, you know what he ought to be psyched about? Thank God you weren't playing Buffalo this weekend. We'll have to get that at some point. Ooh, you think it's going to suck here?
Yeah. The weather is going to be something out there coming up this weekend. Craigman and Lindahl on a Wednesday afternoon. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here at the top of the hour. But after the break, speaking of salty coaches, Jared Bednar last night did not enjoy his victory over the New York Rangers. We'll revisit Angry Bedsy when we come back.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your ED. You have to bring it up to me right now. Don't talk to the radio. You should go talk to the folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you'd like to have the whole new year, new you thing going on, that'd be a great place to start if that's what you're dealing with. And believe me, folks with treatment options, they're the folks at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they can find the right treatment for you. That's a big deal. Do you want great back or just okay? Maybe you're dealing with just okay right now. Go get great back. They've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail. So go give it a try. They have treatments that have success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and has successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if the test dose doesn't have the old Evan Root cranking in the office, guess what? Visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives there. Just, yeah, that was brutal. Let's say that.
Sean Payton getting all emo. He was still sad about having to live through the Russell Wilson experience. A year of his life he'll never get back.
Yeah, wow. I guess I popped off before that last little ending of that thing. That really is sticking with him.
It really is, man. Hey, Bo Nix has made his life better. Speaking of guys that have good things happen and then are in a bad mood about it, the Avalanche win last night.
He had this scary look on the bench.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, let's hear what he thinks about the comeback. Now I knew he'd probably be a little bit, that wasn't great.
They didn't play well last night.
I didn't expect everybody. I didn't expect the number of passengers he listed, though. That kind of.
No, there was.
I can't argue with Coach, but.
I mean, both of the Rangers' goals were bad turnovers.
Really bad.
Cale coughed it up, which that didn't happen. And it just so happened to in that moment. The other goal, I mean, Malinsky and Middlestad just get sloppy with the puck, and off go the Rangers in the other direction. And suddenly, it's a 2-1 game. Now, fortunately, Mackenzie Blackwood was great again. Have you seen his numbers, by the way, Andy?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
9-2-1, 168 goals against, 938 save percentage with this team. Unbelievable.
Yep.
The save in overtime, obviously, literally saved the game for the Avalanche last night.
Didn't he have another one late regulation, too? I felt like they just kept getting shots at him that they should.
He was fantastic again last night, but as a whole, the Avalanche did not play particularly well, losing 3-2 after the game. Let's get a load of Jared Bednar, who, results be damned, was rather displeased with the process of the 64 minutes of hockey they played against the New York Rangers last night.
Results over process kind of game for you? So the opposite?
Hey, we'll take the points, but yeah, unimpressive.
Just from your perspective, what is it about that game? Is it just a lack of effort from your guys?
I mean, ultimately, it's like we only had half a team playing. That's it.
We only had half a team playing last night. Ooh, that's a lot of guys on your roster.
Yeah, and then I was trying to think about it. I mean, I don't, he went on. He had a lot of quotes. I hope I'm not stealing your thunder here, but he had a lot of quotes about how, look, when guys are trying to, we got too many guys that we're relying on. Basically, he said there's like 8 or 9 guys that are playing hard, and because of that, they're on the power play. They're on the so. I don't think he was talking about any of his truly top guys.
No.
Because he pointed out how all these same guys are playing all the special teams units, and we need them to make up for stuff. And, it was really not totally what I expected after the game.
Let's listen to some more Jared Bednar last night after the victory. The losing victory over the New York Rangers.
Power play's been a little bit of a struggle for you guys. On your end, what are you kind of seeing that maybe isn't clicking?
Yeah, least of my worries tonight. Couldn't care less. I mean, we're having a tough enough time rolling out 3 lines. Never mind the power play.
What did you see on that penalty kill in overtime?
I thought those guys were awesome. I mean, they did a great job. Just packed in, attention to detail, like that's the thing. Those guys that were on the ice, they worked hard. They worked hard the whole game. The problem with tonight is like we're relying on the same 8-9 guys to do everything. Power play, penalty kill, 5-on-5. Because we had too many passengers.
Too many passengers.
Yep, that's
can't find 3 lines.
So what I've learned about Coach Bednar in these past few years is passengers is his kind of spark word, and soft is Coach Malone's. When those words come out, that means I'm in the pit of misery right now with how you just played for me.
Yeah.
And he would also say he didn't like the practice yesterday either. He expected more jump because they were rested. They just come off a little bit of a break. They were on back home. Like I told you, I was like, gosh, maybe we dial up our guy Ross Colton, or maybe we talk to Logan O'Connor. Maybe we do something, And
No, it was gasser day today, probably.
What do you think's going on with Casey Middlestat? He's now down on the fourth line.
Yeah,
Coach seems to be, just by ice time, there seems to be frustration.
A little bit of a doghouse situation going on there.
He was off to such a great start beginning of the year. They gave him the extension.
I don't think he's in the 8 or 9 guys, Andy.
No, it doesn't feel that way.
I don't think he qualifies right there. No, you're bouncing things around again. Like Logan O'Connor ends up being your hero last night because of what he did on the forecheck. Really, he kind of created that Taves goal. Hey, Parker Kelly scored last night. That
was a sweet goal.
Yeah, it was too. That was a
sweet goal.
Yeah, that thing was really good. Mm-hmm. But no, he is awfully frustrated. I think especially with the two-way play of his team. I mean, last night they had a hard time hanging on to the puck. They had a hard time getting shots through to the goal. They did not play well. They got bailed out by their goaltender last night. Here's a good thing about it is, number one, it's always nice to play poorly and win. You take that every time, right? Also, they now have a goaltender where they can play poorly and win a game. Start of the season, they didn't have that.
No.
Nothing even close to resembling that. In fact, there were nights where they played well and they lost because their goaltending was so bad, and they're kind of in that spot. But right now, I think that Jared Bednar is in a place where he's trying to push a tired hockey team through the dog days of the season, and he's having a frustrating time doing it, clearly.
It's a great point because they've got this big homestand. They got to get these points, and they got to move up a little bit. Yeah. By the way, we got to give our man Spring. Spring was the first one on Mackenzie Blackwood, I think, of anyone on this station.
Yeah, he's good.
Hats off to Spring.
He's good.
For identifying the Avs need a goalie and the solution.
The last night, by the way, McKinnon got to 70 points, first player in the NHL to get to 70 points on the year as the NHL points leader. Although I did the math on it, he's 12 points off the pace from last year. He's only like in a 128-point pace, and he put up $140 last year. That's what's funny about it is the guy leads the NHL in points. We're like, it's technically a down year. He was not as good as he was a season ago, but he continues to be absolutely incredible. Plus, Cale Makar, his 5th 50-point season, Andy, as a member of the Avalanche new franchise record. I believe the previous record was held by Sandis Ozelinch.
Well, there you go.
So well done, Cale Makar. Some nice accomplishments in that victory last night. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. George Paton, he addresses the future of Nick Bonito in a Broncos uniform, and Sean Payton gets as happy as he possibly can, talking about his buddy Bo Nix. That's all coming up next. Oh, we got all kinds of football news. It was end-of-season press conferences for the Broncos today. Let's hear from the three Ps, Peyton, and Penner. But our guy, the one Spruh, is going to set you up with it. That's Mark Springer. Go ahead, Springer.
Yeah, it's P time. It's the high five.
P time.
It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. First, we'll start with Sean Payton. Heard a lot from him on today's show. Haven't heard him talk about Bo Nix yet. This is the happiest Sean was today. Here's Sean.
Yeah, I think, look, there are a lot of things to be encouraged about. I had a good visit with him yesterday. His movement skills, some of the things maybe that we didn't even see or forecast coming. His decision making, he's extremely accurate. I've said this before, he's hard to sack. And that's a good trait to have in our league. And then there are things that, he's going to look at and grow from and build on, whether it's third down snaps, whether it's pressure snaps. But I'm real encouraged. And, I'm glad that he's with us and that it worked out the way it did. I know this, he's very conscientious. He comes in, he spends a lot of time here. He was here in my office for half an hour yesterday. Yeah, I think it's all in front of him, and I've said this before. I think we found, that player that can lead us, and be what we need relative to having the success we're used to having. I think we found it.
Andy, who hangs out in the boss's office more, Bo Nix or D-Mac?
Wow.
Oh.
Well. Yeah.
It's got good accuracy.
D-Mac does?
When he
not seen him throw.
No,
now I'm going to test him tomorrow. I'm bringing a football.
He sprays it
I'm going to go
everywhere.
run a route and see what he does.
That's ugly.
We'll end up breaking the TV and we'll all be fired.
The accuracy is there when the feet are set. I would agree with that, absolutely. The mobility part that Sean talked about, and we didn't even necessarily expect all of that. All right. And maybe the back injury, the transverse process fractures, the trio of them were a factor in this, Andy. But next year, do the Broncos need to think about leaning even further into the designed run game with Bo Nix?
Well, I guess I'd like it to be used as a weapon, but I'd like you to actually have a real run game and lean into that. Not let Bo be your leading rusher all the time. You know what I mean?
Right. But, I mean, how many weeks did they go where they just they basically weren't calling any design runs for Nix?
Yeah.
Some of that zone read stuff that they were doing at points in the season was effective.
No, you're right. But I also remember when he started running against Buffalo, and the simple answer was to put that linebacker spy there, and it seeed to discourage him from it. Now, maybe it's because he's got the injury and he doesn't want to get beat up anymore, and I certainly would understand that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. What I like about Bo is he's smart enough. He knows how to slide. He's not like some of these quarterbacks that take a chunk of turf with them like they never saw a baseball game and can't hit the ground properly.
No, he's smooth.
Always got down before he took a wicked hit for the most part, right?
Yeah,
At least on the run.
A little bit better than Chase Brown of the Bengals. Yeah.
Exactly. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with it. What I would worry more about, here's my thing with Bo. Proper footwork, every throw's available.
Yep.
Leaning out of the throw, throwing off platform, not stopping and setting to rethrow. Then I would work more on that, I guess would be my. But yes, use the athleticism.
The pressure stuff, recognizing pressure, all those kind of things. These are, again, like we can pick these up as critiques. Here's the silver lining of it all. Dude's a rookie. Dude is a rookie, and he was in a great spot to be able to start off with. Things to clean up with in the game, but, man, great first season. You're right. That was when Sean Payton was at his happiest today. Now let's listen to George Payton. Here we go.
High five. Yeah, George Payton was asked about Nick Bonito, a Pro Bowler, a second-team All-Pro. This season, he will be playing in the fourth and final year of his rookie contract next season. George Payton was asked today if they had started negotiating yet with Nick Bonito on a contract extension.
It's a really good question. We haven't even had those conversations yet. I mean, Nick has had a great year. Obviously, we'd love to have Nick here long term. We love Coop. We like the group. But we haven't had those discussions yet, so we'll see where that goes.
Yeah, you need to start having those discussions. I would certainly
Yeah,
say.
because if you like him, and you should, and he was your draft pick, the reality is very simple. The longer you wait, the price goes up. Nothing in the NFL ever gets cheaper. Except maybe Sam Darnold.
They have a number in mind. They're ready to go with it. Let's see where Benito's people come in. Again, those numbers will be different. Hopefully, they just hit it. Everybody stays in a good mood about the whole thing. Benito has earned the extension, and the Broncos move on. This is one area where it's like, I thought that this is really one spot John Elway just lost. He lost the game.
He was trying to get everybody to take the hometown discount.
Right. He wanted to win. He viewed negotiation as a win, and while there is an adversarial component to any salary negotiation, like that's just inherent in those conversations, there also has to be the understanding of, okay, you're a great player, and we would like you to like us when this is all said and done. The Broncos got into this weird place, whether it was Demaryius Thomas or Von Miller after it, of just like, for whatever reason, we need to go to war over a contract, and it's like, what are we doing here? This team does not need to be in this space right now.
John fell into a pattern where he could get guys to take less money because Peyton Manning was the quarterback, and he continued to try to negotiate that way when Peyton Manning was no longer the quarterback.
Yeah.
And guys just aren't willing to take the same discounts. So, by the way, who got cheaper, Russell Wilson or Sam Darnold? I said nobody's price ever goes down, but in fact, I'm wrong.
Yeah, well,
Russ is going to have to play on another minimum if he gets another job, right?
Yeah, but the Broncos are still paying him, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so like he'll still make his money this upcoming season, and yeah, he'll play on the minimum somewhere. Darnold, I believe that Sam Darnold will still be attractive, even with the bad finish to the year. Number one, he's way younger than Russ, so he's got that going for him. And also, like, Kevin O'Connell didn't really do Darnold any favors with that game plan, and they played some good defenses that knew how to get after him, use man coverage and blitz and give him problem and all of that. So, yeah, I think Sam Darnold still got value. The problem is that Sam Darnold, like, he played his way out of the should the Vikings just stick with him conversation. He's on a new and worse team next year.
Well, how about this little note? Because I hadn't heard this yet. Spring, can I have the high five? Because I like it.
High five.
Since we're talking Vikings.
Yeah.
According to John Fraschilla, there's tension in the relationship between Vikings head coach Kevin O'Connell and the Minnesota ownership, per Jay Glazer and Mike Florio. Kevin O'Connell has been a failure in the playoffs, but he's definitely been a top 10 coach during the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
Could Kevin O'Connell be up for trade?
I've heard it brought up and discussed, or in discussed, if you will. What is his trade value?
I don't know, man. He's got sterling regular. Look, he's, for lack of a better example, he's kind of a George Karl right now.
Right.
The phenomenal regular season record.
Yeah.
But a lot of first-round exits. Remember, he was the coach when they got bounced by the Giants in Daboll's first year.
No, you're right. And that loss was...
And that was with Cousins, right?
Yeah. That loss was worse. In the very least, like, if you're losing to McVay and Stafford, you're losing to guys that have won a Super Bowl.
Sure.
That's vastly more acceptable.
And you had to know, in the Giants loss...
Yeah.
You didn't play up to your potential. Unfortunately, when you lost this past weekend, you knew Sam Darnold held the ball too long. And you knew that was going to be a problem sooner or later, and it was.
Yeah, it just, you didn't give him a game plan that was going to help him out with all that. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, let's hear from Broncos de facto owner Greg Penner. Part of his opening statement today, talking to the media, he wasn't afraid, unlike Sean Payton, to be positive and deal out the kudos.
First of all, on behalf of ownership, I want to thank the players, coaches, and all the staff for just an incredible season. Ton of hard work, and couldn't be more proud of what they've accomplished this year and getting us back to the playoffs for the first time in 9 seasons. I thought Sean did a terrific job leading a young team. Has really continued to build a winning culture, which is critical for the future. It was great to see a number of young players, both draft picks, second-year players, third-year players, as well as some of our free agents that came on board in the offseason step up, and that's a testament to George and his staff.
Yeah, you should be in a good mood. Like, you guys dropped $6.5 billion, and this was the first year where it probably actually kind of felt like you were glad you did it. The organization is going in the right direction right now.
There were actual conversations when we went to the owner's box, not just people staring blankly out on what am I watching?
Just looking down at their Cabernet, just going, I wish I was doing anything else. I could be on any island on the planet right now if I wanted to. And instead, I am watching this team punt the football.
Rob Walton looked like he wasn't angry he showed up for this.
There's no reason for them not to be pumped about it. They got a young football team. They have a good young quarterback. They have the dream. They have a good young quarterback on a rookie deal. This is the window. This is the opportunity. Like, they should be absolutely pumped about where their team is at right now. Again, Sean Payton can be miserable as hell, but for those, the practice facility is getting constructed right now, so they're going to have that palace ready to go. They're going to get to deal with some stadium negotiations. Like, if you're an owner, that's the big game for you. Getting to get in there and bully some local city councils and yell about how they should be giving you tax breaks and money and everything else. Like, these guys are getting primed. They're owning this football team right now. If you're Greg Penner, oh, man, this is what you signed up for. This is what you wrote that check for.
That's right.
Yeah.
You're not just sitting back waiting to find something to do.
Damn right. You're in the game, baby. Yeah, that's why you buy the Denver Broncos. And finally, Sprague.
High five.
Today, Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph completed his remote interview with the New York Jets for their head coaching job.
Remote interview?
That takes a little out of it, doesn't it?
It sure does. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Are they going remote with all the first round of interviews?
Man, I don't know. You know what? Between the Jets and the Bears, and Kyle Brandt made fun of the Bears yesterday. He brought up all the tweets around Twitter or X that showed all the different candidates. You know, people are saying, oh, they're going to meet with every coach possible. Matter of fact, a minor league baseball team claimed the Bears are interviewing their manager just for kicks because it feels like they've talked to everybody in the NFL universe.
Yeah.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Ted Lasso was in the subject of one of the tweets. I don't know I can't even keep track of what they're doing. And unlike we all saw Vrabel to New England, tell me who's the next favorite. Like, I guess Ben Johnson, and at some point we'll have to talk about this. Ben Johnson has passed up all these jobs to apparently go take the Raider job. Your buddy Vincent Bonsignore keeps saying that he's going to take the Raider job and there's momentum. Why? You have a quarterback.
The value of working for Tom Brady, huh?
Or the only team that wants to meet. We did hear last year, teams thought he had quite an obnoxious price tag for a first-time guy.
He wanted $15 million.
So they maybe, does that just mean the Raiders are just going to do it?
Probably scared some teams off right there. Very well. They very well may, and I think the Tom Brady thing is attractive. Yeah, the part where he turned down the Manders last year, Is the stink of Dan Snyder, even when he was out of the building, is it that strong?
Well, it's funny. I asked you guys that over tweet, and then Spring saw a tweet that I saw of someone's podcast saying he didn't want Jaden Daniels as a quarterback.
Yeah.
So the GM turned the play around and said, all right, well, thank you. We're not going to have an interview then because I'm drafting him.
Yeah, we like that guy. Turns out they were right. Things are going good for the Manders right now. Hell, they got a game this weekend. It's Kragman and Lindahl. We'll take a break. When we come back, Nikola Jokic.
Nikola.
He's pretty good, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
I've got some Jokic stuff to astound. The brilliance further illustrated of the great Nikola Jokic. Plus, what the hell was going on with that jacket last night? We'll talk about that next.
Grimes has it to Najee, down low to Gafford, misses a bunny, rebound, falling on the ground for it is Peyton Watson. 3-on-2 Denver. Westbrook in the paint, Jokic floater, good!
And there's your triple-double, guys.
Yes, sir, 91-62. Jokic got to 10 points. That's a triple-double for him. 10, 13, and 10.
Yeah, real run-of-the-mill triple-double last night. One of those didn't play the fourth quarter triple-doubles last night out of Nikola Jokic as Denver gets the victory last night in Dallas. Blow out the Mavs. Jamal goes for 45. Great victory. Back at it tonight against the Houston Rockets. Kozalev the call, 7 o'clock here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Both Denver and Houston on 4-game winning streaks coming into this game. By the way, 2 best transition offenses in all of the NBA. The Rockets they're certified fun. That's a cool-ass basketball team. This is going to be a really fun game to watch tonight between Denver and Houston.
Yeah, I always worry about the teams that can run because sometimes I feel like, we always talk about it. Use the altitude to your advantage. Make them feel the high altitude. Make their lungs burn. When teams run as much as the Rockets do, I don't know if that's a plan.
Yeah, this is a
good shape.
Real good team. Get a load of Ahmed Thompson tonight. Freak of an athlete, second-year guy. He's in the same draft class as Wemby, so that steals a little bit of your thunder, but that's a good player. Once he gets a jump shot, he's going to be something special. But honestly, Andy, like when I watch him, there's shades of young Russell Westbrook in that guy. He's pretty cool. Jalen Green is awesome. Şengün is a good big. I can't wait to see this matchup tonight. And again, both these teams playing really, really well. So Nikola Jokic, Andy, we played the triple-double highlight there last night with Kaz and Scotty. 146th career triple-double, as you know, third all-time. He's just got to pass Oscar Robertson, and then eventually he will pass his teammate Russell Westbrook and get that. But here's some stuff on Jokic triple-doubles and just how impressive he is, okay? So in 2021, that was Jokic's first MVP season. And the Nuggets played 72 games that year. Jokic played all 72 of them. And in game number 71, he recorded his 16th triple-double. His 16th came in game number 71, his first MVP year. Dan Hyatt had this. He has played in just 34 of the team's 39 games this year, and he already has 16 triple-doubles.
What do we attest? What is that because of?
He's better than ever.
Okay, but is it a sign?
Well, here's the thing. The reason why he has so many is because the assist total is up.
That's what I mean. Is this a sign people are finally hitting some shots for him? Because usually the assist is what bites him.
So the Nuggets, as you know, are one of the best three-point shooting teams in the NBA via the percentage. They don't take a lot of them, but they are generally making them. So that is something that has absolutely helped. I think that Westbrook is a cutter and a finisher at the rim. Jokic is converting a lot of assists that way. Like, remember, AG's kind of missed his time this year, and usually Jokic kind of racks up the assists by throwing lobs up to AG. This year it's kind of happening from everywhere. Christian Brown's a good cutter as a starter, and so you're able to kind of get it there. The assist totals are just up this year, but that's the biggest reason why that's happening right there. Here's another factoid for you on Nikola Jokic that'll shock and amaze. So last night, Andy, and you may have heard on the telecast that Nikola Jokic, he converted his 5,000th career assist last night. Yes, he got to assist number 5,000. He is now up to 5,002. Again, I bring this courtesy of our friend Dan Hyatt for the career milestones of Nikola Jokic. He is the fastest player in NBA history to reach 15,000 points, 7,500 rebounds, and 5,000 assists. He did so in 709 career regular season games. The previous fastest to hit those milestones, Larry Joe Bird. It took him 799 games to do that.
So 90 games.
Jokic did it 90 games faster than Larry Legend. That's how damn good this guy is. And again, we should point out he did it in 29 minutes last night.
Yeah, that's That's the best news, right?
Yeah, fresh legs going into the second night of a back-to-back to take on the Houston Rockets. So that's going to help.
Fresh legs this time of year. I mean, I know what you're saying.
Fresh-ish.
Fresher.
Right.
Fresher than would have been.
Fresher than they would have. Yeah, it's definitely preferable than him having to play 42. Hey, I say this and I know the answer already, but DJ is the backup big right now, and it helps to have AG on the floor with him. Certainly, it's working well. Is it sustainable?
No, I told you last week. I hope I'm wrong because I like DJ. It's cool to see him play, and he and Russ, they always talk about the throwback thing on every telecast. The national people love it because they remember that from what does that go back to? Where did they play with those two? Did Westbrook and DJ have a history, or is this the first time they're together? I want to say they're Clipper days, but that's not right.
No, they didn't. I don't believe that they intersected
I think about it. But they always talk about a throwback whenever he throws the – you know how what would they say about Jeff Green that he told us? He's getting up there. Oh, the old man's still got a little hops left.
DJ gets the same thing.
Yeah, the throwback is – but I think DJ would tell you the same thing. But my point being, I always think of Reggie Jackson last year and knowing that – he knew he was playing 2 minutes for it to be sustainable.
Right.
So either Saric has to come back along and be an option, or you got to figure something else out. And I don't know what that is. I don't know,
Zeke made a reverse last night.
All right. I knew that name was going to come up.
It was a cool shot.
Fair enough. How many more tries before we're done mentioning that?
Right.
I don't want it to be that way. You and I got to talk to Zeke a couple times.
We liked him.
Early in his career.
Yeah,
I always liked him. Friendly kid, but I mean, at some point you got to have it's got to work, and it's not working.
And
they gave you money, and it's not working.
And Zeke Najee just needs to be on a different NBA team.
Here's the problem. Well, no, I don't disagree with you, but the Nuggets' problem is this. When you take a guy like Saric, when you take a guy like Zeke, man, it's gone so poorly. I don't know what you're getting for him right now. And I hate to say it, but that's just the reality.
Yeah, there's not
Someone's willing to take a chance on him, but take a chance. Here's our latest of late second-round picks. That's all you're getting.
So last night, games on TNT, Ian Eagle on the call. I love that dude. He is entertaining to listen to him call a game. That man can spin a yarn. Greg Anthony on the color. Jared Greenberg in his turtleneck last night on the sidelines. And they happened to see something on Twitter. I'm sure a producer saw it and put it in front of them. But so Deion's on Twitter last night. At Deion Sanders tweets, I need that blazer that Greg Anthony has on tonight, NBA on TNT. I need that blazer. Yeah, Deion was getting a look at that thing. It was kind of black and white. It's sort of
it was a sharp-looking jacket.
It was a lot of look.
Not everybody could pull it off.
No, but Greg Anthony and Deion are two guys that I would say could.
You have to have a certain panache to make it happen.
Very much so.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you and I could pull off that blazer.
Yeah.
But it kind of looked like one of those like magic eye trick things. Like you're looking at it, and then there'd be a sailboat in it. A sailboat is a schooner, stupid head. Anyway, this is from the telecast last night. Ian Eagle and Greg Anthony are aware. While Shedeur sits courtside, by the way, that Deion Sanders is watching the game, and he is envious of the jacket.
Powell is bleeding, and apparently Jared is now taking your jacket.
I think he's going to give it to Shedeur to give it to his dad.
He's giving it to Shedeur. Shedeur is very perplexed. Jared is now explaining to him, your dad tweeted that he's going to want that jacket. Jared is saying, take the jacket. Shedeur said, for real? He said, yes. This is your jacket now. Okay, I got you. Yeah, serious? Yes.
Thank you.
That happened. Yeah, all right. Shedeur now is looking at it like, seriously? I got to now bring this around?
Yeah.
So
the jacket goes on the back of the chair because, of course, Shedeur's sitting courtside.
Right. So this is pretty good. So Zach Harper of The Athletic put this in his newsletter today, Andy. I want to share this with you. I laughed at this. So him and Jared Greenberg are bros.
Okay.
So Zach Harper tweets at him or texts to him. He put this. He texted this to him. How confused was Shedeur during all of that? Jared answered the most confused. Zach Harper then asked, did he think it was a prank? And Jared Greenberg said he had no idea. Only thing he said to me was, can you give it to me after the game? I said no.
This is for TV, kid.
Yeah, Jared Greenberg was like, I'm not carrying it around.
Yeah. Well, not only that, if we don't get our good TV out of it, then you can't have it.
Right, take the jacket.
There is some selfishness in this whole thing for us.
So did you see then after the game, Shedeur is walking out and he's going by the broadcast position and Greg Anthony is up. He no longer is wearing the jacket. He's taking a selfie with Shedeur. Shedeur, meanwhile, is like trying to find anybody else that he can pawn this jacket off on. He had security was carrying it. Then there was a girl that was with him, and Shedeur was like, "Here, you hold this thing." Shedeur was just like, I'm not the jacket delivery man. Okay, I'm not DoorDash for Blazers. That's not what I'm doing. It was very funny to watch the whole thing.
Now help me out again, because I will admit I kept going back and forth. I happened to catch the live TV moment of this thing happening.
Yeah.
And so, because I was going back and forth between this and the Avs, obviously. And for those that haven't listened in the past, Nate and I kind of have an unspoken rule. He'll watch the Nuggets, I'll watch the Avs. We'll both catch up, but at least one of us has seen the full game of the other, so we're not missing anything. But I got caught up in this moment, and plus the Nuggets were just crushing. I just basically kept hopping back to make sure no runs were happening, no injuries occurred, stuff like that. I don't feel like you laid it out there, I feel like Greenberg did this on his own. Like, did Anthony actually gift the jacket to Dion? Or did Greenberg just decide, I'm taking your jacket because of the tweet and we're making a TV moment? Because that doesn't appear to be a cheap jacket.
No. So this is where something popped into my head as I'm watching this, okay? So again, like here's the order of events. Dion tweets at Greg Anthony, I like your jacket. Okay? It compliments the jacket, and he says, I need that blazer. But he's not saying I actually need that blazer.
Right.
It's just, I like your jacket.
Need your tailor, bruh.
Right. Greg Anthony, though, took it very literally. And yet, all I could instantly think as I'm watching Jared Greenberg trying to hand Shedeur the jacket was the infamous season 4 episode of Seinfeld when Jerry is envious of Jack Klompus's pen.
Oh, wow, that's the astronaut pen. I heard about that. Where did you get it?
That was a gift.
Oh, 'cause a lot of times I write in bed, and I have to turn and lean on my elbow to make the pen work.
Take the pen.
Oh, no.
Go ahead.
I couldn't.
Come on, take the pen.
I can't take it.
Do me a personal favor.
No, I'm not
take
comfortable.
the pen.
I cannot take it.
Take the pen.
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
Yeah.
And then we find out that Jack Klompus wants his pen back.
Right.
Which, if I'm Greg Anthony, that ain't a pen. I want my coat back, bro. Again, I'm sure Greg Anthony's doing just fine for himself. I'm sure finances aren't an issue for him.
But all he has to
but
say
that's an expensive coat.
Thank you, I like it too.
Yes.
And then continue wearing it.
Hey, I'll slide into your DMs and you can figure out who my tailor is. But no, I'm keeping my jacket.
Also, that's just it. Just text him, hey, this is where I got it. Because Dion can get the damn jacket.
Yeah, Spring, can you pull up the cut of the interaction again? Because here's what gives it away. We only need to play the very early part. But listen to how Greg answers Ian Eagles. Is it Ian Eagle?
It
right?
is Ian, yeah.
How he answers his question about what's happening to the jacket. Spring, please.
Well, Powell is bleeding, and apparently Jared is now taking your jacket.
I think he's going to give it to Shedeur to get his
stop
dad.
right there. I think he's going to give it, again, that the tone of the man's voice is like, I think he's giving my coat away.
Actually,
that doesn't suggest that he somehow told Jared to come grab my coat and give it to him.
Here's your, by the way, here's your mnemonic device for how to remember the name. Just think of it this way. Ian Eagle, because Dion was eyeing that jacket.
Very
Thank
good.
you. Thank
Not
you.
Ian Rappaport.
No. He's taking your jacket.
Here's the other thing. Have you ever had it happen where now it's just too big a deal and I can't
Right.
can't be the jerk?
He's in too deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the bit went too far.
Yeah, I'd have taken the selfie and be like, all right, bro. Come.
Is Does Turner reimburse because they get a viral moment out of it?
Yeah.
And we're talking about it here on our radio show.
But
does Turner Sports, did they do like a wardrobe reimbursement for Greg Anthony?
Yeah, probably. But
or
again,
is it possible it's not even his jacket? It's like the.
Well, you better hope. Yeah, the borrowed deal.
Yeah,
you're just wearing the designer for TV.
It's like Ron Zappolo's wardrobe provided by, like maybe it's one of those deals.
You can't. I didn't know about this. I had to work with someone as classy as Romy.
Uh-huh.
She had to go to some function, and we were working a show together, and she's like, yeah, I had to go to Rent the Runway. And I was like, what the hell is that? And I guess you can rent fancy clothes from this place,
Sure.
which I have no need for, right? But maybe Greg
You don't
Anthony,
need to rent a triple X Blink 182
I don't
hoodie.
need your name brand, whatever, to go walk something because people don't want to look at me anyway. I'd probably have to rent the runway to go to the gala next year, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I guess this year now. Did Greg Anthony rent the runway, and now you got an issue because that ain't your coat? Look, even if
He's
he
going to lose the deposit.
you know what that is? That isn't like there's no. I'm guessing that coat isn't just hanging on the rack at some Beverly Hills. Like there's
Custom?
one coat. Yeah, that was a one coat deal, wasn't it? That is literally his coat.
Here's the other possibility,
It ain't
too.
at Kohl's where there's a rack of those coats.
Because everybody's got their own weird body shape or whatever, but I'm thinking about it. Like Greg Anthony, he was not an oversized NBA player or anything like that. So Dion was probably looking at it going, I bet me and Greg Anthony are like the same size. That's a nice cut on that jacket.
The Wolf of Wall Street pose.
Right.
Hey, I bet you I'd fit in that guy's jacket. Hey, give me that jacket. Now, if you're Dion, you've got to send him something, don't you? Hey, if Dion gets named coach of the Cowboys, that's got to be the jacket
He's got to be wearing it at the press
only
conference.
Choice. That's all he's got.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Jacket has to show up somewhere. This is reminiscent of when Nate Burleson gave his big fancy coat up to the Bills fan, and I don't know if you noticed it, they did figure out that Bills fan showed up with it altered to fit him a little better at the Bills-Broncos game.
I want one of Kurt Warner's shiny puffy jackets.
The puffy jacket?
I want one of those things.
Why not the puffy shirt?
No, I want the big silver jackets that he wears. He was rocking that thing on Christmas Day. Yeah. Looked like a space. By the way, what was the deal with the spaceman guy last night?
Yeah, I don't know either.
What was his deal?
He had an attractive lady friend, so good for him.
I give the TNT folks credit, man. They found a way to entertain in the second half of a game that was not particularly close.
When they had this on the schedule, that wasn't the matchup they thought they were getting. Now, a texter says GA offered it well before the clip we saw.
Yeah.
Not BS. I call BS on both of you.
He thought it
wasn't a real offer.
He thought it was a
just
TV
having
moment.
Fun.
Right.
And now all of a sudden, I'm out of jacket.
Yeah, a jacket that Shador didn't
even
want.
Yeah, even Shador was like, you want to take the jacket back? Because I'll tell him I don't go and carry around Dallas. You know he wasn't going straight home. I'm sure Shador's like, what, we got to carry this thing around downtown all night now?
Shador's got to hit the coat check at the bar after the game.
Shador's all of a sudden looking like Kramer in the parking lot.
The very pants I was set to return. There you go, everybody. Dion's got a new jacket, though.
Yeah.
Now we're waiting for the picture of Dion in the jacket.
So if Dion shows up to the introductory press conference for the Cowboys, does Jerry Jones now owe Greg Anthony some money?
I think that's actually the way that it works.
Does the jacket get its own Netflix series?
Is there a clause in the contract that you must provide former UNLV point guard Greg Anthony one blazer from this particular clothier?
Yeah, from Don's Clothier or whatever Vic goes.
It's Crackman and Lindahl. Sean Payton with an interesting answer today as to Bo Nix's progression from college to the pros. You've never heard anything like this before, I promise you. That's coming up next. All right, who's this one, Andy?
Oh, Spring got it in. I kind of forgot about it. This is Skid Row, led by Sebastian Bach. And I told Spring was like, I don't give a crap, old man. Just what song do you want? But this video cracked me up. Anybody that remembers this video, because I did like Skid Row. I did like this band. But this was their ballad. And Sebastian Bach and all the boys were out there on a beach, but still in their like leather pants and leather jacket. And it was like you took goth kid to the beach, but they refused to, I won't put a swimsuit on.
You don't want sand
and they're walking
leather
on the beach in this like leather gear. I'm like, come on, man. Come on. What are you doing? He's got his cowboy boots on. You're on the beach. If you don't want to wear stuff, then don't go to the beach.
Why did dressing like a leather daddy, why did that become so popular with 80s rock stars?
That's a great question. I don't know. I think it was all because of Judas Priest frontman. I think that Judas Priest influenced a lot of the bands that I guess ended up later 80s. I don't know.
Along those lines, Andy, I showed you this picture last week.
I'm kind of afraid for you to show it to me again. What'd you show me? Hey, along those lines of leather, what?
So our friend Nora Princiati, who we had on the show back before the Broncos played the Jets this year, and Nora had just done a narrative podcast on Aaron Rodgers and what a freaking weirdo he is. And she then she did a podcast that came out last week. And it was about Buffalo's obsession with Josh Allen. And we talked to Del Reed a little bit about it last week before the game. So I listened to this podcast. It's very funny. But one of the things that I learned about is there is a gay bar in Buffalo called 26 Allen. Now, that has nothing to do with Josh Allen. Apparently, the gay district in Buffalo is literally called Allentown. And then it was
prior to Allen's
long
arrival.
before Josh Allen showed up. So one of the things that she talked about was they have watch parties to watch every single Bills game because everybody loves Josh Allen and the Bills in Buffalo, and they're crazy about it. And this bar has...
You don't need to show me the picture again. I remember it.
It has a photo of Josh Allen in...
Josh Allen?
Leather daddy gear.
Yeah. Imagine the guy in dodgeball that's leading the troop of the average Joes.
Yeah.
They were wearing the outfits that weren't theirs.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That's the outfit Josh Allen has on.
Tobias Funke
that I
from
believe
Arrested Development.
Vince Vaughn is wearing.
It's the funniest picture. It's very well done, too, I have to say. It really does look like Josh Allen, which I would assume Josh is flattered by that.
Yeah.
Some artistic liberties taken, but
sure.
Josh Allen, he has crossed every cultural boundary in Western New York. They all love him.
Here's what I've decided I need you to do in this exact moment.
Okay.
Not a lot of thought, but here's what we need you to do.
Okay.
I need you to take that picture, and for your basement, I want you to commission Bear Mosier to recreate that picture you have on your phone in painting.
Should it be Bo Nix in Dom gear?
I'll leave it up to you. Whatever fits your basement better.
I don't know if any of them fit the basement. It's a little outside of the decor we currently have.
Well, kids won't be in the house forever.
That's very true.
You know, I mean, whatever. By the way, I just have to read this text for no other reason than this is a deep cut.
Okay.
So shout out to this longtime listener from Eric in Arvada. Does XFL Jim have a jacket?
What's XFL Jim tweet about these days?
Yeah, what is he tweeting about? I mean, the XFL's still trying,
the new XFL version of it, I suppose. I don't know. So, Sean Payton today was talking about Bo Nix's progression from the college game to the pro game, and something that Sean Payton said, man, it really, really caught my ear here. So here is Sean Payton today, and he's talking about Bo and how he improved in the rookie season and the progress made and the differences in the college game to playing quarterback in the NFL. Here was Sean Payton today.
I think it's important. I don't think it's the most important offseason for No. So I would say no to the, do I subscribe to? I subscribe to every one of those off seasons is important in their growth. They do have a much better handle, all right, as to, man, the tempo of the game's faster. It's just quicker between plays. The college game can go on forever. And so the in and out, up and down, on and off, in the huddle, in and out, up and down, on and off, that is so much quicker in our league than it is in college. And so that's an adjustment.
Did you get all that, Andy? What was
Kinda.
that?
No, I don't know.
In
I think
and out?
I got it, but just in case,
Up and down.
say it all again. I wasn't paying attention.
Actually-
Yeah, in and out, up and down, in and out, in and out.
I'm sorry, Sean. We didn't fully catch that the first time. Can you say that for us again?
The college game can go on forever. And so the in and out, up and down, on and off, in the huddle, in and out, up and down, on and off, in the huddle, in and out, up and down, on and off, in the huddle, in and out, up and down, on and off, in the huddle, in and out, up and down, on and off, that is so much quicker in our league than it is in college.
And that was unedited, right?
He really had to emphasize that point the second time. The first time I listened to that, I was like, how many times in a row is he going to? Okay. All right. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
In and out.
Up and down.
On and off.
In the huddle.
In the huddle. That's what you're doing the whole time there. Everybody got that? Good. That was a real stupid way to end the radio show.
Russ was in, call timeout, come back out, say it again, go back in. So there
What I talk with Russell about's none of your business.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, you kind of let us know at the end of the presser.
And yeah, how did he feel about
did
it?
not talk
That was misery, sorrow, drudgery. Give me some other adjectives there. Just, yeah, that was brutal. Let's say that.
I think that's the title of the new My Chemical Romance album.
Yeah. Yeah.
Misery, sorrow, drudgery.
You know what you might need to do, Spring, for tomorrow?
In and out, up and down.
You might need to revisit. Remember when he gave us Vaughn Miller's I'm Not Okay by My Chemical Romance? We might need to revisit it with your boy Sean there for all the cuts.
He was hurting today.
I think he might have been. In more ways than one. Because I've had that voice.
Like a Brian Flores interview? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah. I know it creates that tone of voice you had me. And it ain't going over football tape, baby.
Andy, tomorrow will we be discussing a Denver Nuggets team that is 9-0 on the second night of a back-to-back?
Yeah!
Yeah! Come on! Go get 'em. That's right. Denver and Houston tonight. Going to be a fun one. Kaz on the call for you. Starting at 7 o'clock. Your pregame coverage begins at 6:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's going to be down at Ball Arena getting you all set for this one. Dan Tanner will be within the paint tonight after the game, so make sure you tune into that as well. Brett Kane jumps on at 6 a.m. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. For Mark Springer and Andy Lindahl, I am Nate Kreckman saying, wear that leather proudly. Good night, everybody.